previously established. So what this really reflects on is the fact that we speak of the exile, we speak of the diaspora, but in reality, the diaspora was never total. It was never a complete divorce of Jews. You have, for example, major exiles of the 8th century before the Common Era, the 6th century of the Common Era, the 1st century of the Common Era, the great Roman exile, and then once again after the Bar Kokhba revolt, this tremendous dislocation of Jews to the north. And in all of these cases, there are still Jews who remain behind. Certain segments of the population, either the aristocrats or fighting age or the poor, you'll have people who are moving out of Israel, fearing persecution. Population transfers were rampant in the ancient world, but nevertheless, there's always some Jews who maintain their livelihood. So, in other words, on the Jewish side, there's a very strong argument for historical continuity and connection to the land, because this is one distinct people that maintained its social and ethnic integrity over nearly 2 millennia of exile, and yet they're constantly attached to the land of Israel and consider it their homeland. There are, however, populations that predate the Jewish settlement in Israel. The various Canaanite peoples that are described in the Bible are clearly indigenous to the land when Abraham traveled there from Mesopotamia. There's some interesting, very postmodern kind of movements where people try to recreate Canaanite identity, not with a great amount of success, but nevertheless, look, we just look at the oldest texts we have, and we look at archaeology. There's no question that there are pre-Israelite, pre-Abrahamic settlements in the land of Israel, and there's no debate about that. Of the contemporary peoples, meaning peoples that live today in the 21st century, there's no question, as I've said a couple times now, the Abrahamic and the Israelite populations and their descendants, who are called Jews today typically, they have the longest claim to historical settlement in the land. On the other hand, let us consider the fact that for the most part of the last 2,000 years, the population was overwhelmingly non-Jewish, and especially after the 7th century, overwhelmingly Muslims and Arabs. So the Palestinian population, the term Palestinian, we'll have to get back to that later on, that is really, it's an ironic kind of word that is both ancient and also modern, but most of the peoples who call themselves today Palestinians used to consider themselves more broadly Arabic before really the 1960s. 1960s, the term Palestinian becomes much more closely defined with those Arabs who come from the land of Israel. And the Palestinian population there, then understood in that sense, their presence in Israel also predates the major surges of Jewish immigration in the 20th century. So in other words, to sum it up, the claim of the Palestinian people to the land of Israel is also, it has quite a bit of validity because they have been living there since at least the 7th century in great numbers. And a majority of the population of the land of Israel can trace themselves to the contemporary Palestinians today. It's true, there are population movements from surrounding Arab countries, primarily Arab, but also Jewish. But we have two competing claims to the land. One which has this long-standing but often tenuous populations from the land and a kind of emotional orientation to it, and another that has, like, to borrow a term that comes up later in this history, facts on the ground. They have long-standing settlement, grandfathers upon grandfathers upon grandmothers that lived in the land of Israel. So it's two very valid arguments for ownership, so to speak, of the land, and that's something that has to play out again in those other disciplines besides it. But let us look at the history of the state of Israel in particular. The modern political movement we call Zionism was really born in the late 19th century. There is a movement to kind of transform the traditional yearning for Zion, or proto-Zionist feeling, towards an actual settlement of land, to organize the movement of Jews to actually farm the land, which, even though it originally has quite religious overtones, such as in this society, the so-called Bilu Society, which is an acronym for the verse in the Torah, Beit Yaakov Lefu'u Melcha, House of Jacob, let us go and let us arise. The word Na'aleh is related to the word Aliyah, which means to go up. Aliyah is the Hebrew Jewish term for immigration to Israel. It's considered always an ascent. And the opposite, of course, leaving Israel is called Yerida. It's called descent. It's not a neutral term like immigrate or migrate or something like that. It is you either go up to Israel or you go down from Israel. So this particular society, there were a lot of societies in the 1880s that were bent on, in fact, moving people to Israel and farming the land, actually settling it, but often without any kind of ambitions to stay put. In fact, there was a dominant rabbinic opinion that existed right up into the well into the 1920s, maybe even into the 1930s, that this was contrary to God's will. Many authoritative rabbinic figures were saying, no, while it is admirable to go visit the land of Israel, it's admirable certainly to be buried in the land of Israel, and it's wonderful if you could actually live in the land of Israel, but the idea of actually claiming that the land of Israel should be a Jewish state prior to the revelation of the Messiah, that was a very controversial thought. And by the way, just to underline the point I made in passing earlier about the term Palestinian is very difficult. It's a geographic term too, right? It was originally applied to the region by the Romans, Palestina, who were thinking of the enemies of the ancient Jews called the Philistines. You read about them in the book of Judges and Samuel and so on. The Jews were constantly fighting with the Philistines, the Israelites. And so Palestine was a geographic term that was used by Jews themselves. Like you can have, you look at the identity documents from the 1930s, they say, a resident of Jewish Palestine. What they're talking about, right? Or a Palestinian who's clearly Jewish. If you look at this particular document, which is like the Hebrew Charter, it says in French, it's an organization of the colonies in Syria and Palestine. Right? Totally happy to use that. Now, these kind of, rough and, not terribly well organized groups, they did establish a few societies in Israel, a few communities like Rishon LeZion, which means the first ones in Zion, for example. Tikva, the opening of hope, right? Those kind of terms for their towns and settlements that meant like they're starting over. But political Zionism really got its start under the leadership of Theodor Herzl, who lived a tragically short life. He was an Austrian journalist who was, although he had some strong sort of pro-Jewish inclinations in his youth, had essentially lived a very assimilated lifestyle. And in fact, that didn't change as he grew closer to Zionism. His vision of Zionism was very much like he wanted to recreate Vienna in the Middle East. He wanted to recreate a kind of a civilized Western society on the model of Vienna on the Mediterranean. The city of Haifa is in many ways modeled on this kind of ideas. And one of the turning points in his particular life, many events were coming together, but the clashing element is, of course, the infamous trial of Alfred Dreyfus, who was an otherwise nondescript.
What up, bro? How you living, baby?
Who was framed, we know this without a doubt nowadays, and eventually on the anniversary of his imprisonment, or actually his release from prison in 1905. So in 2005, if I remember the date correctly, the French government actually formally apologized for what they put Alfred Dreyfus through. But he was framed for espionage. He was a Jewish captain, and he was singled out by some nefarious characters within the army and blamed unfairly and incorrectly as someone who was selling French secrets to the eternal enemy of the French, the Germans. And he was drummed out of the army. Here is a newspaper account that shows him standing erect at attention while his epaulets were torn off his shoulders, and his sword was ceremoniously broken over the knee of another officer. Tremendously disgraced, spent many years in prison until finally there was an outcry led by the great novelist Emile Zola. Huge, like 64-point headline, J'accuse, I accuse, and he was specifically taken to task the French judiciary for this horrendous miscarriage of justice. Now, Herzl, as a journalist, was covering the Dreyfus affair, and he was amazed at how overwhelmingly anti-Semitic the campaign was in prosecuting Dreyfus as responsible. Very much, this was a failure of the French experiment of emancipation that we discussed a few weeks ago, the failure of the idea that Jews were admitted as equal citizens of the Republic, and here it is a whole century later, and anti-Semitism is alive and well. And so Herzl felt, you know what, this can't go on, we need a new solution, and that's when he settled on the idea of establishing a modern state in the Middle East. There's an interesting discussion that at one point the movement was actually willing to consider Uganda, but it was in the Middle East, and it was primarily for the purpose of being a refuge for the Jews. It was not to be a messianic state. It certainly would be, in Herzl's vision, a forward-looking state and so on, but he really was thinking the Jews need a refuge. They need to be normalized among the people. They need to have a land of their own that they can claim as their own, and that will in fact normalize their participation in the diaspora. Like I mentioned earlier, Canada. So I am a Canadian living in the United States, and that's perfectly normal. You know, I have a green card, and I'm a countryman of the Canadians, but it's okay for Canadians to live here in America. There are Americans who live in Canada, and there's nothing really bizarre about that. So too, there will be Israelis who would live in other countries and so on, and that's just part of what Herzl had in mind for this new state. Now, moving on. So he established the first World Zionist Congress in 1897. This is the first major organized attempt to create this kind of political state. And although he did not live too many years longer, he did push the movement forward in quality and in quantity during his lifetime, and eventually was able to see, not in his lifetime, but he would see fruition. But let us understand that what Herzl was doing, you know, you see the same kind of organizing, the same kind of collective sort of narrative development happening among many of these peoples in Eastern Europe, and in particular the stateless people, non-titular people in Eastern Europe. Let us not forget that when you look at the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Russian Empire, they're filled with nationalities, Ukrainians and Poles and Latvians and Serbs and Estonians, who at that time did not have countries of their own. And as they have their national awakening and they codify their languages and they start writing national poetry and start discovering their folk tales and kind of bringing them together in collections, they start saying, hey, we need a land too. We need a distinct land. And Zionism, although it has that unique quirk of being of an old people, it is fundamentally a new movement for Jews. This is also reflected, I think, in Herzl's famous book, Alt Neuland, the old new land. Israel, of course, being old historically, and new, meaning really being a complete recreation, and it was recreated within the model of these kind of 19th century, primarily Slavic, nationalist movements of non-titular nationalities. Let's go now to the actual establishment of the state, and something that we had to skip over very quickly in last week's lecture on the Holocaust. I did not have sufficient time to really talk about World War I. But World War I is so important to understanding all the developments of the 20th century. Again, I once again, I don't want to take too much time away from the state of Israel, but we should understand that World War I was really a major turning point for much of the topics that we're discussing. And the one thing that I really like to focus on is the end of World War I.
What up? How are you, Arbu? I'm kicking ass, taking aim. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, pimp?
Can you Swedish?
Dog, I don't do Swedish. I do English.
How old are you?
Old enough.
Ready? Chocolate, 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 chocolate,
Audie, you're interrupting. Arbos, Arbu, how did you find out about me?
I don't know. I just clicked, and it's live stream, so I just clicked and pressed.
Excellent. How's your day going?
It's going good. I'm playing Roblox.
Excellent. You want to stream it?
I don't know how to use this.
That's okay. In the bottom left corner, you'll see screen sharing.
In the bottom left corner, you see screen sharing.
Yeah, it's right next to the camera. There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
See my Swedish logo here?
Let me see. Yeah, that's beautiful.
In Swedish, we call this curla, more like.
Very
We
nice.
call it curla.
Is this
It's like a colorist smoking black. It's really cool in the EPA culture, so we call it curla.
I like it.
That means like rag.
I like it. Did you know Volvo invented the seatbelt?
Now I know it.
Now you do know it. Okay, I'm watching. This is Roblox.
Okay, I need to change my car.
That's okay. You do what you need to do, big dog.
How long have you been in stream?
3.5 years.
3.5 fucking years. You crazy, man.
I know, dog.
What are you doing on your spare time? Nothing.
I create robots. Did you find out about me? Did you find out about me from Discord, from Kick, from?
No, some friends said it.
Oh, your friends are
They
amazing.
said that a person is streaming for a really long time, and I just need to check out. It's,
Oh, your friends are amazing.
yes, they are.
Excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
What?
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Do it.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any human in global history. The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. I have more data online than anybody, and that may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, my friend Arbu, all your friends, all your family. I want to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds great to me, man.
Excellent. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst through the use of technology as well. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where you pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you? Excellent. I see you keep changing cars. That's cool. You were driving really fast.
Yes, I'm a dangerous boy. I need to drive fast. I'm just having a home.
Okay, I'm watching. Now are you on a racetrack now?
I'm on a drag strip with a Volvo V70.
Okay, yeah.
TTI. The 54 the engine is.
Yeah, I know that car. You used to be able to sit backwards in it, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, word, dog. Mr. Pajikowski had one of those. Yeah, dog.
Now I need to change car again. That car. Now what? Tractors incoming. I'm gonna check the tractors.
That's how you read the signs.
Audie, you're gonna get muted, girl.
I'm going. Really angry. All the girls are up in a second. I'm just on go crazy. Hey, oh, you shut up. I will really.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Hey, passa dig jävligt noga. That means watch yourself in the Swedish.
There you go, big dog. What other cars do you have?
Oh shit, my BMW is stuck in the barrier. I need to.
Are there guns in this game?
No, it's no guns. It's like a Swedish drug simulator. In Sweden we have what the fuck? Oh, you're a maker. I need to leave.
Audie, you fucked up. I just had a new friend here, and you flapping your lip, being wild. You're welcome. What up, Arbu?
I'm sorry.
You're okay. No problem at all. I really enjoyed watching your stream. I enjoyed watching you drive those cars. You should know, more than anything, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to give people an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, Arbu? Excellent. All right, well, we're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. I'm watching Jewish history lectures.
Now I drift like a maniac. Now I feel criminal.
You're good, Pim.
My friend is big mafia boss. His name, my friend has uncle whose name is Stefan. He's big mafia.
Does he like the Supremes?
I don't know what that is.
It's
Why
a-
is someone licking their knee?
It's a band from the
Oh,
1960s.
he's crazy.
Yeah, she's wild.
This old girl skakade. That
She's
means like shake it in Swedish.
she's wild. She's wild.
Hello there, Mr. Sex Object.
What up, Pimp? All right, here we go.
Wait, I need to
that
leave.
occurred as a result of World War I.
Excellent, Arbu. We'll see you.
The state of Israel is
That's cool.
exclusively bound up. Here's a look at what
Audie,
the
you
world
crazy
looked
girl.
like on the
Audie, you crazy
on
girl.
the eve of World War I, 1914. You can see that the world. Let me just move my face. I'm not sure how this will come out in the recording, but I'm actually moving my screen around here. You can see that Central Europe is divided between three huge countries.
This woman is
really one
wild.
country, two empires. Is it Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Russian Empire?
This woman is
There
wild.
are lots of little peoples who are subsumed within those multinational empires.
1900.
When we get to the end of World War I, in 1918, and especially in years later when the boundaries are codified by the various post-war treaties, the Treaty of Trianon, for example, Versailles, we see that there are all these new countries created at the expense of these three major countries from the past. The Russian Empire, of course, has an internal revolution. It becomes communist with a revolution in 1918, and that's several months after the Tsar was overthrown, 1917. And their boundaries are knocked back to the east, leaving room for the creation of a new country, Poland, which bisects Germany, separating it from East Prussia. And the Austro-Hungarian Empire is totally destroyed. Austria and Hungary, the titular nationalities, are reduced to a tiny little rump state. And in the
Yo,
place
girl,
of
you
this
having a wild
massive
day?
empire, you've got this new country, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria. These are all,
I
the
have you
emerging
muted
ashes
because
of
you
this,
scare people when you talk.
massive state. And so there are a lot of peoples who simply did not make the list. They were not part of the post-war peace treaties.
You
and
wild.
They said, hey, we deserve a country of our own too. The Jews were included in that. The Jews were also arguing, hey, we need a country of our own. But the difference with the Jews is they didn't want a country.
This woman is in
where
a
they
moving
lived,
car.
which is primarily in Eastern Europe. They wanted their ancient homeland in Israel, which actually worked out fairly well for them.
Pray
because
in a good way.
The Ottoman Empire was in control of Israel. You can see here, it's the darker shaded area, and it was called the sick man of Europe because it had already been declining significantly over the course of the 19th century. And when it was defeated in World War I, it was ready to collapse on its own. So when General Allenby of the English marched into Jerusalem at the end of World War I, the European powers, in that kind of like hubris of the post-war moment that indirectly led to the Second World War and the tremendous devastation, they simply took rulers and compasses and divided up much of the territory that they had conquered between themselves. And so when we look at Israel, the way that worked out is the British took a massive chunk of what would be Iraq, and they took a massive chunk of what would be Israel and Jordan, and they claimed them as the British mandate. In this map, you see that Israel and Jordan are part of one big country, which was called Transjordan, Palestine, different iterations. Ultimately, they were separated at the Jordan River Valley, so you had Jordan as a country unto itself, and only the Israeli part of it remained as was included as a distinct state, but not its definition, its ultimate what's the right word here? Its ultimate destiny was not decided in the 1920s. So moving forward, at this time, Jewish settlement is expanding out of Israel. Now, by the time we get to the actual establishment of the State of Israel, the declaration in 1948, the Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, had said right after the state was founded, he said, look, up until this point, we have been arguing that the Jews should have their own land. Now I'm really worried that we're going to have a land without enough Jews. So the population of Jews moving into Israel before 1948 is actually rather small. You still have a dominant majority of Arabs living in the land of Israel, and that balance is not changing over the course of those 40-odd years from the beginning of the century. There are definitely Jews who are moving into the region, but as Jews move into the region, and particularly when they move into the region, bringing with them economic investment from European donors, especially people like the Rothschilds who are underwriting a lot of the early settlements, then a lot of Arab workers come in from other regions as well in order to take advantage of the economic opportunity. So there's like this kind of dynamic of population happening
Yo, dog.
in the land of Israel.
You got some beautiful women in Sweden.
Swamps and deserts, and the Jews just simply set up.
Shout out to them.
There's a population living there. It's a dynamic
Welcome.
population with a lot of migration from other areas.
Word, dog.
Jews are still a tiny,
Yo, what up, Zelo?
growing minority. Just have a look at some of these amazing pictures. On the left here, you see a picture of.
Do I listen to what? What's that? Were they in the Supremes? Were they in the Supremes?
Now I drive in. But what is wrong with this fucking horror?
Dude, she's wild. Just let her be. She's a person in the server. Yo, Zelo, how you living, pimp? Xylo, can you hear me, big dog? That's all right. Oh, there you
What's
go.
up?
Yo, what up, pimp? How are you?
You hear me?
Word, dog. What's good in the hood?
What's up, man? Just got done watching Putin and Trump meet in Alaska.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Did not go well.
Exactly. They didn't really come to any conclusions, right?
Yeah, it looks like it was just some photo ops and waste of time, honestly.
Word, dog. Xylo, how'd you find out about me?
Through Havens.
Who's Higgins?
Havens.
Oh, through Havens. Yeah. I know who Havens is. Okay, amazing.
Yeah.
Very well. So, what's on your agenda?
Nice.
What's on your agenda for this weekend?
I'm gonna dig through some documentaries and see which ones I can stream when I'm outside.
Word, dog. Feel free
I'm
to.
trying to find a good Federal Reserve. I'm trying to find a good Federal Reserve documentary.
Dog, have you ever seen the documentary The Money Masters?
No, I haven't. Is it on BitChute?
Dude, it's the best fucking financial documentary you'll ever watch.
Well, the one I watched was about like the Titanic.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. John J. Astor, Guggenheim, all
And,
all
that
that.
was a good one, but it was like only 15 minutes long, so not a lot of
Yeah, no,
context.
fuck that. The Money Masters is 4 hours long and teaches you all about the banking system.
Money Masters. Let me type it in.
Word, dog. It's from like the late 1970s, early 1980s, but it's still extremely relevant today. It's really well done. Actually, it might be from the 90s.
Money Master.
It's the.
I mean, typically I just go on Rumble or BitChute and find them, or sometimes X.
Yeah.
X has a lot of good.
I understand, but I'm telling you, this is the best one.
I don't see it right now.
All right, I'll find it for you, big dog.
Let me see. Money Master. Oh, I found it. Yeah, it's about 3 hours and 30 minutes long.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. You watch it, it'll blow your fucking mind.
Alright, yeah, let me save this to my bookmarks and I can start watching it tonight.
Word, dog. What other documentaries do you like?
Like Europa, The Last Battle. What else? I like a lot of different. I like Kings of Zion or Knights of Zion. That's cool. I'm really just trying to find any information that I can.
Word, dog. Aren't we all? Do you like BitChute or Rumble?
Overdose on the red pills.
Word, dog. Do you like BitChute or Rumble more?
I think BitChute has like a lot of documentaries, but Rumble has creators that I like watching.
That's valid. Hey, can you live stream on BitChute?
Brother Nathaniel's on Rumble.
Can you live stream on?
Brother Nathaniel.
Can you live stream on BitChute now?
That's a good question. I'm on there right now. I don't see any live streaming sections, so probably not.
I see someone's live streaming. The Ron Gibson channel.
Which documentary are you watching right now?
It's live streaming. So the last time I tried to live stream on BitChute, it was only open to like a handful of creators, not everybody.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more open source now, so anybody can create a channel and start uploading.
No, I know that. No, I could do that. I'm saying live stream though. Live streaming,
Oh yeah, they do have live. I see they do have live, but it might be like after a certain amount of followers.
right? Or yeah.
I think YouTube is like that as well.
No, YouTube. You just have to phone verify, and you can start live streaming.
Do you have any good 9/11 documentaries?
Have you seen Loose Change?
That's what I'm looking for, is a 9/11 documentary.
Have you seen Loose Change Final Cut?
I've never heard of it.
That's the big one back in the day. That one was very controversial.
Oh, nice. Let me look it up. Okay, yep, I can see it. 2 hours long.
Word
We'll
down.
save this one.
If you're into that kind of stuff,
Evans watches a lot of.
if you're into that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
which
me and Evans watch a lot of. Me and Evans watch a lot of documentaries. He watches a little bit more different perspectives.
yo dog, have you ever seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon?
No,
It's on YouTube.
is that the moon landing?
Yeah, done. You want to
What
watch?
would you say? Is it pretty good and
Yeah,
accurate?
yeah, definitely. So there are two of them you want to watch. The filmmaker was on Joe Rogan. His name is Bart Sibrel. Okay, you want to watch a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, and then Astronauts Gone Wild. He made both of them, and he confronts all of the astronauts on the Apollo missions, and some of them punch him, some of them kick him, some of them say they're going to have him whacked by the CIA. It's wild.
What is it called again? Funny thing happened?
Yeah, so in YouTube, put in a funny thing happened on the way to the moon,
Yep, I see it.
and then
Okay,
and then you also it's how many? 53 minutes long.
It's about 50 minutes.
Exactly, and then you want to also watch Astronauts Gone Wild. It's like Girls Gone Wild, but Astronauts Gone Wild.
The rabbit hole goes deep. Well, I haven't looked into any moon landing conspiracy stuff yet.
Just at the
That's on my list. I just haven't gotten to it, but I do want to get to it because that's the only one I haven't looked into.
Oh, there are a bunch of them. Yeah, you're just at the tip of the iceberg, dog. Astronauts Gone Wild is fucking amazing.
Okay, yeah, let me favorite it.
Word, dog. Like, you can even see in the first 10 seconds of it, the filmmaker gets punched by Buzz Aldrin, supposedly the second man ever on the moon. He gets punched in the face.
Wow. Did he confront Buzz?
Multiple times.
Yeah, they can do it. What about some Bohemian Grove or Pizzagate stuff? Where can I find information on that?
Yeah, I don't know about the latter. I mean, I know about it, but I don't know. They'll make really good documentaries about it. Have you seen? It's called. There are two really good ones on Bohemian Grove. One is called Dark. It's called Dark Secrets inside Bohemian Grove. It's from 2000. It's an undercover investigation. You get to see leaked footage, That one's amazing. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, I have seen it. That's the one with Alexa. Yeah, I've seen this a while ago. Maybe I should rewatch it now that I'm older.
And then
I watched this when I was like 18, maybe.
and then um, there's kind of like the opposite of that one. It's called. I don't even know if it's available anymore. That one's once you see that though, you see basically everything you need.
Yeah.
What other ones you want to watch? What else is interesting to you? Notice all of these documentaries were made like 20 years ago. That was like the golden age of documentaries. Documentaries today either cost too much or people don't want to put that much together, so they'll just make a short of it and it's only like 14 minutes. I don't want fucking 14 minutes. I want you to go in depth. I want you to do interviews. I want you to be on site. Give me a 2-hour documentary. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like I watched Occupied and I didn't think it was good at all. That's kind of like a newer one that was released last year.
What is that one?
It's just like surface level, like like Zog and occupied governments and kind of just going over the surface level stuff. I think it was by Stu Peters or something.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look at this.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of documentaries I see, like all of them are like you said, 13 minutes, 14 minutes long.
That's not even a documentary, in my opinion. I mean, I know you're saying that, and I know that's not your opinion either. But that to me is just like a snippet. I wanted a full length.
Yeah.
Give me something that's over at least 45 minutes. Go in depth. I find a lot of the documentary, or they're not even the documentaries, whatever, those 14-minute things, they're not even like new information. They're just clips of other documentaries.
I wanted to see if I could find some Malcolm X stuff as well. Maybe I can. So which one should I start with for the moon landing? Should I start with the astronauts going wild, or should I start with funny things happen?
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I'll watch it with you right now. If you stream it, I'll watch it with you.
Yeah, I'll probably. I'm thinking about maybe watching it.
All right, we'll do the screen share
tonight or tomorrow,
and I'll watch it with you.
I'm not gonna watch it right now.
Okay.
I'm just picking out right now. I'm trying to find all the ones I want to watch for the next couple of days and weeks. Trying to build a library of good documentaries. I was in your Twitch chat. I don't think you've seen. I don't know if you were reading the chat or not.
Dude, I'm live on 20 different streams right now, so I don't watch the streams. But what I do is every 12 hours I check them. So I probably saw what you said. You said it was the Twitch one? Were you adding me at Rabbi ROTHSCHILD 18?
My name is Silo. It's the same as Discord.
That was a different person then.
Maybe you should get it to where you can mix in the different chats.
Yeah, that's not really possible with 20 different accounts.
Yeah.
If it were, I'd be doing it.
What platform do you prefer?
YouTube. It's the one that archives things the longest. I find it interesting that Trump is making this big deal about he was going to come out of Alaska with a deal. They were going to meet for a long time, and then they left without a deal, and they didn't take questions.
Yeah.
It seemed like a big fucking waste.
Did you watch it?
I did not. I just checked
Or
out.
did you just see the highlights?
Yeah, just the latter.
I like Europa, the last battle. I think that one's great. But that one's like 10 to 11 hours long.
What
It's a
is
great
that?
documentary.
What is that?
Europa, the last battle.
Yeah, what is that?
It goes into World War II, then it goes into the Federal Reserve. It kind of touches on all of it, but mainly goes into the corruption around World War II.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's like one of the most popular ones. The guy put a lot of work into it. A lot of talking. Did Trump convert to Judaism?
No. His daughter did, but he has not.
He has a trip scheduled to Israel coming up. Yeah, so next month he'll be in Israel. And see what happens there. His diplomacy has just been a failure. I mean, he's trying. I mean, it looks like he's trying.
Word dog. But I mean, as he said, he would have the Middle East and Ukraine fixed in a day, and all he's done is had blowback. He's had down approval ratings. A lot of people don't like him, even in his base. It's not what he wanted.
Yeah, them withholding Epstein files really pissed a lot of people off.
We're dog. Ghislaine Maxwell going from whatever maximum security to now she's on work release. It's like, come on.
Yeah, and I think they relocated her to
Texas.
the Texas prison.
Yeah, but now she gets out like 8 hours a day. It's ridiculous.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, they just announced that.
I didn't want to hear about that.
They announced it a couple days ago. So basically, she made some kind of sweetheart deal where she said she never saw him do anything wrong, and then immediately she was put in like better conditions.
Wow. Yeah, so they made some behind the scenes deal. I just got done playing Battlefield. Yeah, I got my ass wrecked.
Battlefield 6?
Yeah. I didn't really, I don't think it's any different from the last game. It's just better graphics, honestly. right, Rabbi. I'll talk to you later. I sent you a friend request too, so
Take care,
I'll
Pam.
pop in and
I'm at my maximum amount of friend requests. You can only have 1,000 on Discord, but I'm always in here, man. If you ever need to speak with me, I appreciate it. If you ever need to,
okay, for sure.
feel free to send me a message. My messages are open. I appreciate it.
Okay, cool, for sure, for sure. All right, cool.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Hey,
probably
dude, come back.
chill out.
Hold on.
Chipotle.
Hold on. Before you go, when you want to watch those documentaries, if you're bored, come in here. I'll watch any of one of those with you, and generally, and let me know what you think about them when you watch them. Okay?
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Especially the moon. That one's fucking wild.
All right, what times do you usually are you on Discord?
24 hours a day, dog.
Oh shit! All right, cool.
Peace,
Makes it
Pam.
easier.
Excellent.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later.
Take care, big dog.
All right.
1870. And as you can see, there's no mosquitos at that point. Men and women pray separately, and it really looks more like a wailing wall here. They look definitely very sad. You can't see on the left-hand side of this, but it was just basically a tiny alley. There was no plaza leading up to the western wall of the ancient temple of Jerusalem. And here, if you look at this this graph, you'll see the population increase. These are percentages, not absolute numbers. But you can see that the dominant populations that are coming to Israel from the 1920s on are primarily Polish and Eastern European in general. We've got, a certain number from Germany as well, a tiny number from America, particularly only in the 1930s. And it was like no one coming from America at that time. But you get a sense of the very Ashkenazic-centered nature of this early migration, which will play an important role later in our discussion. This is a period of great tension as well. The British, who are still controlling Israel with the imprimatur of the League of Nations, this is the period of the British Mandate, they're trying to placate the Arab majority and the Jewish minority at the same time, and promising different things to both populations at different times. The Balfour Declaration of 1917 promised, something that Jews were overwhelmed with, that His Majesty's government, meaning England, viewed with favor the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Amazing. They're overwhelmed with it. But at the same time, the Balfour Declaration goes on to say that provided it doesn't prejudice the situation of any of the non-Jewish peoples currently living there. So how do you do that? How do you manage both populations peacefully? And and then we have the White Paper in the 1930s, but I won't get into too much detail given the scope of this lecture. What I can tell you, though, and what is very important to realize, is that there are punctuations of extreme violence and rage that erupt primarily among the Arabs directed against the Jews at certain points in this mandate period. There are some fascinating analyses of the economic roots of these things. Like, for example, one of the criticisms of the Yishuv, the Jewish settlement in Israel at this time, is that perhaps they're relying on too much Arab labor. This is especially kind of an argument put forth by the very socialist-oriented kibbutz groups, like the Coalition political movement, that were saying that here, we're come to Israel to try and normalize our lives to be farmers and soldiers and to, lead a healthy life, not like that urban ghettoized life that we knew in Warsaw, places like that. And what is it that as soon as we get here, we start hiring cheap Arab labor to pick the oranges in the fields? No, we should be hiring Jewish labor to pick the oranges in the fields, and that hopefully will draw more motivated, ideologically sensitive and trained Jews from Eastern Europe and so on. And so ironically, by firing and refusing to hire Arab labor for internal ideological perspectives, that would anger the local Arab population, saying, what are you talking about here? We're living together in this land. You have work to be done. We're happy to do it. We want to get paid, and now you're taking away our jobs. There's a lot of economic turmoil going on. And so you have some terrible massacres, like in 1929, an attack on the Hebron, Yeshiva, and so on. Arabs are beginning to wake up to the idea that is quite contrary to Islamic theology, that, wait a second, the Jews are not here to live peaceably as subjects of an Islamic state. They're talking more and more about establishing a Jewish state. And that is a problematic thing for Islamic theology, because Islam, and I can't speak with expertise about this in general. I'm primarily reading about this in primarily English language Jewish sources. So those of you who are on the internet who will take issue with this, please do, and provide your comments in the comment section. But Islam divides the world into two types of places. There is Dar ul-Islam, the land of Islam, and there is Dar ul-Harb, the land of the sword, with Harb and Khereb in Hebrew obviously related. And the idea that once it becomes Dar ul-Islam, where once a state or a region becomes Muslim, it's really not supposed to go back to being non-Muslim. And that is certainly true with regions like the Iberian Peninsula, where I am told that to this day there are Muslim countries that are uncomfortable with the fact that Spain is no longer a Muslim region. How much more so right there in the center of the Middle East, the land of Israel becoming a non-Muslim state. Wow, very insulting. And so there's a lot of ideological resistance developing as well, even among these fairly illiterate agricultural populations. They're developing more of a political sensibility. Now, last week we spent a lot of time talking about the Holocaust, so I won't go into it at all in detail here. Let's skip right past it and talk about the post-Holocaust era, where the immigration problem that the early Zionists had, the concern that there would not be enough Jews actually in the land of Israel to run it, to populate it, to farm it, to keep it running, that was something that was sadly changed by the Holocaust, because you had hundreds of thousands of displaced Jews, among millions of displaced people in general, who primarily settled in these temporary displaced person camps that dotted Germany and Italy in particular. And the Zionist movements were very active in recruiting Holocaust survivors, saying, what do you want to go back to Poland for? Your family is killed, your villages are destroyed, there's nothing for you left in Poland. And they found a very sympathetic audience. They said, well, why should we go back to those regions, those blood-soaked lands, the so-called bloodlands, and some of these Snyder's very perceptive work? Why should we go back there? And so Zionist ideology, which was gaining popularity throughout the 20s and 30s anyways, was extremely popular in the displaced person camps. And so there was a period known as the period of Bricha, of escape, in which Zionists did everything they could to break the blockade against British mandated migration bans on Jews and allowing them to get into the land of Israel. England not wanting to exacerbate the tensions between Arabs and Jews in the land of Israel, and also dealing, by the way, with the tensions between Muslims and Hindus in India and Pakistan at exactly the same time. They're trying to actually keep Jews out of Israel after the Holocaust, which simply did not make sense within the context of what the world knew about the suffering of the Jews during the Holocaust. And there was kind of worldwide sentiment outside of the Arab world at any rate. Well, yes, let them go to Israel already. Why should you force them back to Poland? If any people deserves a land of their own, it would be the Jews after the Holocaust. Just to give you a slight tangent here, to give you a sense of the degree of suffering, this is a document that I wrote about recently. I discovered it in the YIVO archives in New York City. It's actually a form document, the form letter, that was written up in one of these. It's produced in one of these displaced person camps, and it was designed for a husband-to-be to formally agree with witnesses before a beit din, before a court, that if his first wife, who disappeared in the Holocaust, if his first wife were to reappear, then he would approach the beit din with his second wife and ask for an adjudication as to what would be the correct course of action under Jewish law. Now that in itself is a tragic kind of scenario, but the fact that it was so common that they had to produce a form letter is especially chilling. I mean, my gosh, so many people whose lives were disrupted, marriages torn asunder, parents, God forbid, children killed. This is a population that had been horribly, horribly brutalized, unlike anything else in history. And so there was a worldwide sentiment that really was in favor of allowing the Jews to return to Israel and establish a state. Whoops, I just opened up the wrong program here, sorry. Here, for example, is a photograph of concentration camp survivors from Buchenwald actually landing in Israel in 1945. They would soon be arrested by the British and put in jail for illegal immigration. But clearly, that it argues against human sensibilities. You just want them to be able to enter their land as much as possible. So the UN, the British, were incidentally being increasingly besieged by Jewish activists who were trying to force them out and to open up the borders to settlement, and also to Arabs who were resenting, the incursion of Jews into the land of Israel. So the British mandate said, you know what, this is too much for us to handle. They gave the problem back to the League of Nations, or its successor organization, then called the United Nations. And they said, okay, you know what, hands off. We're just going to leave. which is exactly, by the way, what they did in India. And just like we will have a war in the Middle East as a result of their abrupt departure, we've also had a war in Southeast Asia as a result of their abrupt departure. And the UN came up with a plan in 1947 that essentially divided the land of Israel into 7 distinct areas. You can see on the left the 3 green areas joined by a tiny little waste connections would be Jewish populations. The Jewish population at the time was primarily settled on the coast around Tel Aviv and some in the Galil in the north, and not too much in the Arava, the southern desert region. And the other areas, which were predominantly populated by Muslims, would be an Arab state. Jerusalem, which is heavily populated by Jews as well, was to be an international zone. It was too complicated because the Jews considered it their traditional capital, and the Muslims also considered it an extremely holy site and were loath to give it up to the Jews. And so the 1947 plan said, you know what, we'll just keep it international. Amazingly, for many, the Yishuv leadership under Ben Gurion accepted this, and in 1948 they proclaimed the state of Israel within the boundaries of that 1947 plan. The Arab nations surrounding this region, of course, there was no Palestinian nation to speak for the population at the time, but there were surrounding populations, the Egyptians, the Syrians, the Lebanese, the Jordanians, and so on. They all refused to accept this partition plan, and they invaded. And this begins the War of Independence, that's the Israeli term, for a war that lasted from 1948 to 49. Simultaneous with this, there is an unfortunate, for the perspective of the refugees, bolstering of the Jewish population in Israel, because many of the Arab nations in the region began to persecute and drive many of their populations directly out of their native lands where they had lived for a couple of millennia, and they end up moving to Israel. So you have a huge surge of emigration to Israel from the Arab populations, that is, Jewish populations living in Arab lands, and their resettlement permanently. This will have tremendous implications for Israeli politics, but that we'll have to discuss a little bit later on. Okay, let me move on. So much history to talk about. So little time. Now, I think one of the best ways to describe the state of Israel is through its map. This is essentially its military. So let me walk you through the major military confrontations that Israel has had with its neighbors, and give you a very brief sense of how that affected not only the external shape of Israel, but also its internal character. Because Israel has always been a state that had to be ready for war, and it really altered much of their internal dynamics, both positively and negatively. So here's a map that shows you the results of the 1948, 1949 War of Independence. On the left, you see another version of the UN partition plan that I showed you earlier. And then in the center, you see some of the maps that indicate the invasion of the Arab regions, which initially had quite a successful push, particularly the Egyptians from the south. But after a tremendous amount of very brutal fighting, which had a high level of casualties, the Israelis, now Israelis, we speak of them Israelis because it is a state, amazingly were able to push back the invaders and even gain a small amount of territory. So the map that you're looking at on the right is essentially the armistice boundaries that separated what was Israel proper from Gaza and the West Bank. These regions would be subject to other determinations, as we shall see shortly. Sorry, bouncing around here. This is what the Palestinians would come to call the Nakba, or the catastrophe, because there's a huge movement of Palestinians, of Arabs living in this region of Israel, from their ancestral homes to the surrounding countries where they would be resettled in refugee camps. That, as a point of political contention, still exists to this day. There is perhaps the most important historiographic debate centering on the history of Israel is what motivated these populations to leave the land of Israel. Now, much of the early historians that I read when I was in my formative years as a historian, as a graduate student, they emphasize the Arab message to the local populations, saying that, you know, uh, seek safety, and we're going to rush in with our armies. We're going to drive the Jews into the sea, and then you will be able to reclaim your homes in security, and in fact, perhaps even enrich yourself with the spoils of war. That's, as it were, if I can use the term propaganda, that's kind of the traditional Israeli propaganda of why the Palestinian local populations left. It is a message that speaks to rather unsavory motivations of opportunism and cowardice, hubris, and so on. The Palestinian narrative, which has been explored and maybe exploited by some historians like Tom Segev and others, emphasize a few really dark moments in Jewish history, such as the incident at Deir Yassin, where Arabs who were totally non-combatants were massacred by Israeli forces. I'm not going to get into the weeds here on the specifics. When you look at the historiography, they get down into the really harsh details of like how was the warning portrayed to the villagers, if there was a warning, did the villagers, were they housing rebels, and all kinds of things like that we won't get into. But there's no question that there were a few moments of brutality in this war. No surprise, a war is a brutal thing. And many Palestinians felt that their lives were in danger from the Israeli advance. And they fled, seeking to protect their own families. And now they were truly stateless through no fault of their own. This is kind of like the Palestinian propaganda version of what happened. I know you're expecting me to give you some kind of definitive answer. I can't, but I can say that my guess is that there are elements of truth to both of those narratives, and that it'll probably be another generation or two before historians have some kind of calm and dispassionate way to break apart these arguments and to really get down to the bottom of things. What we do know for sure is there is a massive population of indigenous Palestinians from the land of Israel, and they are not allowed to return when hostilities ceased. And here, as the point of attention I mentioned earlier, one of the arguments for that the Israelis typically point to is that they were settled in these refugee camps. This is actually a contemporary map, fairly recent. And there are Palestinians and their grandchildren and great-grandchildren who are living in these refugee camps to this day. And the big question is, why aren't all these Arab states absorbing these Palestinian refugees? A huge amount of argument over it. There was actually a revolution in the 1970s related to the Palestinian population in Jordan. But nevertheless, that is the contemporary situation, and it gets further into political science than into history. But that's part of the ongoing problem is what do you do with all of these Palestinian refugees who very much consider themselves citizens of Palestine, even though they have never set foot in it, and they're living, like 3-4 generations removed from the region.
No one gives a shit.
An ironic parallel to the Jews.
Put it in 17 magazine now, you fuck.
Subjects of Israel for thousands of years. Now, if we move on to 1967, the incredible 6-day war, where the Arab countries surrounding the land of Israel decided to attack en masse, Egypt and Syria in particular, and the United Nations totally failed to maintain their peacekeeping mission in the region, and Israel, faced with almost certain invasion with tanks massing at the borders, decided to launch an extremely successful preemptive attack. And within 6 days, they were able to first claim air superiority, which was a huge advantage, and then actually not only successfully defend themselves, but execute an incredible military victory. One that, makes you think that miracles still happen in Israel, because they were really on the verge of being obliterated, and then they ended up expanding tremendously. So if you look on the left there, you'll see that the sort of deeper orange, the burnt orange, that would be the 1949 boundaries of Israel. And there are several regions in the kind of brighter orange that were conquered by Israel. In the north, the Golan Heights, a very important strategic element because it offers a commanding view over Damascus. But if the Syrians were to control it, they have a commanding view over the Galilee. The so-called West Bank, which comprises in Hebrew Shomron and Yehuda, and also the territory of East Jerusalem, which included the old city of Jerusalem and the Western Wall, very important for Jews. And then to the south, the Sinai Peninsula, including that small rump area called the Gaza Strip, which was heavily populated by Palestinians. Also shown on the right, as you can see, the Sinai Peninsula is now no longer given to but the West Bank is dotted now. Here it is, since 1967. What is that? 50 odd years later, it's dotted with Israeli settlements. If I remember correctly, it's about 650,000 Israeli Jews live in the West Bank, primarily in bedroom
Look at these
communities, kind of
moves.
suburbs, because
Folks,
very small.
Look at these moves.
In general, but also in like kind of ideologically motivated, very highly Zionist territories that are kind of like set up as an attempt to further colonize the region. So that's basically the incredible Six-Day War, which had huge territorial implications for the region. The Israelis decided to annex, meaning permanently take over and claim as Israeli territory, both East Jerusalem, because of its huge symbolic value as the eternal capital of the Jewish people, the site of the temple, and so on, and also the Golan Heights, because of its extreme strategic importance, particularly in the age before drones and things like that. There's some argument that perhaps it's not quite as important nowadays that we have different technologies, but at any rate, it remains annexed. And then there's the other regions, specifically the West Bank, which is known in Hebrew as Yehuda and Shomron, and Gaza, which is known as Aza. These areas were occupied or administered. The type of word you use to describe the Israeli presence there has ideological shadings. And I'm not trying to convey any particular opinion, but the people who lived there, the indigenous Palestinians, were not given the same rights, freedom of movement, freedom of employment, and so on, or responsibilities. They also went to serve in the Israeli army and so on, than Israeli Jews or the 750,000 odd Israeli Arabs who had remained in Israel during the period that we saw as the Nakba and actually achieved Israeli citizenship as a result. So this is what, when critics refer to Israel as an apartheid state, it's not a very fair comment for a lot of reasons if you compare it to South Africa, but this is where they get this idea that there are people living in Israel who were born in Israel who do not have the same rights as other people who are also born in Israel, and they're awaiting some kind of permanent solution. Now, the next major war is the infamous Yom Kippur War that was fought in October of 1973, when the Egyptian leader, Anwar Sadat, invaded Israel in a surprise attack on Yom Kippur, and it was a bloody, awful war. Israel managed to fight them to a stalemate, but they endured tremendous losses. But with that win, Egypt was able to save enough face that, this is them crossing the Suez Canal, by the way, that Anwar Sadat was able to heroically be the first Muslim leader to officially pick up the phone and call the Prime Minister of Israel, who was at that time the rather hawkish Menachem Begin, and say, I believe it's time for us to make peace. And amazingly, under the leadership of Jimmy Carter, shown here, the President of the United States, they signed the first Israeli-Arab peace treaty. All of the other nations remained officially at war with Israel, although it was not a hot war for most of that period. And in exchange for that agreement, shown here, the Egyptians received the Sinai Peninsula back, right? So you can see here there's three different stages in which the entire Sinai Peninsula was returned for peace. The Egyptians did not want the problematic Gaza Strip. And Anwar Sadat was then assassinated by his own bodyguards, who were members of the Muslim Brotherhood, who were offended that he had made an arrangement with this tragic end for the world's visit. This is ironically mirrored by the Oslo Accords that took place in 1993. This was an agreement between Yitzhak
Yo.
Rabin, shown on the left,
Only
and
Harv.
Yasser Arafat.
How do you like me,
the
baby?
Palestinian
Yeah,
Liberation
baby.
Organization, very important organization that had certainly its roots in terror, but eventually became more of a political movement.
Zoot, you little bitch! How you living, pimp?
Sponsors were leaving Arafat. Rabin
Dog. Dog. Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me?
Yep.
Did you get a rubber band? Why not?
I need to go outside.
Okay, that's cool. Are you ready to play?
Okay.
You know what game. Zoot, did you know? What'd you say, pimp? Zoot, what did you say, pimp? Dog, no one can hear you. What did you say?
I said I think I found something similar.
Okay, what?
What?
What did you find?
That's something ridiculous. Okay. Rubber band. Rabbi, what's the message?
What's the what?
Okay, what game we're playing?
Doug, how about you check your fucking invitations and you'd know? Dog, check your invitations. G. Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
That's not right. What about a glove?
No.
It's elastic.
Oh, like a rubber glove?
Yeah, I can make something out of plastic.
That's perfect.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just tie it into a circle and put it on your wrist.
That could work.
Word, dog.
Alright. What game are we playing?
How about you check your invitations? Did you tie it into a circle and put it on your wrist? Zoot. 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 Oh, you fuck. Zoot. Zoot.
You disconnected.
Zoot. You disconnected.
Yeah, what?
Did you tie a knot on your wrist?
Yeah.
Let me see it.
Emma?
Yo, pimp.
I don't know where you got from.
Dude, I don't know. Just put your wrist in the air like that. That's perfect, dude.
Is it?
Yeah. Do you have tattoos?
Actually, it might be that.
Do you have tattoos?
No, I don't have a single tattoo.
Oh, okay. So every time you have a tick, okay, every time you have a tick, you're just gonna flick your wrist, okay? All right.
Should you get a tattoo?
Fuck no.
Do you think I look good with tattoos?
No, I think you look like dog shit.
Yeah, great. That's not my funny test.
Okay, but it's true. Are you gonna win? All right, we'll go.
I just want.
I don't know about that, son. Are you gonna go?
I just selected my. I tried to select my monsters. But we're using the same monsters. Guaranteed. What the fuck just happened? Did it glitch from your screen as well?
I mean, are you going? Close and reopen.
It's glitched.
I mean, what do you want me to do? Close and reopen.
Yeah. Got it. Fuck.
No, it wasn't. It fucked me.
No, you got it clear.
Just to make it even, Zoot.
Oh,
Just to make it even, I won't. I'll take one round. I'll take this off so that it's even.
I didn't choose the electric guy.
Yes, you did.
I chose the fire guy.
No, you didn't. You
I
chose the
chose the fire guy.
Dog, you have the electric guy and the.
Yeah, but
He-
no, I chose the fire guy.
Zoot, are we in the same game? No, you did choose the electric guy.
Yeah, we are in the same game, but I chose the fire guy.
You have the electric guy.
The last that came off.
Well, tie it back on, dog. Tie it back on. Zoot, are you aware it's your turn and you have 15 seconds?
I didn't mean to do that. Fuck, that was a bad turn.
It could have been worse.
No, I just helped you. You can literally win now. Well, not win. You can't win next turn, but you can do a lot of damage right now. Yeah.
You can do it with fewer berries.
Okay, cool. So that's our special ability right now.
Word, dog.
Which stage is the ability there? Right now?
What'd you say, Pimp?
Okay. I had a dick.
That's okay. So flick your wrist.
I gotta put the thing back on.
All right. Well, it takes like 10 seconds to tie something. So go put the thing back on. I'll wait
It
for you.
doesn't take 10 seconds to tie it. I'm not focused.
Okay, I'll take a lot of time. So you have like a minute to do this.
Rabbi,
Yo, Pimp.
it does kind of get long-term investment.
Yes.
Good.
Word, dog. Did you tie it? Zoot. Zoot.
Yeah, I did.
Good.
It's on my wrist, though.
That's fine.
I'm not fingers, so it would be better if my fingers would still work.
No, not on your fingers, dog. Put it on your wrist.
Oh, I think I know how to tie it. Fucking hell. Rabbi, I've already lost.
The game is not over, son.
Do you think I can come back?
For sure.
I mean, I do have a vault for, you know.
Is the thing tied on your wrist?
Give me a second. Please get on my wrist.
it tied on your wrist? Zoot.
Yeah. Fuck. Is that a good move? Rabbi, was that a good move or not?
Maybe.
Fuck. If you get the fire, I'm dead. But what's my best move here?
Whatever you want.
What's the best move here?
Whatever you want to do, baby.
Break this move right now. I mean, I don't think it's terrible. Yeah, that was a good move. You won.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm doing it. 5 points. Okay, so I have 5 points. Rabbi, I can say a good move for you. Fuck. Rabbi, you're not going to win this time, but you're very close to winning the next time. Oh, I think you can win next time, maybe. Not right, really.
You're done.
This might be my big move. No, that was the worst move I've been made. Holy shit. Rabbi, go. Why? Oh, fuck. Why would you make that?
Why not?
Fucking hell.
Flick yourself.
Fuck, it came off. Rabbi, it came off.
Okay, well, this game doesn't have a time limit, so go fix it.
No.
Not to my knowledge. I mean, why? How are you so shitty? How are you so shitty at tying something?
I'm socially accountable.
Yeah.
How hard is it to pass? Like, okay, I guess I'll.
All right, go.
Fuck.
So you're like, you need to focus on one thing. Stop playing the game. Tie this fucking thing on your wrist. Reinforce it. You're a big boy. I don't understand why this is so difficult.
Black.
Dude, don't talk. Just tie.
It really cut. Lord. That's a Lord.
Dude, you don't have a Rolex. Dude, just tie the fucking thing on your wrist.
God. Could have done more.
Is it tied?
It fucking was.
So you need a rubber band.
I've got an idea.
What's your idea?
We're getting another glove and talking about together.
Okay,
I have a long talk.
that works.
So that one?
Yep. Yo, pimp.
If I just wear the glove, it literally has the skin effect.
No. No, because it's gonna look stupid. You're not Michael Jackson.
Why?
Just tie
Yeah.
two gloves together. Okay, Zoot. Then here's what you do. Do you know the part of the glove where there's the wrist elastic? Just cut that off and wear it like a bracelet. So go do it. Motherfucker.
Okay, I did it.
Excellent.
But it's not that far.
That's okay.
It's pretty loose. Like,
That's okay. It just needs to be it just needs to be a reminder, and whenever you have a tick, you just snap it. That's okay. You just have to do it, and it'll be like annoying that you have to do it all the time, and then it should stop you.
check that out. How often do you think that takes that?
About 5 times every 10 minutes.
Is that a lot?
It's a lot.
Not that severe though.
Yes, it is.
Really?
It causes you to just randomly say the N-word and that you're gay and how much is in your crypto wallet. It's like all stuff that you don't want to necessarily share with just random strangers. And if they don't know that you have Tourette's, they're going to think you're weird.
Can you tell me this to my psychologist so you can kind of Tourette's when I'm doing that?
Do it. What'd you say?
Can you tell that to my psychologist?
Yeah, I'll tell them.
I would say the N-word though.
It's more than you should.
If we were famous, would I get cancelled?
That's a good question. If you, I mean, you'd have a good excuse. I think that you probably would just get censored. I think you'd get censored, so like they
Just
wouldn't.
get sent.
Yeah, they wouldn't let you be on live TV.
I've been on my series. Sure.
There's something in you that just can't. You just hold on. There's something inside of you. Just calm the fuck down. When I'm talking, you need to listen. You're already thinking about the next thing you want to say. Just calm down. There's something inside of you that when there's complete silence, it's bothersome to you and you have to break it up. This is the longest I've ever heard you not talk, I think, in our entire friendship. which is good. It's okay to just be quiet and play the game. I mean, I like talking with you, but I know, like, internally,
I sat there for most of it, in school. I just shut off the whole classroom. The whole classroom. So I could catch the favorite student to talk.
right? Because if you did, I mean, didn't kids make fun of you because of your Tourette's?
What?
Didn't kids make fun of you because of your Tourette's?
My Tourette's didn't come on until I was 13.
What do you think brought it about?
I think I had a head injury.
You had a head injury at age 13?
Yeah.
What happened?
My brother would pick me up every time I came home.
I mean, did he cause head trauma?
He might have.
Yeah, you would remember, though.
I mean, I do remember forgetting it pretty hard. Multiple occasions.
Good move, too.
You want to smoke?
No. Good one.
How do you get good at this one? How do you do this one?
Consistency.
Is it better to hit the wall when you go into the 100?
Like the right wall?
Yeah, you aim into the wall when you go to the 100.
You know, I've never thought of it. I don't know. But maybe.
Have you ever thought about what your life would look like growing up in another country?
Yeah, I guess to some extent.
You thought what you would be look like if you grew up in Australia?
No. I mostly thought about what life would be like in like non-westernized countries, like China or Africa, or Russia. Why not Australia? Because I think Australia would be very similar to growing up in California.
I mean, there's no kangaroos.
Yeah, but it's nice all the time. It's warm. There's a lot of sunshine. It's mostly like English speaking.
Everyone in Australia speaking English.
Okay. Does everyone in Australia accept my invite when I send it?
You know, the question to that is no.
Are you gonna
Yeah,
go?
sorry, you know the answer to that is no.
Okay. Are you gonna go?
Give me a second.
That was good, Zoo.
No, I think the best way to make it is to water content.
Is what?
Best way to quit smoking is to water content.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure that the only way fucking people are making cigarettes.
Do you have a lot of homeless people in Australia?
Not really. It's very not. It's very easy to get out of homelessness in Australia. If you have some level of at least like your 10 after your 10 education, you could probably get out of being homeless. If you know how to read and write, you're not really going to go homeless in Australia. It's the social conditions that we have. So we have houses from like that. There's a lot like this stuff. don't you just do it physically, you're gonna cause something for you. Give it the ability, and then you're gonna put you out. Baby, not really thinking.
Zoot, slap yourself.
I just did.
Good job, dude.
That's 2 ticks.
I know.
That's the second time I've done that.
That's okay. You're doing good in basketball. You're doing well in basketball.
I just had another tick.
Okay,
It wasn't a vocal tick.
it happens.
I'm gonna look for koalas today.
Cool, you gonna get chlamydia?
Koalas don't give me chlamydia.
I thought all koalas are like a huge proportion of them have chlamydia.
It's not the same chlamydia that humans get though.
All right.
It's not the same chlamydia humans get. No.
Slap yourself, Zoot.
Koalas don't have
No shit.
now, maybe in New Zealand they do that. And there's no koalas there. They do that with the sheep, but we don't do that over here.
Do you like New Zealand?
Everything. Do I like people from New Zealand?
Yeah.
Somewhat cool.
How far a flight is it?
Well, like 6 or 8 hours.
Wow.
I don't know, maybe it's 5 hours. Maybe it's 5 hours, I don't know. But can you tell the difference between New Zealand people and Australian people?
Slightly.
Pretty much the same thing.
Very similar.
I can tell the difference.
You can or you cannot.
I can. It'd be like you. It's like you. Like me trying to tell the difference between Canadian and American.
Okay.
You think Canadian people have similar accents to Americans?
Yeah, but there's some words that you can tell.
Rabbi.
You still might win, dude.
No.
Yeah, because I'm about to help you.
Oh, so great time. Great time. Best player. Oh, is that the best player you can make?
No.
Good enough. Am I in a good position on that one?
Maybe. You might win. Okay,
No, I
now
can't win.
now you can't win. You could maybe draw somehow. I don't know how, but maybe.
Oh, fuck. I didn't play too badly, but Spikes, yeah. Do I think the best bad?
Do you what?
True. What was that?
You need to get a rubber band.
No, this works.
Okay.
What about you just lost?
Are you sure, son?
Yep.
All right, let's see.
I think they should remake Malcolm in the Middle, but instead of him being a genius, he should be in special ed.
Okay. Dude, you just won. Zoot, slap yourself. Yeah, probably. Or that one movie, Queen Petunia of the Universe, or whatever. It's like about drag queens in the desert. Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. I'm not a big fan of that one. I love it. Never bored them.
Dude, slap yourself.
That's simple enough.
No, you didn't.
But I thought I was going to, and it hits bullseye there.
No.
That is where it can show.
No.
I feel like this is a bullseye.
No.
Are you happy with that show?
No.
Are you happy with it though?
That looks. No.
Oh, why am I so bad?
I don't know, Pimp.
That was not a bad show. I did better than you on the last show.
Okay.
Yeah, the only time I did better than you that could go game was on the last show. Just go game.
You have a different invitation for a different game.
Alright, Rabbi, you ready?
Yes, sir.
On the pack.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, fuck, this is the worst one. Actually, is what I just chose. Does the water tiles getting shuffled help us at all?
I don't know.
Like, even if you have the water not match monster, does it help you? Okay, that was kind of annoying.
Yeah. You're up, Pimp.
If I had a water match monster, I'd be pissed.
But you're up.
Do you bet the people who drew this were like, let's just draw Pokemon that they're going to get rejected?
Perhaps.
too old for that.
Too old for it. Weird dog. Good job, Zoot.
Were there people who you went to school with like bringing Game Boys to school?
No. You would have been made fun of if you brought a Game Boy to school.
Why?
You would have just been like, go outside and do something. Like, not that Game Boys aren't okay, but it's like we were like the Game Boy. I had a Game Boy. I would have never taken it to school. Here's the thing. It wasn't allowed in school when I was a little kid. And then when they started making them like the Game Boy Color and all of that, we had outgrown that. Oh, dude, you got a big one.
I fucked up.
Yeah, you did. But no, you'll get it back.
I helped you.
The water thing's fucked me.
I could have got an extra move. I say a really good move for you. That would just help me.
Alright, let's see what you do with it, son. You don't know what helps or hurts you because the water tiles get shuffled.
Hello.
What up,
How you
Pimple?
sleep?
How are you?
Yeah, that's why I used the extra move on the shuffle because now I can yeah, that's why.
Alright, dude. There are a lot of purple tiles.
Yeah. I nearly chose the poison guy, but that would have helped. Oh, fucking hell. Do you still...
Stop yourself, Zoot.
Yeah. Is this a good move or not?
Yep.
I don't think it was.
Okay, Pimp.
You were in the position to like, really fuck me up, yeah.
You're up, Pimp.
Okay.
Zoot, slap yourself.
Yes. Should I roll? What the fuck did I just do? Holy shit, that was bad. That was the worst. Oh! The water tiles fucked you up. I don't know why you did that.
Because I'm amazing.
Should have gone to the lab.
No.
Fire's gonna help. That might be the close.
Zoot. That was a good move.
I'm not involved yet, though.
That's okay.
That was a good move by you.
Thanks, baby.
Oh, you're gonna have me here.
No, I'm not.
Twice the obvious move.
Oh, no. I didn't see I had two moves.
Yep. It sucks. What just happened?
Water tile, son.
Did you say that?
Water tile, son.
Remember?
Zoot, slap yourself.
That's about 8 times. Oh. Again, 9 times.
You're up, pimp.
Packed 6 times.
Elastic, Zoot. Zoot, slap yourself. Snap yourself.
The more I think about it, the more I twitch.
All right, you'll get over it. Zoot, slap yourself. Okay. Okay, I understand it was not.
Okay. What's up? Oh, that is a kid. That is a big kid. 25. What do you think happens next? Oh no, you might be in a good position.
No. Oh, big time. Zoot, slap yourself. Zoot,
I
slap.
think I'm gonna go
Zoot,
with this.
Zoot, slap yourself.
Okay.
You need to work on, before you say something, having the entire sentence completed before you say it in your head. You'll get through this. Dog, you're doing really well.
Yeah, I'm about to go into the city and then I'm gonna go into the hills.
Sounds cool, man.
We're tight.
I'm beating you. I have both of my guys upgraded. You have your red guy with 3. Both my guys have 0.
Best time of my.
Yeah, that was good, dude.
Oh no. Actually, no. You're nowhere near. Yeah, good. Doesn't the red tile is really far away? You might help me here. Okay. The red tiles are really far away from each other. The green tiles are really far away from each other.
Word, dog.
This might be my best move. I might have just helped you.
Yes, you did.
Feel like this might be the play.
Let's see it, pimp.
Nope, that was not the play. You can do about 25 points.
Yeah, I could. I made a mistake. I got distracted, son.
But I just did 25 points damage.
Yes, you did. And you got an extra 3.
Right.
You got an extra 3.
I got that.
You got 3 red ones.
That might have been the small difference. Oh, fuck. The tile shuffle just saved your life. Now you're on 25 points. And I'm just staying. Rabbi, the tile shuffle just saved your life. Think about where the tiles are going to shuffle.
I think you're done. I think there's no way for you to win. Maybe. If you move the blue and the red one and something crazy happens, yeah, that's like your only chance. Oh, man, you came really close. Do the red on the red. There you go. Oh, no way. Oh, you get another chance? Oh, you came really close to winning. Let's see what you could do. I don't know, like the purple on the yellow. This game is over, son.
Oh, fuck.
How'd you like that, baby?
Get a berry?
I had 4 of them.
I didn't really get a berry.
All right, so go enjoy your day. Keep the elastic on your arm. Whenever you have a tick, flick it or think about it or just flick your hand and just work on your.
I really think
You don't think you do, but I bet you do. Oh, that's gotta be a tough life. You are absolutely obsessed with Genghis Khan. YouTube. The Yo.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone. Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah, no, I'm saying the budget. I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone. Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah, no, I'm saying the budget. I know. Wow, they're gonna be $10. Yeah, iPhones are gonna be 14 cents. We're gonna have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element. What are you talking about?
Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Cause I show you the stuff, just rebrand it enough. Get stronger, better, bigger power, cause it is a
I'm so tired right now. Why? What happened? I just had a.
Hey, from what? Doing nothing?
This guy. Nothing. I was on 9.
Well, I'm saying, like, Brian was tired yesterday. I go, really? From what?
He travels a lot. 68. A lot of shows. I was in Miami doing shows, and now I'm up with the kids, and I wake up and I'm here. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of shit to do. But dude, I had a doctor's appointment. Wolf had a doctor's appointment.
That's right, crack.
You know, so we had to get here like 8:30 a.m. And then I almost, this is crazy. I had to do an update in my car. You know, so I'm sitting in the parking lot and I go, you know what? Let me just update it while we go into this doctor's appointment. It almost had to drive me here. I've already done this before. I know, but it was like, I thought, it usually takes like, we can wait an hour. You should have. No. Shit just barely finished. So, you know. Hey, what are those, Kevin, what are those on your feet? Yeah, I've seen him do it, and I saw them on a guy's feet, and I go, those are unreal. And I took a picture because I wanted to get them, and then Kevin has them, and now I'm fully.
Let me see for the camera.
Those are so awesome. Yeah, those are so awesome. I'll tell you if they're cool. He's gonna show them. Okay, you gotta relax. He's taking them off. Well, I'm so pissed. These are so. I'm jealous. On feet, they're better, obviously, but like these are just. What are those?
Oh, those are the JC Walkers, Jesus Christ Walkers.
No. These are so. Are they new? They're not new yet because I looked them up and I thought that they were. God, these are so. Wear those out like doing stuff. Well, yeah, it's kind kind of a weird wear because like it's like if you actually find yourself having to do anything, you go, oh shit, I wore these. You know, if you're just chilling here,
I'm not even trying to hate. I saw 3 kids on Love on the Spectrum with us.
All I'm saying is this: if you're wearing those and you go to any public restroom, you're gonna go, about the splash. Well, yeah, but that's not a splash. So that has any shoe like that, you'll see. You'll get any. No, I know, but this I don't think men realize when you're at a urinal how much pee gets on your feet. I 100% realize. And I think about all the time. I had sandals on one time, and I was like, oh my god! Like I tried to, how a 6-year-old like pees, and they almost put their dick on the. I was like, oh yeah, dude. How are we? I literally think like, how are we all still alive? It's disgusting. Yeah, and then now they go, so you look at your shoes, and you're like, oh, this is just a disgusting mess over here. This is a petri dish of it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Hey Chris, does Calvin start school this week?
Sure does. School, or like
he's in pre-K or
kindergarten. How is
it? The boys had their first day today. Well, it's like their like admission where we go meet all the teachers. I see their desk and shit. And school starts tomorrow.
Are they going to a similar school like they were at, like a private school type thing?
Hell no. They're going to public 5 minutes from the house. They can walk down with their homies. Yeah, it's great, man.
That's great.
They had a cop on staff there. I just looked at him. Hopefully he's about that life. Don't run if shit pops off. Don't run.
This is what I was thinking about. Imagine if your dad can like beat everybody's ass, like legit. You know what I mean? It's like Brendan's your dad is like your dad is He-Man. You know what I mean? Like it's gotta be a little bit of you're walking to school like, all right, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay, your dad's gonna come. Okay, your dad's gonna come. Hold on a second. Hey, Dad, your dad's coming. You're talking about for bullying, you're saying? Yeah, just all of that. Okay. I mean, I wonder if they get like a set for the fact that the confidence that you're walking to school. Yeah, but you're not taking into account that Brendan's kids, are also tough. That's what I'm saying, though. They don't need Brendan. No, dude, but this is my whole point. It's like obviously. That's the family business. Well, yeah. You know what I mean? They might get into a thing, and then the other parents and stuff will come out, and they'll be like, the other dad's gonna come with this kid, and then he walks in with his fucking cauliflower ears. So like, let's talk. What am I gonna do? Let's talk about the right. Let's figure this out. So I get that's what I'm saying. So that's why you feel confident. I'm like, send him to Monday school. It's cool. Yeah.
Especially out here, it's all different than LA. Like LA, we had no choice. Like our
no public school there.
was atrocious. Yeah, it's opposite here.
I think the bullying in Texas would be on a whole other level. You want to be because I don't know. The teacher will run away with us. It's the equalizer.
Sports is the equalizer.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but I tell Team Boss, I'm like, sports the equalizer.
Do they play anything else?
Starts, that's reflex.
Do they want to play football or basketball or anything else?
No, that football. I'm the coach for the football team. They did start. We've been having practices.
No, but wait, I forget how young they really are. In my mind, when I see pictures of like Tiger, I think they're like in high school. You know what I mean? When I realize they're 4. Yeah. I'm like, he's gonna make the team. It's like, man, I can't wait to. This is like
it's the bad. I can't wait for you
right there. He's already like, it's awesome. People already be like, I think this guy can do it. That's just gonna be a thing. It's awesome. What if he wakes up one day and he's like,
I'll tell you the thing they don't.
I don't want to play sports anymore, Dad. I want to dance. Oh yeah. What would you say out there?
Just change your last name and move out. Change your last name and move out. I don't care.
Dad, I'm putting down the bat until you see him. And I want to dance. See him gay. College, you see him eat, dude. Yeah.
That's true. He just has talent.
Yeah. I gotta find this.
No, what they don't tell tell you about baseball though, because Tiger's at the level where he's getting the cool bats. Now these bats, Eric, let me prepare you, but these bats are between $400 and $600.
Oh, that's actually great.
And they need one every season. They break them. But now Bossy, he made the 8-year-old team. He's 5. He made the 8U team. Now Bossy needs a big boy bat. So I went to Dick's Sporting Goods and had to get 2 bats, and your boy dropped about $900 fucking dollars. That's what they don't do.
Oh, of course. That is wild. You gotta get this link. What a racket. What a racket.
No, and Chris, you know how like shoes, how you and I are like, if a new shoe comes out, they're like super exclusive.
Yeah.
They do that with bats.
Right. Wow. So you're on like StockX looking for us.
It's like here's the summer drop, and it's only available for this week, and it's $600.
Right. What is it like? Easton and shit.
$200 of them.
Easton and Roller are like, are there new companies? Like this is what I'm talking about companies when I was a kid. But it's like
No, there's like Easton still pop there. Like, hey, go to whoever's using a computer, go to like High Fire, like all those, like the
Rolling.
Ruchi's good.
I wonder.
Easton's crushing it with the kids, and they're crazy colors. They're like pink,
I see this right now. Yeah. Wow.
fucking yellow.
Now, is there like a sports track? What I mean by that is like, so you see your kid, he's a phenomenal athlete. Is there a moment in your head where you're just like, okay, and people, outside forces are like, I've seen kids like this, they go pro or they this, and now you're on this track where it's like, okay, so now it becomes about training and we have to hire this guy, we got to buy this equipment. It's like, are you already in that? Is it in your mind already? Like, he's talking about it right now. He's got some of that. This is like camp.
No, this is common practice, Chris. No, I hear you. And there's some dads I've seen do that. I think that's a mistake. I think you still got to let them be kids until they get to high school. Because then they'll get burnt out. But I'll tell you what, Basti and D had a rude awakening yesterday because we were playing football. We were having football practice, and this black kid showed up, and his dad played in the NFL. His brother plays Division I college football, and his other brother's the #1 recruit in Texas. This dude came out, he's Tiger size, but he's black. Tiger learned a few things.
Wow, that's cool.
With black.
He came home, why are we black?
Tiger's trying to play defense on him, like press him, like, buddy, you gotta back up. You're white and slow. You have got to back up.
He's got a little across the border in him, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, he got
a little swing. He's getting off the currents. He got a little bit of that, you know what I mean? A black face had that fast twitch muscle. You know what I mean? For no reason, you saw how Kevin threw that fucking sandal over. Quick as shit. Also plays defense like this. I have a buddy of mine, his kid's a quarterback, and his kid is like pretty good. But it was like a thing where you get in this mode of like, he's going to all these camps, and it's like, it's all about transferring schools all the time. You just get into that where like, well, he can be a starting quarterback at this other high school, so we got to move. No. It's like, that sounds crazy to me, but I guess that starts happening. I go to my kids, hey, start dancing. Be a dancer. This is whatever this is terrible. It's just like, just me not hitting in Taiwan.
Eric, it depends how old they are too. Like dads do that at 9, it's fucking crazy.
I know you see it though. You can see them get that little league. They call it little league dads. It's because it happens there. But baseball's different because you can get it. Baseball's the only thing that's similar to like that European sports where this is all they do for their whole life. You know what I mean? Like baseball, they got like the minor leagues, the minor leagues, and they got all this. You know what I mean? Then you're just playing baseball for 20 years before you even. You know what I mean? Yeah. Did you see Jurassic World Rebirth? No, I want to watch it. Let me tell you, wait, before you go, we're going to talk about it. I had 2 choices. It was see Formula 1 or Jurassic Park, and the times were off when I saw Formula 1, and I'm so glad I did. I love Formula 1.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah, that was a great movie. Like it was a solid movie, man. I
Also Brad Pitt's highest grossing movie ever.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy to think?
It's his highest grossing movie
You know
ever.
what? Brad Pitt makes certain choices, man. He never like he had an article. He had the he was talking about these Marvel movies are ruining young actors. Superhero movies are he said superhero movies are ruining. So he's never gonna make that choice. But this is like Tom Cruise could have been in this movie.
But wait, what I
It
don't,
would have been the same kind of thing.
but what I want to know
It's
is,
Top Gun, but cars.
yeah, but how do they say it's a top grossing movie? Because wasn't it on Apple TV? Wasn't it?
No, it was an Apple produced movie, but it was
You stupid.
So it's like Superman, Fantastic Four, Jurassic Park, and Formula One are the highest grossing movies of the year so far.
So yeah, I mean, Formula One seems like it would be better than Jurassic World. Yeah.
Well, here's my thing. How many, like I had a clip about this. How many fucking islands?
Well, they go back to the same one. You want to ask me if I saw
It's
it?
the same island.
Did you see it? It's 20 years, man. There's always some secret island that they had the dangerous
I didn't see it last night.
I heard the movie's atrocious, Chris.
It's been the same island. It's been 20 years. They've come to this.
Because it's took it over. Okay, it's the vegetation is gone crazy, and there are mutated dinosaurs. Okay, you ever heard of a fucking? Oh yeah, no, you know what a T-Rex is? Hey, the T-Rex.
Oh my God.
The T-Rex is
T-Rex, right?
No, T-Rex is.
That's my dick Rex.
No.
Clip it.
You don't want that. No.
My clip. My dick Rex.
T-Rex is it's a Jurassic World Rebirth. First of all, Jurassic World Rebirth is bad. It's bad. Okay, it's bad.
Oh, is it?
I know. But yeah, no, but
Is it Fast and the Furious bad?
no, it's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
Good. It's just like what's watchable? I mean, like, is Fast and Furious watchable or no?
On a plane, it's great.
So it's like the situation.
I'm surprised. Have you guys seen that new Ice Cube movie that's like the lowest rating of all
I
time?
want to watch it just for this reason.
I have
It's right up your guys' alley.
a hot take on this Ice Cube movie. I didn't see it, but I know it's got 0%. Everybody's. I think that we need to forgive this movie a little bit, and here's why: because it's obviously a movie they made in COVID. It's obviously that. And they just got released because it's a shared screen movie. It's bad. It's gonna be bad. It's meant to be bad. It's just a COVID movie that they tried to make because they were gonna be like, oh, this was COVID, so we made this movie for you.
All right, here's why I say we forgive the movie. It's War of the Worlds.
Yeah, but War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise was good.
No, but my point is, it's still a sort of an actually sci-fi. If you put Ice Cube in, like, say, like they're gonna remake A Few Good Men, then I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah, okay.
Sure. You know what I mean? He's not a thespian in that way. You know what I mean? So
I think they were reading the script on the computer.
while they were doing
Yeah,
that,
why wouldn't they? Because he's just like, it was you the whole time. And like, why would you be like? You'd be really.
you saw it?
No, I saw that. I saw. There's a funny meme. It's like when someone asks Ice Cube, what letter comes after T? And he goes, it was you. It's you.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, dude, obviously that movie's gonna be bad. What I don't like about Rotten Tomatoes is it's never good on rating things because the people who either really like it or really hate it are the ones that are going to judge. Nobody's going in there giving it maybe critics are, but like, dude, if I say this movie sucks, let me go on Rotten Tomatoes and see, oh, this movie sucks, I'm rating it. Nobody's like, that's pretty good. Let's go to Rotten Tomato and give it a fair score. Nobody's doing that. So if you're either going to get 0 to 10%, or it's going to be that stupid Marvel movie that everyone, the Asian one, the 10 Rings, because all the Asians are like, finally, and it's got 99%, and you watch the movie, you're like, this is dog shit. Because, it's like,
No doubt. So take a little break, kids, from the golden hour and chatting with the boys, because UFC 319 is here, and it is live from Chicago, the Windy City. You have one of the greatest middleweight title fights ever. Hamza, DDP, it's all going down this Saturday, and you need to get in on all the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting part of the UFC. If you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers who bet 5 will get 200 bonus bets instantly. Don't miss out on all the UFC 319 action. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for new customers to get 200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The ground is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-79-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Good Health Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms on responsible gaming resources, see dkng.com/audio.
So when I was Jurassic World, Jurassic World, first of all. All right, yeah, hello, it's 2000. No, it's not. It's 2025. This is not Jurassic World. Yeah. You mean it's not 1990? Yeah, Jurassic Galaxy. Well, 1994. It came out in 1994. Okay, we're not talking about when the book came out, but yes, 1994 was when it came out originally. No, but it's not. Look at when the first Jurassic Park came out. Go ahead. 1993. So, okay, so I was right. So I was more right. Yeah, this is right. I would win both. Yeah. No, it was in the theaters in 1994.
This is closer.
It was for sure in the theaters in 1994. It was for sure. And Ronaldo came out in 1990. Oh, I was right, dude. Boom. Hey, all I said was Jurassic Park came out in 1990. You know what? I'm really right. Motherfucker, I'm the K-Rex, and that stands for knowledge, dude. I know about these Rex. Yeah, but does your D? No. I'm not going to delete from the episode. But I think that, okay, Jurassic Park, well, obviously the first one was really great. I loved the first one. I saw it at the Hollywood Bowl this week with the symphony. Oh, really? It was incredible. I saw that movie 9 times. I went to see that movie 9 times. Because every time that dinosaur came on the screen, I was like, yeah, it was pretty great. They did a whole new thing when they did that. Yeah, you go. That was the first time you saw something. Did you know realistic? Yeah, true. They were going to do it a certain way, and then this guy was like, there's this documentary on sound. Yeah, but he was like, I can do it better. And they're like, no. And then he was like, keep it anyway. He showed him.
Hey, you want me to shit all over your guys' love for Jurassic Park? You know, velociraptors in real life are the size of chickens.
The guy
They're not scary in any facet.
They'll rip their heart.
The guy who did that, animation, cracked it open, is Harlan Williams' brother.
Oh, I know that. We talked about that.
There she is.
That's right.
Hold on. Now, I don't. That was great. Jurassic Park, Jurassic World Rebirth is bad, but
You're still talking about that?
but Jurassic World Rebirth. Why are everything from the title on is bad? Rebirth means nothing. It's kind of like you have this great universe. This is the thought process. It really is good. You have this wonderful universe that will go on, and they go, well, we can't just leave it. Yeah. And I get that. Let's make another one. But it's like, my thing is this. There can't be another island where they had the dangerous dinosaurs that they couldn't bring to the amusement park. Yeah. It's almost 40 years. This guy keeps talking about all these other islands. It's the same island. It's not the same island set.
It's the same island. There's one fucking island, Eric.
There's more than one, but on this one, they go back to the original.
Hey, when they start Jurassic World Rebirth, before the movie plays, it should say, how bored are you? Question mark.
Yeah, it should say. All right, can I give a hot take now?
It should say, nothing else to do, huh?
This is my hot take for both of you guys. My question. It's a big friendship. It's my question for both of you guys. Brandon, you guys, when you watch movies, everybody in the house, let's watch movies. Now, when you saw Jurassic Park the first time, and then we've had CGI now for 30 years. And every time there's CGI, we've been told that this is a team of people working on animation, and it takes months and maybe a year to do this. Now that we know a 10-year-old can go make a real dinosaur come across the screen, and now that the AI can make it like this, I think that we're now going to appreciate acting more now. Well, because it's not more
Authentic. They want it authentic. Yep.
And another take. It's going to be that people are going to say this was made with no AI. Like that's going to be a thing, a label on movies now. So you go, oh, okay, cool.
I understand, and there will be a market for that, but I disagree. I think what's going to happen is the biggest movies are going to become AI movies. They're going to not have actors in it, or they're going to take the likeness of somebody. The person's not going to work on it. It's going to be Hugh Jackman in 105 years. Hugh Jackman's going to be in the movie because he's dead and it's using his likeness, right? And I think that they're going to create, not only that, they're going to go beyond that and create fake movie stars that don't exist, and people are going to idolize them and become fans of them. And I think two things can be disagree with me. And let me just throw a wrench into your system here, and because if you're even slightly disagreeing with me, I have a counterpoint. Japanese people.
Okay, that's it.
Yep. Chin left.
I think that two things can be true at the same time. I think that will happen because it's already happening with music. There's a Spotify group that's not real. That it's the top of the charts. It's not real. It's not real people. What I am saying is that the art of movie making. I think that when people go to the movies now, because people are already like, it's too much CGI. CGI in this. I agree. So I'm saying is now that we know that the CGI is like effortless, I think we're going to start to like hone in on the.
I agree with you. Yeah. But I think the money maker and the business will be taken over by fakeness and AI. I don't think Chris Pratt will be more popular than.
No. Here's what I'm saying now.
A fake Japanese.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No. I'm saying the budget.
I know.
Wow.
$10 million.
Yeah.
My votes are going to be 14 cents. We're going to have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element, dude.
What are you talking about?
There's going to be no jobs, bro. The only job is going to be magician because everyone knows that, how does that human do that? That's such an illusion. Nobody gives a fuck if AI can do an illusion because it all is an illusion. Well, if a human can do it, they'll be like, let's go pay see this magician. That's crazy. We know it's fake, but he's still tricking us. That's going to be the only job. Doctors, plumbers, it's all gone. It's all gone. The only thing that's going to matter are magicians and people on Twitch because it's a personality driven service. Nobody is going to matter. It's going to be a universal basic income. iPhones are going to be 14 cents. Nobody's going to be making them. You're just going to be sitting, chilling. We're going to be with our VR helmets on, just getting sucked off by who's a beautiful dead movie star. Alan Muir. Well, she's alive. Get her what you see. Go back, dude. You want to talk about Gwyneth Paltrow? When she's making the goop candles? No! Bro, when she's in Shakespeare in Love. Yeah. Dude, you know what? I'll be right with you, dude. You know what? I won't be with you. I quit my job. I don't think you're doing that. I'm getting sucked off by Gwyneth Paltrow in Shakespeare in Love, dude. And Ben Affleck is watching. He was in the movie.
You ever see those cheers?
I don't give a fuck.
You ever see those cheers where you sit like this? You sit like this and your monitor's like this. It's gonna be that kind of thing. You just get in, it's like, and then it's like, I think it's gonna be like no, because all the apparatus has to be right there. You sit in it naked.
I think you're on your element.
What? Two goes in your butthole. You know what I mean?
Well, now we're talking. But I think that I just
how about this, dude? I think we're already maybe in it. I don't know if the real world exists anymore. We might be in this simulation.
Oh God, the worst take ever.
The worst take. No, okay, that's fine, and I understand. And yes, I'm open to whatever. But check this out. That's us. Look up sex robots. I want to see how before I get say. Okay, let me try to explain this. I'm trying to explain this. I tried to explain this to Denny the other day. That's that. By the way, that's me and my wife in love right there. You're married to Kristen, yeah, because you could in the future you can just be black, whatever you want. You just gotta get a thing. It's kind of like a filter, a light filter. But let me tell you something though. Okay, look at time, right? Look at time as an infinite, right? Time keeps going. Okay, yeah.
You believe in this bullshit, but you don't believe in ghosts. Okay, keep going.
I'm not saying I don't. I'm not saying I believe in this. I'm not saying I believe in this. I'm not saying. And I'm not saying I don't believe in ghosts. I'm saying yes. What's up? You don't. Oh, you're not? Okay, I don't. Possess me. We'll talk. Or just move this. Move that. No ghost can do that. But I'm saying, what I'm saying is, time keeps going. All right. So if you take
You're out of your element.
human looking, no hands. If you take a point where you would say, okay, it's this time. If you just say it's this time, all right, chances are. Let me think about this. We lost you. Talk about baseball. What? Insert an ad right here, please. And then come back from the ad, and Chris goes, and that's why time doesn't exist. I'm explaining the movie. Just do it like that, please.
Exception.
So, exception. So, it would be that, but it couldn't be because of this. Leonardo DiCaprio in Inception. We thought we knew it the whole time. There was something we weren't thinking about. If we only thought about that one goddamn thing. Wait, hold on. You know what? I don't want to fucking talk. What are you saying about time? When you come back from the ad, please. You know what? I don't want to talk about this. There we go. It's like, okay, turn towards the mic. I don't know what you're doing right now. It's like this, dude. Okay. Take the Industrial Revolution, right? Like take when they made the internet. Take when they made it, they created cars, right? Okay. Pick one. There's mud. Okay, pick cars. It's seven. Pick cars. Okay. Time. Okay. We've had more time, right? Without cars than we have with cars. Yes. I mean, just plain. Yeah. I get it. As time progresses, the time where we don't have cars gets less and less and less and less. Until eventually, that time we don't have cars is 0.0001%. Yeah. Okay. Same with AI. Okay. The time we have AI is even shorter than the current time we have cars. Okay. Now think about it. As time keeps going and going and going and going, on a scale, if you were to pick a time to be, period, you would probably pick a time where we would be in a simulation in AI, because it had to have existed more than it hasn't, because time keeps going. So there is a better chance that we are in that time, percentage-wise, than we are in the time without AI. Because of how, if all of time is this table, bro. You know, and you.
What's in Chris's coffee?
Yes. So, and I'm not saying that that's how it is. I'm not.
No, you're right, dude. Spot on.
Well, you're saying I'm saying like the chances are almost nil that we are not in a simulation if you think about it in that way. Oh. Hey guys, we're getting close. I just no, there's just something about the face.
powered vaginal heating pond. That's nice.
No, and it sounds.
Comes with a non-staining blanket.
What? No, is that what it says? Oh. That's very
non-staining
blanket. Yeah. That's you're saving this Greek technology for the sex robot. When you come to look at the shipping case value, that's hilarious. Wow. That shipping case alone is $800 value. Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's eating with your wife while you're fucking the sex robot. You see the really choose your get here, like, man, get here.
Is that your back?
Yeah, you still. Where am I going?
You get a rebate if they return a wife.
Yeah. You're with your wife, and you're like, oh shit, look at this. Cool, we got the thing. It's so hot already. Wow, look at that. What should we put in that pot? I'll be back. That'd be the commercial. Yeah, send your wife back.
Nick, does it say how much it weighs?
There gotta be more than 105.
Look at those options.
Wait. Go down, Nick. Look at the advanced skeletal with shrugged shoulders. Right there, bro. Come on. That one right there. Look at that. The one of the fixed one looks like, what's up with shrugged shoulders? Advanced skeleton.
Oh, advanced sexual positions.
You want her to be like, they want to have sex? Maybe.
Yeah. I saw a guy talking about like the I want to see the legs. What is this like that you can pick different body types? You're not gonna put a good booty on. You can go down and look at this white girl. Go up. The ass dick.
You're saying up and down.
Yeah, no. Down is up. That's terrible. Like that's terrible.
Yeah, that ass
I would
is
say that ass too. Hey, y'all are crazy. Can you put an ass on it? Y'all are crazy, bro. This is the whitest you've ever been.
It's like, can I get a floater ass? Is there an option for a floater ass?
Who in the room thinks that's a nice ass?
I think the picture, honestly, is not doing it justice because that is not the top of her ass. The top of her ass is actually here. It's actually.
Nick, good eyes. So it's Nick. Good eye, Nick. This is just a terrible song.
She's leaning over.
It's like, oopsie, it's falling off. Hey, you're kidding. Oh, I want to throw it. I almost threw it. I like the kick. No, go up. That's what it should have been. Go up. Now look at her.
That is a flatter one.
Look. She looks. Hey, dude. Hey, Eric. Hey, she looks fine. Hey, you know, if you're with a girl like that, you're not looking at her face anyway. So it's like the fact that it looks weird like that. Like, yeah, no, that's what's great about this because the AI is going to be in there. So this is great. So you can like this is how you want your AI to look. So you can just be like, hey, I'm looking at new cars. Can you like tell me the best cost efficient, most fuel efficient way? And then so while you're which body type would you go for? Because this will zoom and go right there. It's
167.
Yeah, I know you would. And I would. The question is, which one would you pick? I know which one I would pick.
Chris is his supermodel.
I know which one I'd pick out of all these. Which one? Can I guess? You can guess if you want.
166 supermodel.
What's the 169?
Chris is 166 supermodel.
I'm saying 169. Let me see what 169 is. Okay, and then go down. No, the one I would pick is 158. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Let's say European. He's a little juicy. What with the European slope? European slope. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little thick.
160 plump looks weird. 160 plump looks like out of shape.
Hey, you pick that shit, you fucking asshole. Yeah. You would pick it. Look at you pick the 167. You guys are all over that 167. Look at that. She made me look like a real human. It says big ass. Oh, wow, it does.
That's why I picked it, for God's sakes.
Just for shits. I would not pick that. Should we just order one of these for the studio just for, just sweetie, it's research.
Only for hospitality.
It's for golden hour. And I get the golden hour if you want to fuck you. And I get to go first, so it's all good. I won't get what Nick has. Hilarious. Like, that's how you would get it. That's how people are going to get diseases now. Sweetie, none of your friends fuck you.
We have to get tested. Nick has herpes.
Well, that needs to be unpacked. That whole story needs to be like,
No, but you can't.
but can they walk? Like, this is what I don't like about this.
Not yet, but they will, bro.
No, but this is my point, though. It's like, if you have to do all that setup, so this is what you have to do, actually. This is what you have to do. You got to get your doll, you got to take it out. You got to get it dressed or whatever, clean it up. Then I have to set it up on the wall. Okay? Take care of sick. Because, I have to put the leg up on the wall, and then I have to walk out of the room and come back in and go, what's up? You just wait for me like this?
Yeah,
Like, I can't do all that. No. It just takes away from it.
Yeah, it does. But why don't they make a zombie movie where the thing is they just fuck everyone and not kill? That would be crazy, right? If they made, where's the zombie movie?
This isn't real.
That's not real. That's not real.
Because that girl,
That's all.
because that's how you want
The whole thing is dead. It's like almost a double game. No, but why don't they make a zombie movie where the fucking zombie,
they just go, yeah.
it's like sexual assault. It's like, but they don't get. They run and they just fuck you, and like the dudes are like, oh my god, that dude. Look, come on, we don't want to get fucked. We need milk, but we don't want to get fucked. We need to go get supplies, but dude, walk backwards.
No, because then you're going to be like,
Right. How about that one? That would be good. That's good. That'd be fucking awesome, bro. I want to be in it.
they're going to put you in there.
Okay, what's up? That's why
They're going to CGI you. Crystal Leah bounce back. That'll be your whole function.
And you know what? Like when a human does wrong with the society, you put a clamp in the open his mouth and you send him out.
Your asshole is also clean.
Just running a train on a planet.
This is a terrible movie.
I mean, it's bad also getting eaten.
Let's make the AI make that movie.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Fucking get Hugh Jackman's likeness.
I'll open up my,
What would you call it? You know?
I don't know.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
What's this?
Cristiano Ronaldo got an egg for his wife.
Isn't it like, you know what's in there? There's a tracking device in there. 100%.
Yeah.
But it's just so he knows when she's not walking in. Because he's not tracking her. He's not tracking her to see where she is.
When you give your chick a ring like that, she's already there. Right. She's opening the door for the mistress.
Look how stupid this is.
It's like this. Oh, hey, Tatiana.
Look how stupid this is.
He's in the other room.
YouTube commented congratulations on their Instagram.
I know. Cringy.
There's a certain amount of money that is like,
She said yes, like there was ever any doubt.
yeah, what are you talking about?
So he was single until now?
I think it's $400,000.
That shit looks like this.
No, they have 6 kids. That's 400,000, Nick. Who told you
It's
that?
gotta be more. I heard 400,000 euros.
That's dollars. It has to be.
Now look it up, dog. That's way more than that.
You don't know. That could be like the percentage of us being in the simulation of the time where simulation existed would be. You just figured it out.
Never mind, 2 to 5.
2 to 5 million. Yeah, and I'm sure they're clear. There's no clouds in my stones. $5 million ring.
He bought a lab-made diamond. Safe.
Yeah. Oh no! This one, this one. With this ring, you get pictures of the kids that dug it up. You know what I mean? It's just, that's not one dime.
I'll tell you what's alarming is their arms are the same size.
Well, yeah, because he's thin as fuck. So he goes running around. They soccer. But that's not one diamond, is it? Wow.
Yeah, dude.
There's 2 diamonds. No, I thought it was in pieces together. I didn't know.
No, it's one diamond. It's one diamond. That's what's so shocking.
What's shocking is you already know. He went cheap. Why do you know? He went cheap on just like a rope tying in a little string. Oh, wait, hold on. Why does Brett did a follow-up show about this ring?
Because I got my ear to the ground. I got my ear to the ground.
You're digging another man's butt.
Miss Aquarius.
So you're not this guy's like
my wife told me this morning about flying fuck. Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not even being a hater. I thought he was gay. Okay.
I mean, he is. You don't fuck. This guy's fucking.
Yes, ma'am. You have an invitation.
All right, I just got on. All right. Okay.
How was your day?
Yeah, good. That was good. How was yours?
Lovely. How was your physical therapist? I know they were in an accident.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just know that lady called me this morning and told me that then it was in a car accident and that he's okay. That's all I know.
Okay. Do you have physical? Do you have it on Monday?
Yeah, they don't know. He'll call me. They'll call me, let me know.
Great spare.
Thanks. Okay. Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. Three spares in a row. Get it.
Yay.
And you did. That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, this is like an impossible shot. What a strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Miss Aquarius takes the lead. What a comeback. Get it. Okay. Miss Aquarius.
You got this, though. You got it.
No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt.
Yay.
I'm gonna get this now. For no, I'm not.
Yeah. You got it. You win, honey. Good job.
There you go. That's 7. Get it.
Come on. Straight. You got this one.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Oh, shit.
This is a tough one.
But you got it. Good job.
Yes, ma'am. Get it.
Now,
Not good.
come on, Daddy.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I am talking about. Two in a row.
You got it. Good job.
Okay.
Right. You win.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
Next Panther, you said. Yeah. See? Come on.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams. Let's see, what is Big Alexander looking at? Oh, you're looking at Kent. Oh, okay. You're looking at something. Alrighty. I'm telling my daughter. I'm about to go on the outside, socialize. I'll see you later.
Okie doke, Miss Aquarius. Take care.
You too.
Sorry. Need something to drink up?
It's here. Streaming. Rabbi. You know what I hope happens to this person? That he thinks like that. Absolutely. There's Rabbi.
Just play music, faggot.
No, I'll play music. I don't know what my app.
Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Good Shabbos, motherfuckers. Bullshit.
He decided that the moment was right to strike a peace deal. He was worried that if he didn't make a deal with Arafat when Arafat was weaker, then he would have to contend with all kinds of other movements, such as Hamas and so on. So under the leadership of President Clinton, they signed the Oslo Accords. And this was kind of like a big step forward in what the Israelis and the Americans called the roadmap to a two-state solution. And it was supposed to be kind of like a creation of both a safe Israeli state, like within safe, secure borders, and an incipient Palestinian state that, with acts of confidence, would eventually become a full-fledged state. That was the idea. It has not worked, but we shall see. But Rabin, for his efforts, was also assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt that he should not have made any kind of accommodation with Yasser Arafat. This is, however, the result of the Oslo Accord, that an institution called the Palestinian Authority would be established. It had some powers of statehood, kind of like at a municipal level, but they were ultimately supervised by the Israelis. The relationship did not go well. There was a lot of corruption within the Palestinian Authority. Some elements of the Palestinian Authority were not willing to give up their support of terror organizations, and the confidence-building gestures did not occur. On the other side, the Israelis continued, depending on which leader was empowering Israel, continued to build Jewish settlements in the West Bank, which Palestinians saw as obstacles to an eventual land-based peace, and so it ended in a stalemate. Here's a picture of Gaza. In 2005, a rather different movement happened. Gaza was incredibly crowded, small but very successful Jewish population living with a tremendous amount of security, i.e., like enforced security by the Israel Defense Forces within an overwhelmingly Arab population. But by the initial decades of the 21st century, Ariel Sharon, who was the prime minister at the time, felt that it was not practical to try and support this small Jewish population, this Israeli population within the Gaza Strip, and he was worried about the changing demographics, which indicated a much higher birth rate among Palestinians than Jews. And so he argued, and the polls just slightly supported, the slight majority of Israelis supported this, that it was time for Jews to simply leave Gaza, to so-called disengage, and essentially leave it to its own devices. So that's ultimately what happened. It was a tremendously heart-wrenching moment in Israeli history. There was huge protests against it. Populations like more secular Jews in Tel Aviv and in Haifa were very much in favor of it. But religious Jews tend to be oppositional to it, in particular, well, we won't get into details, but ultimately they did disengage, but it has not solved the solution of Gaza. It's still a tremendous amount of terror emanating from Gaza, a lot of rocket attacks on the surrounding areas. This just causes the Israelis to increase their blockade of Gaza and to lock it down and make sure they're not getting materiel and weapons and so on. And it remains a hot spot in the region with no easy solution in sight. So that's basically our status quo today. Now, to move to the current moment, I may take a couple of moments to go over 60 minutes, I'm sorry, but we should finish the story. We do not have any great progress in the region, and the two-state solution, by and large, does not seem to be working. But the latest iteration of this under President Trump, led by his son-in-law Jared Kushner, is this so-called vision for peace. We don't know exactly what will happen with this model, but it has, in my humble opinion, it seems very much like if you were to ask Israelis who are still in favor of the two-state solution, what would be your best deal, this would be it. In other words, it essentially favors the Jewish perspective of what a two-state solution should look like, without us really consulting too many of the Palestinians who obviously rejected it. But there is certainly support in some regions of the Arab world for it. Many of the Arab countries surrounding Israel, who have now made peace with Israel, are fed up with the ongoing conflict and would like to put it to rest. So this map includes in the green areas regions given to a kind of a stronger Palestinian authority, crisscrossed by Israeli access roads and still supervised by Israel, and military control is certainly to be in the hands of Israel. Some expansion of those regions you can see in the south to the south of the Gaza Strip for industrial development, and some rather ingenious tunnel work that connects Gaza to the West Bank. But at this moment, as I'm speaking in 2020, it doesn't look like it's really going anywhere. But this is the current plan on the table from the current administration in Washington. Okay, now I am over time, so I'll try and quickly run through the last things I want to say. Obviously, we could spend a lot more time talking about it. But one of the key elements looking at internal society in Israel, Israel has a very fundamental philosophical challenge, and that is it clearly wants to be a Jewish state, wants to have a Jewish character, that's the whole raison d'etre of the state, but it also is very much influenced by Western norms, specifically the value of democracy. It wants to be a democratic state. Now, it's very difficult to achieve both of those things simultaneously. How can you be some kind of ethnic state and be a purely democratic state simultaneously? It can't always work. And so we can identify three main fault lines of this crisis. The first is that the idea that I mentioned earlier, that there are people living within the boundaries of Israel that do not have the same rights as other people. There are three main categories. There are Jewish Israelis who have full rights and responsibilities, like serving the IDF. You have Israeli Arabs who are full citizens and have the vote and actually participate in the government and so on, but have certain privileges that they do not have to serve in the army, for example, but they suffer a certain amount of social pressure and social discrimination. And then you have the non-Israeli Arabs who are primarily living in the West Bank, who do not have the same rights of movement and employment and so on as Israelis, whether Jewish or Arab. And that's a very difficult thing to maintain. That is not a democratic state. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to maintain the status quo, but there's no clear way forward beyond what I've already suggested. Then you have a very important intra-Jewish conflicts between the so-called Chilonim, which means the so-called desecrators, it's actually kind of tongue-in-cheek term, and that refers to secular Israelis, and the Haredim, the extreme religious, sometimes called ultra-Orthodox. The term Haredi means those who tremble, those who tremble at the word of God. And there are a lot of really important flashpoints in their conflict. Like here, you can see in the sign, it says in English, "Stop the oppression of the religious minority in Israel," and they're referring to the ultra-Orthodox Jews as a religious minority, which is kind of ironic. And in Hebrew, it's "Dilator Dipat Tamiyu," which means enough, the persecution of the minority or the pursuit of the minority. So there are certain things like, for example, the Chilonim have a long-standing, for the most part, not all of them, but they have a long-standing opposition to serving in the IDF, which is a national burden that many Chilonians resent. Why should it be that the youth of the Haredim are not exposed to the effort and difficulty and danger of serving in the armed forces? And of course, the Haredim respond by saying the army is overwhelmingly secular, it's assimilatory, it contravenes our values in so many ways, we can't possibly participate in it, but we do our part by supporting Land of Israel through our prayer and our Torah study, which is definitely a very viable way to support the state from a religious worldview. The Haredim insist that the state should lean more religious with less bus services and movie theaters and beaches open on the Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that, whereas the Chilonim say, hey, we're a secular state. We're free to do what we want democratically. Why should you dictate to us our religious sensibilities? So there are all kinds of areas where this is an ongoing conflict in Israel within itself. And then finally, we didn't have enough time to really talk about it. There's so much here. What about those non-Ashkenazic Jewish populations in Israel? And I'm thinking about all those Arab Jews who achieved a tremendous amount of political importance with the 1977 election of Menachem Begin, who was not himself Sephardic or Mizrahi, but he recognized the validity of their claims. They feel they've been largely sidelined for much of Israel's history, which was very Ashkenaz-centric, and that the Sephardic and Arab populations were really poorly used. And it's even more so for African populations like the Ethiopian Jews, who feel that they suffer a tremendous amount of racism in Israel, and there's reason for that argument as well. So there's a lot of internal struggles between the equitable treatment of all populations in society that speak to this central divide. Can Israel be both Jewish and democratic all the time in every place? And to this point, no one has actually adequately solved that question. So let us conclude. I apologize once again for taking a little bit long, but maybe we can cough it up to we can attribute it to the fact that we've just concluded Yom HaAtzmaut, the Israeli Independence Day, and we can reflect on the fact that, Israel is such an amazing country that has been able not only to survive such phenomenal existential threats to its existence from its very inception, military threats, economic threats, internal assimilatory threats, and yet it thrives and it lives and it breathes, and it's one of the most dynamic places really on the face of the earth. Samuel Howman, very important American sociologist, argued in one of his books that, given the current realities of Jewish life in America in particular, and in the diaspora writ large, it could be that the only future for Jews is really in Israel. And that's certainly something that bears a lot of thought for those of us who are living in the diaspora. Thank you very much for your attention and your continued engagement with this lecture. I hope you all stay safe during this era of COVID-19. Next week, we will conclude this series by looking at the 21st century. We'll go back to Samuel Howman's work in particular and try to understand what does this all mean for the Jews. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Today is the final class in our series of I Survived Jewish History. And I'm really grateful that so many of you are here to listen on this. My goal for tonight was to try and focus on, 20th century developments. The majority of the talk was going to be about what has happened to American Jewry in the 21st century. And that's what we'll focus on tonight, a little bit more detail perhaps than I originally intended. And then I was going to look a little bit at Europe, a little bit at Eastern Europe, and finally at Israel, which we talked about a little bit last week. So in reality, what we'll do tonight is we'll focus more closely on America, because that is where we currently have the largest proportion of world Jewry. Not a very significant majority. There's actually quite a few Jews living now in Israel, and significant populations in Europe, even after the Holocaust. But that's really where most of my scholarly energies have gone in the 21st century. One last word of caution, in that I'm a historian, not a political scientist, and not a prophet. So I tend to get weaker as a scholar when I look at what's going to happen, or what happened just recently, because historians like to have a lot of time to think about things in the past, sort of contemplate them, and kind of like digest them. So most of the 21st century material we haven't even had a chance to digest properly. Okay, so most of the data that we're going to speak about today comes from a very important survey that was conducted by the Pew Research Institute. It's called A Portrait of Jewish Americans, and it was conducted at the beginning of the second decade of the 20th century. And it gives us, as the title implies, a very detailed portrait of what was going on with American Jewry. Who were they? What are they like? What do they break down in it? It's an incredibly detailed survey of what it looks like, a cross-section of American Jewry as a whole. And it has a little bit of frightening information, and in fact, the American Jewish community has reacted to it, but has not really found solutions to some of the problems that are uncovered by the Pew Research Report. In many ways, the Pew Research Report confirmed a lot of earlier research that had been questioned. There were a lot of questions about earlier surveys that were done of the Jewish community, thinking that perhaps the method of surveying individuals was inappropriate. It was not accurate. It wasn't reflective of the American Jewish situation. The Pew Report of 2013 really put all those concerns to rest and said, no, this is definitely the trend that American Jews have been following. However, even though a lot of those trends are essentially, to put in a word, self-destructive, that these trends are pushing Jews towards assimilation at an incredibly rapid rate, we have this saying in the Talmud, Ein Mazal Yisrael, which means there is no predestined future for the Jewish people, meaning their kismet, their fate, their destiny can change at a moment's notice. With the right kind of attitudinal shift or behavioral shift, everything seems like it can go out the window. That's part of the reality of Jewish history, and it's very true. You see, for example, just look at the 20th century, which we left last week. We have the clearly the worst massacre in Jewish history, the worst genocide, arguably, I think pretty fairly, in world history with the Holocaust. And then 3 short years later, the Jews established their state in Israel for the first time in 1990 years, a feat that had not been repeated by any other nation ever. The only thing that comes close is perhaps the rebirth of Poland after about 200 odd years of, not even 200, but more like 150 years of disappearance. So the pendulum of Jewish history swings with tremendous rapidity, and we see phenomenal change in a very short period of time. So even though a lot of the picture in this particular research is dark, it's not necessarily final. So let's have a look at some of the research that was discovered in this Pew study. Add a little bit. Here we go. I originally delivered this lecture for a conference held by the Tickle Foundation. Okay, here is one of the figures that the Pew study confirmed. American Jews are getting less religious and less likely to be religious every successive generation. Looking at this chart here, you see that the greatest generation, right? These are essentially the Jews who participated in World War II. They are about 93% by religion in 2013. If you meet one of those great generation Jews and you ask them, what's your religion? They will say, I'm Jewish. Only 7% will say no. The silent generation that follows them, this would be my father's generation, who grew up as a child in the Depression, was just a little too young to participate in World War II. Not a much of a change, 86%, slight decline. The boomers, I myself am a late boomer. I was born at the very end of the boomer period. 81%. So a significant step down. By the time you get to millennials, a millennial who was born to Jewish parents after 1980 is only 68% likely to declare themselves Jewish by religion. Right? Significant decline overall. And by the way, the numbers from 2020 are very similar. A recent study of people's religion. This is actually this week. It appeared in the New York Times, I believe, on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. They conducted a survey asking, how has the COVID-19 crisis affected your faith? Has it made you more religious, less religious, right? So a lot of the numbers are like in the 20s and 30s, but when it comes to Jews, only 7% of Jews say it's made them more religious, which is exactly the same number as non-believers. So you'd like to think they're probably even the same people. That's 7% of Jews only 7%, the smallest number by far, are willing to state that the current crisis has made them more religious. So Jews in America tend to be departing from traditional religion in a very significant way. We will see there's some qualifiers to that as well. Now, if we jump ahead over here, this is one of the most significant factors related to the decline in Jewish affiliation over the last century. You can see that marriages that took place before 1970, only about 17% of them involved a non-Jewish spouse. Still a very significant number. You go back to pre-war Germany, it was hovering around 30% or so. But you can see that marriages occurring in every year thereafter, there's a significant increase in the prevalence of intermarriage. That a marriage that involves a Jew is more likely than not to involve a non-Jew. And that's a trend that apparently has continued right up till our present time. The reason why the Pew study was so significant is because the study that was conducted at the turn of the 21st century indicated that a slight majority of Jews, 55% in this survey, were marrying non-Jews, and that was considered scandalous, that more than half. But in fact, it is a verifiable fact that we can see very clearly. This is the trend of American Jewry, and there's a lot of consequences of this. As we see, for example, when you look at children, the children, widely cited statistic, only about 1/4 of children raised in a home with one non-Jewish parent. And by the way, all these figures about marrying non-Jews do not include people who convert in any of the denominations. These surveys are conducted basically asking a person, are you Jewish? And they would say yes or no. And they would say, were you born Jewish? If they would say yes or no, they might ask more questions. But in terms of the intermarriage question, if both partners say they are Jewish, then that's all that the Pew survey is looking at. In terms of Jewish law, halacha, obviously there's a much more significant debate, particularly with regards to children, if the mother was converted, because traditional Orthodox Judaism is matrilineal. The Reform movement adopted a patrilineal formula in 1983 with a different definition, meaning it followed through the father, but I'm getting off on a tangent. Perhaps this is a phenomenon related to the greater acceptance of intermarriage, particularly in the conservative, Reform, and Reconstructionist communities, but it remains to be seen exactly how this will play out long term over Jewish demographics as a whole. In terms of fertility, this is related very much to the question of intermarriage, because obviously if Jews have more children, they have a better chance of surviving, at least in terms of demographics, into another generation. And one of the worrisome aspects of Jewish survival in America in particular is that American Jews are remarkably infertile in comparison to non-Jews. Like looking at the general Jewish population, U.S. population, it's 2.2 children per female, per mother, whereas the net Jewish number is below that, 1.9. You have to have 2 for replacement value, right? To keep the population, you have to have at least 2 children, and obviously 3 would grow the population theoretically. Now, and that seems to be related very much to religion. Jews who declare themselves Jewish by religion are a slightly higher number, 2.1 children, whereas Jews who claim to have no religion, they say they are ethnically Jewish, but they do not consider themselves Jewish by religion, the number drops to 1.5. The reasons for this are twofold in particular. The first is that Jews, as we've seen many times throughout the series, tend to be highly urbanized, and urbanized people tend to have less children. You live in close quarters, you don't need lots of extra hands on the farm. It's a trend that's visible across the spectrum of ethnicities. It's very prevalent in places like Germany, and not only among Jews, I mean among non-Jews. Germany, Japan, they have a very significant issue with fertility because they're highly urbanized. The second factor that's especially relevant to Jews is that Jewish women tend to be highly educated. They are, in fact, on average, the highest educated females of any ethnic group in America. And higher education for women correlates with fewer children. Typically because, extended reservation means a delay of marriage and a delay of having children. Careers and so on, it's very difficult to juggle a career and motherhood, so many women, especially educated Jewish urban women, choose to put off having children, and they have fewer overall. When you drill down into the denominational differences, you see some very stark contrast. Orthodox Jews are still having children at a fairly high rate. The average in the Pew study was 4.1 children per Orthodox woman who was married. So that's a significant, I should say, who was married per Orthodox woman. It's actually a fairly high number. It's well over replacement rate. Other studies, not shown here, looking at the Rabbi, meaning the ultra-Orthodox, typically associated with the Yeshiva community and the Hasidic community, have even higher averages, but taken as a whole, in the Pew study, people who report themselves to be Orthodox had this figure, 4.1. The number drops precipitously when you get to the non-Orthodox groups, conservative and reform, 1.8 and 1.7 respectively, and those with no religious affiliation, 1.4. So, the more religious a woman is, the larger her family is likely to be. That's what the numbers essentially say. When you go even further from the right wing of the denomination, when you go into intermarriage, you see that if a woman marries a Jewish man, she is more likely to have children. If a woman marries a non-Jewish man, less likely to have children. And of course, Jewish women who have children without marriage is comparatively low, 0.2. But you see, the overall picture is clearly there are more Jewish children born into Orthodox families than there are per capita than there are into non-Orthodox families. That is offset, however, by the fact that the Orthodox are still a very small minority over the overall American Jewish population. Let's have a look at that statistic. Next slide. Yes. So if you have a look at this slide, well, actually, it's more than 78% of American Jews in 2013 declare themselves not only Jewish by ethnicity, but Jewish by religion as well. 22% say they are Jewish, but do not have any religious identification whatsoever. I believe I have a denomination chart right here. Here we go. So we saw the high birth rate for Orthodox Jewish women, and that might encourage those of you in the audience who are part of the Orthodox community. But as you can see from this chart, and it has not changed appreciably as far as we can tell in 7 years since these results were tabulated, only about 10% of American Jews identify as Orthodox. So in other words, they may have the highest birth rate, but they are only a small slice of the overall pie. A much larger slice of the pie are the Reform, 35%, conservative 18%, 30% are of no denomination. So if the birth rate in, let's see, it's about 65, it's close to 85%. If 85% of the Jewish population are not having children at replacement value, that signals a very significant demographic crisis. The fact that 10% are having a population boom means that 10% is going to become a more significant piece of a much smaller pie. To that end, let me show you what this looks like graphically. We're seeing a phenomenon which some scholars have called the hardening of the core. That is, the concentric circle, if you can imagine it, the concentric circle that represents all the Jews in America has a core of, let's say, the Orthodox. We could actually put other people in there who are highly affiliated, but these are let's say they're Orthodox. It's a small, tiny core in the much larger circle. But what we see over time is that core gets larger if you were to run into a person who is, affiliated as a Jew in, let's say, 50 years, it's far more likely that that person will be Orthodox, because only the Orthodox Jews are going to have that really high rate of reproduction and of affiliation. That's the trend that seems to be developing in America. Again, as I mentioned earlier, in Mazal Yisrael, we do not, the Jews don't have a pre-fixed destiny, as the Talmud teaches, and a lot of things can change in the meantime. But that seems to be the very clear path that Jews are following. Again, if you happen to identify with the Orthodox movement, that's not at all cause for some kind of triumphal celebration, because it spells disaster on an economic level, not let alone the demographic aspects. Let's just go a little further into the numbers here. The OTD phenomenon is slowing, but it's still significant, still serious. What is OTD? This is a Hebrew phrase that's sort of used in common Anglo-Jewish parlance. OTD stands for off the derech, or off the path. And it means Jews who were raised with traditional religious values and practices, more significantly practices, because of course, Jews can be intensely religious, not necessarily observant of Shulchan Aruch, the code of Jewish law. Far be it from me to suggest that such persons people are not religious. It's just you don't have a very good vocabulary to describe people who are, let's say, deeply spiritual, but are not necessarily observant of the practices of Jewish law. So if you look at adults who are still Orthodox today, when they were raised Orthodox as children, so we find that if a person was over the age of 65 and was raised Orthodox, then 1 out of 5 of those people, 1 out of 5 of that generation of Jews, would still claim to be Orthodox. That means 4 out of 5 Jews who came from Orthodox families who are older than 65 are most likely not observant today. Very, very high recidivism, or that's not the right word, very, very high return to a secular behavior or abandonment of traditional behaviors for like observing the Sabbath and keeping kosher, things like that. So the numbers really are stark for older people. But ironically, and this is kind of like some glimmer of hope for those who wish to see the Orthodox movement succeed, the younger a person is, the less likely they are to leave the fold. And that's especially true if you look at the youngest age group, a person aged 18 through 29, someone in their 20s basically. If they were raised Orthodox, there is a 4 out of 5 chance that they are going to still be Orthodox today. So the retention rate is much higher. That's a difficult number to work with, because you could say that, well, maybe the cliff for most of these people is some kind of lifestyle adjustment that has to happen when the kids move out of the house, or maybe it's just a phenomenon, a fad. We can't really rely on these numbers, but I would like to think that this is related to the hardening of the core. It's much more normal and possible now to live an Orthodox lifestyle because of the growth and maturity of the Orthodox community in America. The fact that there are not only a plethora of Jewish grocery stores, but there are many opportunities for kosher dining in these enclaves of high concentration of Orthodox settlement, where there is a synagogue in every corner and there's a tremendous amount of social services. It could be that the American Jewish community has really matured to a point where it's much easier to be Orthodox. You can easily live, for months without ever having to make a decision about whether or not to buy a product because it's kosher or not, because the stores you go to are all completely kosher. These are new things in America that may contribute to that sizable retention rate. So it's still a serious factor. We have 17% of those young people who choose no longer to identify as Orthodox, but nevertheless, the trend is in a positive direction. Again, caveat, we're only talking about 10% of the American Jewish population, so roughly 90% are going in a completely opposite direction. And we see this when we look at numbers like the enrollment in schools, which is just exploded. The number of children in Orthodox schools is phenomenal. And it's specifically on the more right-wing end of the Jewish spectrum. Chabad, which is, of course, Chabad Lubavitch, the Hasidic movement, Hasidic in general, which would include like Satmar and Ger and so on. Massive rise, 82,000 children. So that means a 24% increase between 2008 and 2013. That's within 5 years. These numbers are explosive. You look at places like Lakewood, 76,000 yeshivish kids, not all in Lakewood, but a big chunk of them, 14% rise. These numbers really speak to the idea of the hardening of the core, that there's a drift to the right within the Orthodox world, with demographic increases on the right wing of the spectrum that is affecting a kind of a centrifugal force. It is exerting a force of gravity, full of gravity, on the other movements or styles of Jewish observance, and pulling them more towards the right wing. Fascinating kind of analysis, I think. Now, let's look at some of the danger signs. This is a really important part of this lecture. This is Samuel Heilman, very respected senior sociologist, perhaps the greatest living sociologist of the Jews. He is an incredible authority on what has been happening to the Jewish people, particularly in the 20th century. And this book here is an incredibly important book. It's very short. It's a series of lectures that he delivered at the University of Washington, a portrait of American Jews in the last half of the 20th century. You can see the cover photograph is kind of clever. It shows the same person on the left as a bearded, looks like a Lubavitcher. You can tell by his pointed hat. And on the right, he's like your regular secular college Joe kind of guy. And which direction are we moving in, right or left, right? That's part of the question. So in his study, he posits something I like to call the Heilman thesis. I think other people are starting to use that term because it's one of the major contributions of his work, which is not necessarily in a sociological vein, but in an economic vein. So let's have a look at this chart. That is really important to understand what's going on in American Jewry and what might happen in the future. So Heilman puts on a y-axis the number of Jews in America. Okay, the higher up you are, the more the Jews there are. The lower you are, the less Jews there are. And then on the x-axis, did I say x before? I meant the y-axis. On the x-axis, he asks for Jewish affiliation. I alluded to this earlier. Jewish affiliation is hard to really pin down, but it means how many discrete, identifiable markers of Jewish behavior do we see in a person's life. For Orthodox Jews, they tend to be quite high on this scale because you can include things like lighting candles every Friday night, having a Passover Seder, lighting Hanukkah candles, going to Israel, supporting UJA, all kinds of different things that are markers of Jewish affiliation. But there is a population of Jews who are not Orthodox, who still have very high levels of affiliation, even without many of those religious behaviors. Like, for example, supporting Jewish journalism, Jewish arts, supporting Israel, being a secular Zionist, even a communist Zionist, whatever you want, but a high level of Jewish affiliation that is not identified as Orthodox. Okay, those are the two axes, the number of Jews on the y-axis, the degree of affiliation with increasing numbers to the right on the x-axis. So, if we were to look, says Heilman, at the Jewish community in America in 1950, it would look something like this. You would have sort of a big hump in the middle, where on the far left, you would have a large chunk of Jews who had very low affiliation. They did not light Sabbath candles. They didn't go to shul on Yom Kippur, maybe. Very, very little things that they would do that was actually a marker of their Jewish identity. That's what you would have in 1950 on the far left. Then you would have a big hump in the middle of what the demographer Stephen Cohen called the moderately affiliated Jewish. These are Jews who would have some markers of Jewish affiliation and others not. Like, let's say, for example, maybe they keep kosher at home, but in restaurants, not so much. Maybe they always send a check to the UJA, but they never visited Israel. Right? There's things in there that are kind of par. They're definitely identifying as Jews, but when you look at the actual objective measures of their Jewish affiliation, they're in the middle, moderately affiliated. And then on the far right, in 1950, you would have a small group of fanatics, small group of incredibly affiliated Jews who would do everything for the Jewish people. Of course, they are sacrificing to be Sabbath observant and to keep kosher, or if they're not Orthodox, they're like, they own a Jewish theater company and they write Jewish plays in Yiddish and they do all kinds of really, really Jewish things. But they're a tiny, tiny minority, very, very small number of them. But that's basically what 1950 looked like. The big story in 1950 is the massive population of moderately affiliated Jews. Now, if you look at the Jewish community since how in the year 2000, we have a very different kind of picture. This is what it would look like 50 years later. You would have a big shift of that bunch of moderately affiliated Jews to the left of the scale, making them far less affiliated, meaning far more Jews, a much larger proportion of Jews are highly unaffiliated and have very little connection with Judaism. And on the far right, you actually have a spike in the number of highly affiliated Jews. And this, once again, would be those Orthodox Jews, would be a big chunk of them, right? Because you have a big rise of Jewish populations in Brooklyn and in Muncie and in Lakewood, and you have, an extensive network of synagogues on the West Coast, on the East Coast, in the Midwest, and they're growing, and they're having more children, and their communities are getting deeper roots and so on. So there's actually an increase. It's obviously a much smaller increase than the increase of unaffiliated Jews or lowly affiliated Jews, but nevertheless it does represent an increase. And who's gone? Who's missing? The moderately affiliated Jew has taken a big hit demographically. There are very, very few Jews, for example, who will keep kosher at home, but not keep kosher in restaurants. More likely, they either keep kosher everywhere, and that will place them far to the right, or they don't keep kosher anywhere, and they'll place them more to the left. Those Jews who are kind of like partially affiliated, they barely exist nowadays. People are either all in or just in a tiny, tiny bit. Okay, so when you look at this, and you try to think about what does that mean, there's a temptation to say, well, it's just that's the way it goes. But Baruch Hashem, right? Thank God there is a rise in the Orthodox community. You might want to say, it's great. There's so many more Orthodox Jews. Don't worry, they will carry the day. They will carry Jewish civilization forward, and they'll preserve it until there is again a resurgence among those moderately affiliated Jews who will come back to Jewish identity. And so you might want to say that if you were a fan of the Orthodox. But that is you're missing a very, very big piece. And this is perhaps the greatest contribution of the final pieces. Take a look at this. I just show you the gap among Jews and Orthodox. What about the money, right? What happens if we look at the economic aspects of this change? So, in 1950, the moderately affiliated Jew was charitable. This is a long-standing observation of Jewish people, that they tend to be more charitable than non-Jews quite frequently in America, donating to Jewish and non-Jewish causes alike. So it is one of the measures that has determined also in studies like this. So those moderately affiliated Jews in 1950, when they gave money, where did their money go? Their money inevitably went to the right, to the Jewish community who's more observant. So in other words, if they had $100 and they wanted to give it away in tzedakah, they would give it to the local Beth Jacobs Jewish girls' school. They wouldn't send their own daughters to study there. They're fanatics there. They sent their daughters to go to public school. But the money, they'll send a check to the Beth Jacobs. If they get a letter, then next Rosh Hashanah, they'll send another check to Beth Jacobs. That's just part of where they think charity should go. That's what they do. Now, and so that means that the very, very small Jewish community is on the right wing of the spectrum. They can afford their lives. It's really expensive to keep in place the infrastructure of Jewish lives, or observant Jewish lives. You have to pay for institutions like synagogues and mikvaot, and you have to run schools, right? The day school. And day school tuition is Russian. Huge. It's a massive amount of the disposable income of Jews of this time and our time as well. So those funds help float the more observant sections of the population. The more affiliated Jews are supported by the less affiliated. That was a symbiotic relationship that held true for much of the 20th century. When you get to the year 2000, first of all, far more wealthy, right? American Jewish wealth has grown. You have these very, very wealthy Jewish individuals, sometimes incredibly 1% kind of wealthy, but even the next 2-3% wealthy Jews are still very, very wealthy. And so what are they doing with their money? This is the sad part. They're giving it largely to secular, non-Jewish causes. Worthy causes, to be sure, like hospitals, universities, art galleries, all kinds of wonderful places to devote your charitable dollars, but that leaves very little source of funding for the Orthodox and the extreme right. And if this trend continues, Dr. Howman says, then Orthodox Jewish life can price itself out of existence in America. It simply cannot be sustained. If you have, let's say, an ultra-Orthodox family with, let's say, 7 kids, and the median income for a family of 4 in America is about $55,000. So if we imagine that their family even earns, let's say, $100,000, but if they've got 7 kids and tuition is, let's say, a cut rate of $10,000 a child, that's $70,000 out of their $100,000. Absolutely untenable. How can you educate your children like that? So what tends to happen is, people barter and people get deals because they work in the schools and things like that. But it is definitely not an economically permanent, stable situation for the Jews on the right wing spectrum. The more they lose those mega donors who are no longer giving to Jewish causes, the less likely it is for those Orthodox Jews to continue life as they know it. So Dr. Howman's thesis is that unless this economic reality changes, and I'm sad to say there's no real change in sight in the 20 years since he first published this thesis, American Jewry will have to move to Israel. Only in a nation state like Israel, where Jewish life is heavily subsidized, because Jewish life in Israel is basically life in Israel, right? Like you have the Jewish calendar and you have free Jewish education in the schools. It's true that many of the extreme Orthodox would feel that the traditional, that the state-sponsored Orthodox schools are not Orthodox enough, but that's more of a detailed question. It is possible to have essentially a public Jewish school in Israel that is not a reality in the United States. So Howman's thesis is that ultimately we have to take the concept of Aliyah, of immigration to Israel, very seriously. What does it all mean? Another major student of American Jewish history is Jack Horkheimer, here, and he recently conducted a fascinating study of Jewish leaders in their 20s and 30s, trying to understand what
If
is
you're
the
wearing
new
those
generation of
and
youth
you go
leadership
to any
doing
public
in
restroom,
this kind of environment?
you're going to
And he
know
describes a couple of
about
things.
the splash
Describes
screen.
one, there are
That's
some
a
institutions
splash
which
zone.
are very
But
much
that has
dedicated to
any issue.
protecting, to kind of
Any-
conserving,
No, I
to
know, but
kind
this,
of,
well, but
you
I
know,
don't think men
focusing on
realize
what
when you're at
worked
a urinal
before
how
and
much
trying to
pain
make
is on your
sure
feet
that
by
it works in the
electrical
future.
circuits.
Perhaps you might want to put Chabad in this category in the sense that they're not experimenting with Shabbat. They're not experimenting with Kashrut. They're keeping the traditions exactly the way they used to. And their appeal, in my humble opinion, is primarily because they are deeply authentic about what they say. They are walking the walk. You know, if they are sent to Timbuktu to be Shluchim, they go there and
Welcome.
they live there forever. They're really dedicated to the community where they are sent.
What's up, Pam?
On the other hand, you have expressive organizations.
Who's this Audi guy?
It's
Is
a
he server muted?
it's a woman.
The bot? What?
No, she's a
Is
real.
that a bot? Is that
No.
what it is?
No, she's a real person. She's a real person.
I didn't see what they were server muted. It looked like from outside.
They are server movement muted.
What they do?
Oh, sometimes they just start yelling and they can't control it. They have some issues. And when they do that, it can either annoy or scare off other people. So I just server mute them for a little while and they calm down. How was your day, Crime 69?
Overall, not too bad.
What'd you do? Tell me all about it.
Mostly just sat around the house and smoked weed when I wasn't cooking. It took me like 4 minutes to double my money and then lose it all back. I was telling myself I was gonna take out most of it and leave $20 to play with, but I couldn't help myself. And I lost. I like Keno a lot. Keno's been killing me. I need to get out of these bad habits. I haven't taken money out of the casino really in like 3 months. I'm just trying to focus on working towards a better mental for when I do gamble.
Okay. Do you do any sports
Most of
gambling?
that I've been working by sorry?
Do you do any sports gambling?
I'd like to work towards that, but at the same time, I just kind of would like to get a gambling partner or something, or just something set up for myself. I just had a friend that was supposed to be my gambling partner, and they were gonna be my situational kind of person where I'm not chasing losses, so I could give them all my crypto and then they give me a little bits back to gamble with here and there. And the goal is to just not gamble it all in one day, like I do.
Okay.
And we're doing good on that until he just stopped replying.
Yeah, so he just stole your
And then
wallet?
I realized that he took all the crypto out. Yeah. I realized he took all the crypto out. So it's a constant issue, but it was only $500 rather than $5,000 or more.
I mean, come on, you got to be smarter than that, man.
Well, I mean, I gave him 6 months. I mean, I've known him for a long time. It's not like I fucking just met him. And he's loaned me money before.
Okay. How much did he loan you?
You really just can't trust anybody. I even if my girlfriend, he only loaned me $40, but the point is that I know how scams work. I've been scammed over out of way more money. This is just the first time I've been scammed in a long time, and it was just it's fucked up because I have his phone number, I have his real name. I'm At one point, I might have had his address, but his Instagram got deleted because he got reported. And so he's already got a new Instagram, but I fucking lost the message where I showed his fucking address.
All right, well, why don't you contact him via Instagram and be like, hey, dude, where's that money?
Oh, no, he's straight up, like, he just blocked me the night on his phone number. I'm not really, there's no, like, the only way to go get my money is to go fucking, like, rob his house and take his money. It's like, that's the only way to do it. But, like, I'm not that kind of person. Like, I'll let the universe run in the fucking, like, I just need to work on finding a better solution for my fucking gambling habits overall. Like, because if I had this girlfriend that, like, she signed up for a stake without telling me, if I knew that she had signed up, I would have just sent it all to her wallet. Because, like, if she's going to steal my money, she's going to use it to buy herself a new car. I mean, not a new car, but to buy herself her car. And then, like, at least she would be doing something for herself. And, like, you know, but she's, like, not even likely to steal my money, though, is the problem. Like, I should have fucking been able to, like, that line of communication should have been open, so I wasn't giving the fucking sketchy person the fucking money to hold on to. But, no. I'm down, like $20,000 or $30,000 on the casino, so it doesn't really matter overall for $500, but, like, it's still just, like, I gotta move forward and figure out what I'm really gonna do. It's like about the next time I have a cash out from the casino and I want to figure out how to fucking keep it safe for myself. I'm still working towards figuring that part out. Well, my roommate made me a nice sandwich and he paid me $120 that he owed me today.
All right, that's cool. So they're
Then
cool.
I bought a keyboard from him, so then I can play Battlefield and it'll be a little more fun.
Are you gonna play Battlefield today?
Yeah, but I probably can't stream it because my computer's just not going to fucking handle it. But I'm looking at getting a little cooling pad that should be able to help my computer run better. So then maybe I will be able to. Because my computer's not that bad. It just needs like a little bit of boost of like just to make sure it's running optimally. And that's just going to help if it's cooled down adequately. They have these like fucking, but they have these vacuum coolers that just like, it's more than just a fan, it's like a vacuum, so it's sucking my air. Because the other normal laptop stands that are just like fans, but these ones have a little memory foam around the edge that seals that in.
Do you feel as if the cooling pad is really going to be the complete issue, or you'll need to do something else?
I need to get a better computer.
Yeah.
But it's going to bring it to the best of its capabilities.
There you
I
go.
mean, it was able to run GTA pretty smoothly and stream that. So.
Do you know how many days until Grand Theft Auto 6?
I thought you have the thing live.
Fuck yeah, 283 days, 1 hour, 17 minutes, 55 seconds.
Did you have any other locks on like remote jobs? Because I don't think that place was gonna. You said that it takes about a week to respond, but like I think it's been almost a week.
Did you take the test?
Yeah, I took the test. I sent you the picture, but I did everything.
To what account?
the one that you talk on.
Oh no, that's not the one that you should send it to. No big deal. Just one moment. I mean, okay, so they just didn't respond.
Yeah, they haven't emailed me yet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the best one or the best way to find out is, I mean, let me just ask a little bit about your background. Do you have a degree in anything?
I'm pretty like, so I do like mostly mechanic stuff and like labor. I don't have a lot of like intelligence and all that. What's it called? Background. Like I don't have anything that says I'm smart on paper.
Okay, that's all right. No big deal. Okay, so you want to work remotely. You don't want to work with your hands anymore. Is that correct?
I'm just looking for money in general. Like,
Okay, so
I'm trying to work towards being able to create and being able to manage my time.
certainly. Are you a member of the subreddit remote jobs?
No.
All right. Well, that's the first thing I do is join that subreddit, and then they have like a bunch of people who post things in there every day of different opportunities to be able to work remotely. Secondly, do you have a LinkedIn?
Yeah, no.
Okay, so I'd create myself a LinkedIn. I'd create myself a ZipRecruiter profile. I'd create myself a Monster profile. I'd create myself a Career Builder profile. I'd create myself an Indeed profile, and I would start applying for remote jobs.
I think I could build off of my Indeed profile.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of positions where you don't need, they're looking for like entry level people. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll have like customer service, they'll send you a phone, and then you just answer calls all day.
No.
Do you have a Reddit account?
I need to sign into Reddit. Do I need to sign in, or do I just look at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. So I'll look at it with you.
You said remote jobs or remote work? Which one do you think's better? Remote jobs looks more official.
Yeah, remote jobs has 300,000 people. Remote work has 200. They're both really big. So, both of them. And then you would go through. Okay, yeah, I saw this guy. So I scraped 220,000 remote jobs. This guy who did this, he basically like built a bot to just scrape all the information on him. I would check through that. 5 work from home jobs in the USA. Position commerce assistant, part time, location United States. Pay range $19. Apply here. I would just apply there.
Let me join. Yeah, let me join on my computer real quick. Give me a second.
Take your time. Take your time.
Okay. So you mentioned this the guy that scraped.
Yeah.
What's his name?
So I would read it.
So what did he say? It's a whole ass project to help people find remote jobs.
Essentially.
Hiring Cafe is his website, essentially, is what I know. Being available here. So this does all the work we were talking about for me, pretty much.
I don't know.
Like all the work when it comes to figuring out what I want to do remotely.
I don't know about that. I mean, just read it. What does it say?
Well, it just shows me like tons of different like opportunities, and I can like, because I'm on hiring.cafe, and then like you can like filter it. Oh, these are filtered through. Okay, so it seems like this hiring cafe is a separate, like not his website, but
I think he made it.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what was going on, if we were just filtering just for remote jobs or what's going on. Sure.
Yeah, so there
experience. There we go.
So there are 220,000 jobs there. One of which I'm sure for which you qualify.
Yeah, because I just did updated search. I think it's updated. Yeah, entry level and remote jobs, there's still like 40,000.
Perfect.
What do you think is more important? Going for something that feels natural and that like becomes something that's easy to talk about, or to like do the work for, or do you think pay? Like, because I feel like if you go for what like you will master faster, like what kind of just comes naturally, I feel like the pay won't matter because the pay will come. But maybe going for the pay might be a move.
It depends what position you're in. If I were you, I would just go for a job. I wouldn't worry too much about pay. And then I'd get a better job, and a better job, and a better job. And just keep getting better jobs until you're comfortable.
The only place I'm going to be comfortable is owning my own prosperous business.
All right, well, you need money to be able to do that.
I know. What's We still have 23,000. No. It's Samira. It's Samira. I'm regretting coming in here.
Why?
You gave me to do stuff that's good for myself.
All right, good.
It's a whole fucking can of worms that I wasn't ready for. I'm gonna put it off a little bit though.
You're good at that, aren't you? You're really good at procrastinating.
I what?
You're really good at procrastinating.
Yeah, so much that I still didn't hear what you said.
You're really good at procrastinating.
I mean, I heard you the first time, but I didn't. You know, like, I didn't audibly hear you, but I heard you through the universe and understanding. Like, you really did cut out, I promise.
I know.
The second time you did.
Okay.
Battlefield. Yeah, I wouldn't be procrastinating if it was actually my fault that I'm in this situation. I'm really in this situation because I live with people that can't respect that I have a door. And that if I say it's too early, you shouldn't be waking me up the next day. At the same time. Shit goes on for me. And my door just has a bunch of pieces of cardboard over it saying, do not disturb. Unless you're here to talk about money. You play any first-person shooters?
I've played Fortnite, Call of Duty, maybe online, or like mobile. What else? Grand Theft Auto, not really a first-person shooter, but it can be. It's probably my favorite. Counter-Strike. And then like old school stuff, like GoldenEye and stuff.
We're starting up the cameras. Fucking house is intermittent sometimes.
What's wrong, Pimp?
I fucking muted him. He's still making noise. It sounds like he's snoring. That's fucking sorry, but
It sounds like
there's somebody with his data. This one, no.
it sounds like who is snoring?
Oh wait, he's in this chat.
What are you talking about?
No, that was no. I had someone in my game. I'm playing Battlefield.
I gotcha. Okay.
I muted him in the game, but it still didn't put him on the line. I'll be back around. I hope you have a good night. Thanks for helping get started on that.
Absolutely, pimp. We'll get you what you need. Take care. Zoot, what up, pimp? How you living, big dog?
Not a ticking public.
Did you slap yourself? Okay. What did you do?
You know what I said?
What'd you say, pimp?
I said public got a tick, and I said I didn't realize I was circumcised until I was 15 because I didn't look at other people's penises until I was 15. I said that in public.
Oh, you poor thing. Just what an embarrassing what an embarrassing thing to just say. Yeah, but it's not. What happened?
I just had a tick, and people looked at me weird, and I kept on looking.
Oh, Zoot. That's sad. That's okay. You'll get through it. Just one moment.
Can you help me with something?
Yeah, sure. What do you need?
Can you test my memory on like numbers? Remembering numbers?
Sure. Remember these numbers: 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 7. 69.
69, 69, 69, 7, 69, 69, 69, 7.
No, that's not correct.
Wasn't it?
No, sir.
Here we go again.
Sure. 69, 69, 69, 8, 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 3.
69, 69, 8.
Nope.
Sorry.
No.
Start again. 69, 69, 69, 8, 69, 69, 8, 69, 3.
No.
That's close.
Okay, sort of. All right. Ready for another one?
Yeah.
288-5906 273
Slow down. Slow down. Slow again.
288-5906 219 273 0746.
Fuck that. Can we just do 6 numbers?
I mean, just about anybody can do 6 numbers, dude.
Yeah, do 6 numbers.
Okay. I mean, but that's not hard.
Yeah, just do it. Do Do seven.
631
7.
5743.
631 5743.
Yeah, but like that's not a lot of numbers, dude.
Let's try 8.
Eight numbers?
Yeah.
Three one two 646 78.
Sorry, can you start again?
312 646 78.
312 644 78.
No, that's incorrect. It was 64678.
Okay, so again.
Dude,
Try different numbers.
dude, this isn't impressive.
Try again.
I'll do it one more time. I'll do 10 numbers.
Okay.
474 273 0746.
374.
No, it's 474 273 0476.
Yes, hold on.
Okay, I'll do it a different set. 404 273 0446.
474 0 3 4 7 6.
That's incorrect.
Not even close.
Nope.
I can't remember 10 numbers.
All right, well, most people can't.
What's the best way to remember 10 numbers?
To just work on pattern recognition.
Most people can't recognize 10 numbers. Most people can recognize up to 6 numbers. The average is 6.
Okay.
The average is 6. Above average is 8. And then if you get to 10, that's superior. If you can get to 14, that is very superior.
All right, are you going to accept the invitation that you have, or are you just going to keep jerking yourself off raw?
I mean, I'm guessing you train to memorize numbers that long.
No. I just grew up during a time when landlines were a thing and nobody had cell phones, or very few people, and you definitely didn't have a contact list, so you just had to memorize these things. It was like something that they taught you in school. And also, people weren't so worried about, like, getting doxxed in their numbers and stuff like that. Like, everybody's telephone number was in the telephone book.
really get calls.
No, they got calls all the time, dog. But they didn't get spam calls. And if they did, a lot of times they would talk to them.
You feel like people get when do you think the best era to grow up was?
I really like my era because I got to start things without any computers. It was innocent. You could ride your bike outside, not really worry about getting kidnapped or anything. And then I got to see the birth of computing, the birth of the internet, and then getting into Web 2, social media, and now into Web 3.
AI.
Word,
What's Web 4?
perhaps AI.
I don't think Web 3 actually Web 3.
What'd you say, big dog?
I don't think Web 3 is actually Web 3.
Okay.
No one really uses it.
I'm in agreement. So maybe AI is Web 3. And like crypto and stuff is just like Web 2.5.
No.
So you mean to tell me you just randomly in front of people in public just said that you didn't know that you were circumcised until you were 15 years old because you'd never seen another man's penis?
Yeah.
You just said all that at once? You poor thing.
I just won.
Cool, Zoot.
But the berries.
All berries on the board are poison. Consuming or matching them will damage a player for 5 health. Zoot, slap yourself.
We're gonna win.
Did you slap yourself?
Rabbi.
Zoot, did you slap yourself? Zoot, did you slap yourself?
On the chest.
Okay, you do it on your wrist.
Oh. Did I tell you my dog got out yesterday?
No way, what happened with Yoshi?
We had gardeners over and I left the door open and he got out.
Were you able to get him? Did he run away, or did he run away, or did he just stay there? Zoot, did he run away, or did he just stay there? No way. How did you get him?
Someone picked him up and took him to the vet. And then we went to the vet and got him.
Oh, no way. So he was really gone. Weren't you heartbroken?
Rabbi, can you remember 10 numbers?
Yeah.
I'll test you in a second.
I'm not going to be tested. I'm good. I know how intelligent I am.
Okay.
You're
Who was
up.
the worst president?
You're up, pimp. That's subjective. A lot of people say Nixon. A lot of people say the first Johnson.
I'd say Nixon's pretty bad. Do you know why I say Nixon is bad?
Why is that, pimp?
He took the dollar off the gold standard, which has fucked us for the last 54 years.
A lot of people.
That really fucked the whole.
A lot of people say that, big dog.
That was like a really dumb decision. Now, short term, it would have made a lot of politicians rich.
Right.
It would have made a lot of people in the stock market and like all those people, like all the hedge funds, extremely fucking rich during that time. But it really fucked the whole economy.
Word, dog.
And Trump might be the only president that is trying to fix what Nixon did. But he's only doing that for his own benefit and his family's benefit.
Zoot, slap yourself. Zoot, did you Zoot, did you slap yourself? Zoot, did you slap yourself? Good job.
Rabbi, which way do I go?
What do you want to do?
I think I'm going to do this. So I'm going to do stand up in another 2 weeks. Then.
Good on you. What are you going to say?
I'm going to go on. Oh, I can't. If I get the berries, I'm dead.
Right. How'd you like my move?
So if I get the berries, I'm dead.
Word.
Oh fuck, that's bad, man. I don't think you can win on the next move.
Watch me.
You just did damage. Oh, I couldn't fucking win that. Do you like losing?
Zoot, you're done. That was a sweet
Rather
shot.
just one.
That was a sweet shot. You have never beaten me in this game. Big dog.
I'll give you a free.
You've never beaten me in this game. Is today the day that you beat me in this game?
Today's the day you lose.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, Rabbi, you did that?
I did. That was crazy. Are you proud of that move?
What's the hardest game you ever played?
There was a Ninja Turtles game on Nintendo Entertainment System that had this one level that was like basically impossible for me to do as a child. It was an underwater level, and whenever you touched the side, you got electrocuted, and it took forever to get there. And back then, games didn't have saves, so you had to literally beat the whole game again. And I, to this day, have never beaten it. So I would probably say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the Nintendo Entertainment System. It's notoriously hard. But like when I was a little kid, they didn't have the internet, so you just thought that it was like either impossible or just I never knew anybody. I've never known anybody to ever beat that level. It's just notoriously hard.
Is it like a cult thing online now that people never beat that level?
Yeah, like yeah, it is. You know who Angry Video Game Nerd is? He's like the most famous video game reviewer, and he talks about how difficult it is. And there were just people, as I was, who could never beat it.
So if there is like this, there's a game I used to play on the PlayStation 1 that it is like luck to beat the algorithm, and like people play it on Twitch all the time because it's fucking hard. Like the algorithm is just like it's luck. Like there's very few people who've beaten the game. Like without like you can do saves and stuff, but like people play through the game without trying to save because it is like nearly fucking impossible to beat because of the fucking algorithm. Like it's like fuck. It's like playing a slot machine.
Dude, you might win.
The RNG is fucked.
Zoot, are you gonna win?
So Rabbi,
Zoot, I just asked you a question. Zoot, are you gonna win?
yeah. I'm gonna try.
All right, that's an honest answer. I could help you. What were you gonna say, Zoot?
Did you have anything rare as a child?
I won a contest, a reading contest, when I was in first grade and got to meet the first lady of the state. Aside from that, Zoot, slap yourself. You just said you suck.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, I beat you.
Okay, so have I told you the story of my first phone?
Tell me about it. Oh, you mean like, did I have anything that I owned that was rare?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, like, I would say not really. I guess this is when I got a little older. This isn't like a big deal, but well, kind of. I had a Beanie Baby before Beanie Babies were like cool. I had it like years before. That's about it. I mean, that's not that cool. I had Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, the one that's called like the Hot Coffee Edition. It's literally like if you do a little hack on your PlayStation 2, it allows you to watch porn. Or PlayStation, maybe it's an X. Yeah, I think it's a PlayStation 2. It allows you not just to watch porn. You have sex in Grand Theft Auto, and they put it out as like an Easter egg kind of a deal, or like a pineapple deal, and I don't know, like that's what I can think off the top of my head. Okay, what were you saying? What did you get, or what was rare?
Okay. So 2007, I got my first phone. So this is when like the iPhone, like touch phones and touch screens were just coming out, right?
Right.
Yeah. But instead of getting me a touch phone, my mom gets me my first phone.
Right.
Right. My first phone was you can only get this in Australia, and it was a flip phone.
Okay.
For The Simpsons. It was a limited edition release for the Simpsons movie. Flip phone.
Okay.
You could only get them in Australia under Optus, which is one of the major cell phone providers in Australia.
Okay.
They go for $10,000 today. My mom bought it for $120.
Wow. Why do they go for so much?
Because you can only get them in Australia.
Okay. Do you still have it?
I don't have it anymore.
Oh.
No. Even if I did have it, it's not in the box.
Oh, so it has to be in the box?
Yeah. So only in Australia you can get it.
Was it for the Simpsons movie?
Yeah.
Did you like the Simpsons movie?
Yeah. I would have liked the Simpsons maybe better if I still had this fucking phone in the box.
Right. Check out this shot. Oh man, well you've got some difficult shots.
Do you have baby babies?
Yeah, and it was like my mom and I were at this like really crafty women's place, this like women's store, and they had these what I thought at the time were like cute little stuffed animals. And sometimes, not often, but like if I was good, I might be able to get a toy or something. And I remember asking my mom if I could get one, and she like, looked at the price or whatever and saw that they were like not that expensive or whatever, and I was being good that day, and so she was like, okay. So I got this little monkey, and um, his name was Bongo, is like the name on the tag. Now, when I got a toy back then, it was how like kids would play with a toy. I'd rip off all the tags and then play with it. And I really liked him because he was like really agile. Like he wasn't like really stiff because of the little beans inside or whatever. They're like little plastic pellets. So like 2 years go by, and then this craze comes on. So this might have been like '94 when I got the little guy, and maybe '95 or something. But then like '96, the Beanie Baby craze is like reaching its peak, or like just starting, I should say. And my cousin was like, "Do you have any Beanie Babies?" And I was like, "What is that?" And she's like, "Oh, they're like these things that everybody's collecting, and they're like stuffed animals. They're really cute. Here, let me show you mine." And so she had like this collection of them. And then I had an uncle I had a different aunt and uncle who saw that my cousin, who wasn't their kid, that was like it was their like niece basically, like they saw that my cousin really liked these things, and so they started to collect them. And so as I started to find out, like I think what you could do back then is get books of like the most valuable Beanie Babies, because they didn't have the internet. It was around, but like people weren't creating like Beanie Baby websites or anything. And even if you did, it took too long to load pictures. It was like the earliest days of the internet. So my cousin showed me hers, and I said, "Hey, I have something that looks like that." And she's like, "Well, you don't have any Beanie Babies. You told me this." And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I have something that looks like that." And we went and we looked, and I had Bongo the monkey. And Bongo the monkey then was one of the most expensive ones. Unfortunately, I like ripped off the tag like a year before, 2 years before, whatever. But so I actually had the Beanie Babies before they were like cool. Anyway, my other uncle finds out that like these things are really popular, and he and my aunt. Well, it turned out my aunt really liked them, and liked them so much that they became the biggest Beanie Baby collectors, one of the biggest Beanie Baby collectors in the United States. They had everything. The most expensive Beanie Baby of all time was this thing called Peanut the Elephant. It was a royal blue Peanut the Elephant. And my aunt and uncle traveled all over the United States just to get this thing. And they eventually got every single Beanie Baby that was like ever produced. They have just huge amounts of Beanie Babies. Dude, are you going to accept my invitation? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
How much is the Beanie Baby collection worth now? They still have it.
Yeah, virtually nothing. I remember at the time they bought the royal blue. Well, the way it went down was they had bought like all of them, and they'd go to the store when they would launch them or whatever and get all the newest ones. But there was this one that they wanted that was like everybody wanted this thing. It was the royal blue elephant. It was named Peanut. And if you got this one, it was like super rare. Anyway, I remember my aunt and uncle traveled to go get it, and they spent $1,000 on it, which at the time, like to spend $1,000 on a collectible was like pretty unheard of, especially for like a toy. But nevertheless, my aunt wanted it, and so my uncle got it for her. And they had like the Princess Diana one. They had the Jerry Garcia bear. They had all the bears, and my aunt and uncle were like traveling to like they're like really big into travel. So they were like they would travel to like Europe and like uh, Asia. They would travel all over China and like Thailand and England and France and things. And whenever they would find a Beanie Baby wherever they were, they would buy them. It was like their thing. So anyway, my aunt and uncle eventually got all of the Beanie Babies, and then the market crashed, and that Peanut that was worth like $1,000 went down to like I don't know. It still held its value pretty well, but like basically then you would get people who would counterfeit them, and I would say my aunt and uncle probably spent I don't know tens of thousands of dollars on Beanie Babies back in the '90s when the dollar was still pretty strong, and they um, they were like the biggest fucking Beanie Baby collectors I ever knew.
Baby babies are still working up today.
No, they're not. I'm in the Beanie Baby subreddit. Each one is worth $1 at most.
Really?
Really, I'm in the subreddit, so I can tell you, people go in there all the time, and they're like, "Hey, my grandma died. I've got this like what they think is like a really rare Beanie Baby," and the people are like, and they're like, "How much could I sell it for?" And they're like, $1. I'll give you $1 for it. And they're like, $1? It used to be worth like $600 in this book, and they'd be like, "Yeah, but the market on it crashed, and they're not worth
You think
anything."
the same thing will happen? You think the same thing will happen with the boogers?
What the fuck is that?
The boogers are like Beanie Babies.
What's a boomer? What's a boomer?
The booger?
What is that?
The booger is like this Asian doll where you like, it's like this box, you get a box, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's like a mystery box, and you're not sure what the booger you're going to get, and it's like this like boy little monster with like lit ears.
Yeah, eventually all that stuff does that. The best way, if I were gonna be if I had the money and I had children, I would, if they really were into something, let's say they were into like, I don't know, action figures or something, the best way to do it is to buy 2 of them. And you buy one and open it up and play with it, and then the other one you just keep in the box, and it'll be worth a lot. Dude, this might be one of the greatest shots you're ever going to witness. And it was not.
I think I grew up in the best time I grew up in the best times, like the biggest opportunity of wealth transfer as a child, because I had Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, so many things. Even I was at the end of the Beanie Baby phase, so I had Beanie Babies when I was a child as well.
Yeah, but you don't remember. You don't remember a world without computers.
Very vintage video games. I grew up with the PlayStation 1 and the Nintendo 64.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't remember a world without video games. At least home consoles. I'm not saying you didn't grow up during a good time, but for children, if you're talking about like and the amount of toys you can have, then I get that. I get why you think that that's the best. But I would talk about like people with integrity and accountability and stuff. It all started to fall apart about the turn of the millennium. Zoot, you could win. There's like a very good chance you're going to win. You're one shot away, Zoot, from winning. Zoot, you are one.
I probably grew up in the last era where you could actually make it off. I grew up in the era of, even though I grew up with Bitcoin and Ethereum as an adult. Well, in high school, Bitcoin came out, but when I was 18, Ethereum came out, and I discovered Ethereum 5 years into its inception.
Oh, no. Oh, Zoot, how'd you miss that shot? All right, this is a big shot, Zoot. This would be one of the biggest comebacks in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind. Zoot, you won.
I'll be back.
Good job, big dog.
I'll be back.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Excellent.
This week?
Sure does. School's cool, or like,
He's in pre-K or kindergarten?
How is it?
Both the boys had their first date today. Well, it's like their admission where we go meet all the teachers. They see their desk and shit. And school starts tomorrow.
Are they going to a similar school like they were at, like a private school type thing?
Hell no. They're going to public 5 minutes from the house. They can walk there with their homies.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it's great, man.
That's great.
They had a cop. They had a cop on staff there. Just looked at him.
You don't have to leave.
Hopefully he's about that life. Don't run if shit pops off. Don't run.
This is what I was thinking about. Imagine if your dad could like beat everybody's ass, like legit. You know what I mean? It's like Brendan's your dad is like your dad is He-Man. You know what I mean? Like it's gotta be a little bit of you're walking to school like, You know what I mean? Okay, oh, your dad's gonna come. Okay, your dad's gonna come. Hold on a second. Hey, Dad, your dad's coming. You talking about for bullying? You're saying? Yeah, just all of that. Okay. I mean, what if they give like a set for the fact that the confidence that you're walking to school? Yeah, but you're not taking into account that his kids, Brendan's kids, are also tough. That's what I'm saying, though. They don't need Brendan. No, dude, but this is my whole point. It's like obviously, that's the family business. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like you know, they might get into a thing, and then the other parents and stuff will come out, and they'll be like, you know, the other dad's gonna come with this kid, and then he walks in with his fucking cauliflower ears. And it's like, let's talk. What am I gonna do? Let's talk about the right. Let's figure this out. That's what I'm saying. It's like, so that's why you feel confident. I'm like, send him to public school. It's cool. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Especially out here, it's a little different than LA. Like LA, we had no choice. Like our
public school there
was atrocious. Yeah, it's opposite here.
I think the bullying in Texas would be on a whole other level. You want to be in? Because I don't know. The teacher wrestling us.
It's the equalizer.
There's no phase here.
It's the equalizer, though.
All right.
Yeah, but I tell teams obviously like sports the equalizer.
Do they want to play anything
When
else?
starts, that's reflex.
Do they want to play football or basketball or anything else?
So no, football. I'm the coach for the football team. They started. We've been having practices.
No, but wait. I forget how young they really are. In my mind, when I see pictures of like Tiger and Martin, I think they're like in high school. You know what I mean? And I realize they're 4. Yeah. I'm like, he's gonna make the team. It's like, man, I can't wait to. This is like that's the bad. I can't wait for you right there. He's already like, it's awesome. People already be like, I think this guy can do it. That's just gonna be a thing. It's awesome, dude. What if he wakes up one day and he's like, I don't want to play sports anymore, Dad. I want to dance. Oh yeah. What would you say out there, dude?
Just like change your last name and move out. Change your last name and move out. I don't care.
Dad, I'm putting down the bat until you see him. And I want to dance. See him, move out until you see him eat. Yeah.
That's true. He just has talent.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta find this.
No, what they don't tell you about baseball though, because Tiger's at the level where he's getting the cool bats. Now these bats, Eric, let me prepare you, but these bats are between $400 and $600.
Maybe it's time to totally reinvent a lot of Jewish cultures. We initiated the millennials. Millennials like things so totally different. And so it goes from the moderate reforms, which would be unacceptable in Orthodox communities, like, let's say, playing guitar on Shabbat. So, hey, why not? Let's find new ways to reach out and try to bring in people by changing some of the traditional norms to make it more appealing to. That's kind of like the two major flavors that we have identified. The internet, the second point, is definitely having a major impact on the Jewish world because it actually allows communities to be formed from people who are no longer physically proximate to one another. So you could form a kind of online synagogue that had people all over America participating in this. We actually are getting a good taste of that right now as we're all in lockdown because of the COVID-19 situation. Where, we have, like, for example, in Young Israel, Lawrence Cedar, we have this thing called GAS, davening at the same time. There is in traditional Jewish law and halakha, there is an idea that it is considered appropriate if you are praying at home alone, you try to pray at the same time as the community is praying. So with Zoom technology, with video conferencing like I'm using right now, you can set up the davening times at the same time that people can tune in. So I was in one of these davening situations. It's not a minion, you can't say Kaddish and things like that. But there was a stranger in the group. So after davening, people said to him, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? And he said, yeah, actually, I'm from New Jersey, but I kind of like it. Do you mind if I daven with you guys? They said, sure, no problem. So we have this kind of weird situation where a Jew who lives, 50 miles away is able to participate simultaneously in our davening. What does that mean? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? On the one hand, it allows Jews to be further apart from each other and still connect. And on the other hand, it allows Jews to be further apart from each other. There's a double-edged sword with that. So the internet has a power of reaching out for these individuals all over the place, but it has no way to really bring them in to its physical community, the actual proximate community, and it's hard to imagine Judaism without that kind of community. It reminds me of that famous book title. It was a sociological study as well. Life is with people. That's how we do Judaism. We do Judaism in a group. We're gregarious people. We like to kibitz and hang out with each other, and we do that on the internet. Not at all clear. And the way that Jack Wertheimer encapsulates it is that the way the Jewish community is evolving in the 21st century is there is a forest of bonsai trees. No more cedars, no more redwoods with massive trees and groves here and there. But you have a lot of these tiny little trees, beautiful trees. Bonsai are gorgeous trees, but tiny little trees spread out all over the place without the same kind of critical mass that could really be called a mighty force. Okay, so to say about American Jewry. I'm sorry that we didn't have in this series more opportunities to look at Eastern Europe and Russia, where I think some fascinating things are happening as well, but unfortunately the exigencies of time did not cooperate. I would, however, like to reflect briefly on the scope of the 12 lectures that we've offered in this series. We were interrupted right about halfway through by the coronavirus, and we're forced to go online, but I think that in itself is kind of a metaphor for what we're doing here. The Jewish community has endured incredible challenges, multivalent challenge with very different complexion across time, multiple exiles, multiple persecutions, God forbid, and nevertheless, the Jewish people still manages to continue surviving and even thriving. You know, the oldest continuous civilization on earth, the Jewish people. How is that possible? You have such a tiny, tiny people who are able to withstand such phenomenal pressure, and yet at the same time, even make massive contributions to the civilizations in which they live. This is one of the conundrums and one of the mysterious aspects of Jewish history. And I have to frankly say, since we're at the very end of the series now, it is a great reservoir of faith for me personally. As a historian and spending time looking at how easy civilizations are snuffed out by the fortunes of war and economy and, God forbid, plague, things like that, it amazes me that the Jews managed to hang on. And I'll conclude with a story that I think is illustrative of the way I approach Jewish history as best I can, as a professional historian, but also as a believing Jew. So this is a story maybe apocryphal, but it's some of the best stories are apocryphal, right? And apparently it occurred in the yeshiva where I studied, Or Sameach in Jerusalem. Apparently, Or Sameach is an institution that tends to attract students who did not grow up with the benefit of a strong Jewish background, and they're interested in it as adults, typically college age. That pretty much defines me. They have advanced studies there, but it's a very serious adult institution, really catering to college age males. So one of the students that was attending class there happened to come from West Point. He was a student of America's premier military academy, and he ended up in yeshiva, like a lot of people, like I did. And someone asked him, Shabbos meal or something, so tell us your story. How did you get here? And he said, well, I was studying at West Point. I was planning on a military career. I was very focused on my studies. And once we had a general come to give us a guest lecture, actually a series of lectures, on great battles in history. We looked at the Peloponnesian War. We looked at, the Battle of Waterloo. We looked at all these great battles and wars in history. And the general would analyze why one side won and the other side lost. That military strategy. And we were to learn from the experience of the ancients and medieval and modern battles, how things would go, and it was a great class. But about halfway through the class, I began to wonder, wait a second, why didn't we study any of the Jewish wars? Why didn't we study the great war against the Romans in the first century, or the Bar Kokhba revolt? Why we skipped over all that stuff? And then, why didn't we look at any of the Israeli battles? Why didn't we understand? Why didn't we see how the Jews survived the War of Independence and the 6-Day War, which is mind blowing and very important? So I went up to the general after class and I said to him, excuse me, sir, I'd really like to know why didn't we study any of the battles of modern Israel? Wasn't there something of great military value in looking at what happened in Israel? And the general responded to him, son, the reason we didn't study any of the Israeli battles is because those victories conform to no known standards of military strategy that I have in my studies. In other words, those battles, he said, were completely miraculous. It's impossible to understand them anyway at all. So this made a huge impact on this young man, this student, and he said, well, if that's the case, that this respected general regards all of the Israeli victories as essentially miraculous, as the hand of God, then, I've got to study what this Judaism is all about. And that's how he ended up in Jerusalem, and that's how he ended up in Or Samaria. And I think that story speaks to me very much, because sometimes I'm studying history and I'm saying, my gosh, what incredible pressures, what it must have been like to be a Jew at that time. And nevertheless, they survived, and nevertheless, they end up creating this poetry or this science or this music. It's just mind-boggling. So I think we have to return to this concept I mentioned twice already, Ein Mazal Yisrael. There is no predestiny for the Jewish people. They are creating their own Jewish people, and they have a unique destiny only in the mind of God. That's what we're ultimately searching for. That's ultimately what we're trying to live up to. And with this, I'd like to conclude this series on I Survived Jewish History. Hopefully, we will begin the next series back in our lecture hall, and we will be able to continue it with all of us in good health. And to all of you who are watching this on the internet, I hope that you all enjoy good health and escape this horrible plague unscathed. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to speaking in the next series of lectures. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. My name is Henry Abramson, and welcome to my first live webinar in which I'm going to be trying to use some of this new technology to give a class. We're all in very difficult straits thinking about the implications of this coronavirus situation, and it's stressful on all of us. But, looking back in history, I found so much fascinating material that I just was excited to share it with you, and I'm glad that so many of you have decided to join me for this brief webinar. I'm going to take a very large approach. I'm going to try and survey the entirety of Jewish history in less than 60 minutes, and I have a couple of surprises along the way. I'm going to try out some of these new technological devices, and I'll have some time, hopefully, to deal with some of your questions at the end. But for the time being, let's get straight to the material, and let me share my screen here. Great. So our topic is plague and pandemic in Jewish history. I am not a scientist, I'm a historian, and I've decided to just kind of take a broad look at how Jewish history and plagues and pandemics have intersected over the last 3 millennia. And it seems very clear that plagues and pandemics don't intersect with Jewish history. They are really part and parcel of Jewish history. There's so many parts of Jewish history that are completely dependent on the development of plagues, and at the same time, this is part of human history, part of ecological history, and so on. There's so many fascinating elements. Let's go straight into them. So, first thing I'd like to share with you all is the observation that we have been here before, that the current situation, which is certainly the worst pandemic in the last century since the Spanish flu, perhaps even longer than that, this is something that's just not at all new in history. Our previous generations, even our generation, dealt with Ebola and dealt with SARS and bird flu or avian flu and so on, all these kinds of things, swine flu, H1N1. And so we've had some familiarity with it. But there are a few things that are unique to the period that we're living in right now that I think we can meditate upon. Thinking about where we've been before, look at this document just for illustration. This comes from the National Library of Israel. It's a prayer that dates from 1896 for the suppression of the plague. I believe it was yellow fever, not sure exactly, in Bombay. And you can see it's written in English because, of course, this is one of the British colonies. And on the right in Hebrew, because it's written for a Jewish audience, and on the left in Marathi, which is just amazing to me that you would have to produce a trilingual document like this with a very beautiful prayer, which is intended to meet the spiritual needs and the physical needs, the health needs of the people living in Bombay at the end of the 19th century. So we, the Jewish people, so to speak, have endured plagues before. This is nothing new in the grand sweep of Jewish history. At the same time, we have never been here before. We've never been in this particular moment where so many unusual things happening that really gives us pause for additional reflection on the historical significance of the events we are all experiencing, hopefully in good health, all of us. What are the two main things that differentiate our experience today with those of our predecessors? Well, I would say two things. The first is the institution of rapid, inexpensive global travel, allowing disease and contagion to spread at a rate and at a scope that has never before been possible in human history. Even the transmission of Spanish flu was delayed by the huge barriers and the high threshold to international travel that meant it was much slower for such a contagion to spread. But today, with relatively inexpensive intercontinental flights, something which happens in Wuhan, China in December suddenly becomes a very serious issue here in New York City in March and April, terrible April of 2020. So that's one major differentiating factor. Another is the existence of the internet, which has suddenly opened up so many possibilities, like this Zoom Seder shown here, which this kind of Seder was celebrated by who knows how many thousands of Jews worldwide, perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Jews. This is a new element in modern history which allows for the connectivity of people even when they are forcibly separated one from another. So those two elements are really at the core of what's different about what we are enduring today with this particular pandemic. Now, we're going to go through the history itself, but I want to begin with a little bit of historiographic thought or philosophy of history, if you will. People, come up to me and they say, well, you're a historian, can you tell us what can we learn from history about the situation we're in right now? Like, what are the lessons of history? What does history teach us? And I feel really badly telling them that ultimately history doesn't teach us anything. History is, by definition, something which is in the past and therefore does not exist, right? History doesn't actually have that kind of didactic message to it. We are living in history right now. That does not necessarily mean that we are conscious of what we're trying to say to people generations away from us, let alone eons away from us. What we can say about a history is perhaps something that is often attributed to Mark Twain, a beautiful quote: history may not repeat itself, but it rhymes. Right? The idea being that there are certain tropes, certain trends, certain developments that we might be able to project forward in time or reach backward to find and to apply them to our times. Now, ironically, Mark Twain apparently never actually said it anywhere like these words. The closest thing to this concept is something he said in 1874 and was published. History never repeats itself, but the kaleidoscopic combinations of the pictured present often seem to be constructed out of the broken fragments of antique legends. Powerful statement, much more amenable to the historic imagination as well, because what we're dealing with today is we're looking back, hoping to derive some kind of edification, some kind of consciousness of what are we supposed to do, how are we supposed to react to this, and history does offer us some kind of models of mistakes as well as successes that we can emulate. But another way to take Mark Twain's comment, by the way, is what the essayist Mark Birnbaum wrote around the same time. History, it has been said, does not repeat itself. The historians repeat one another. So that's essentially what we're going to be doing for the next 45 minutes or so. Okay, one last word of introduction. The inspiration for this particular class and the research that I put into it is basically because the synagogue that I govern in, the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, we're faced with a conundrum. One of the cherished dates on our calendar is the upcoming holiday of Shavuot, which is commemorated with, among other things, an all-night communal Torah learning session, which I have really enjoyed for so many decades. I've traditionally given an all-night class that has, given me so much inspiration as I learn with students, and many people enjoy it as well. This year, unfortunately, because of the stay-at-home stipulations, we're faced with a situation where we cannot gather in our synagogue. And by the way, we're talking about a lot of people. We typically draw about 800 people to our synagogue on Shavuot, and this year we can't bring even the rabbi. So we are going to adopt a strategy where, since we're socially distant in space, we will instead expand in time. And the Shavuot program is going to take place partially before the holiday of Shavuot, partially after the holiday of Shavuot, and certain halakhically acceptable activities, that is not using electronics and so on, will take place actually on Shavuot. And so this class is part of my preparation for that much larger event on Shavuot. This is, by the way, conducted under the leadership of our phenomenal Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation. And the goal is to prepare our community to discuss some really difficult and fascinating aspects of Torah study and how it relates to our current situation. And much of the material that we discuss here is going to be a starting point for the textual sources that we're going to look at together in our own families, reading questions and so on. If you are interested in participating, we're going to be producing a pamphlet with texts and ephemera and art and things like that for home study over the holiday. Just contact the shul at this website. Okay, enough preparatory materials. Let's get right to the subject at hand. So if we look at plague and pestilence in antiquity, this is something that, of course, goes right to the very core of Jewish experience. In fact, the experience, the basic experience of Judaism is certainly the Passover Seder, which even from the point of youngest childhood, Jews are inoculated, if you will, to the notion of disease, particularly through the study of the Haggadah and the experience of the plagues. Here is the Golden Haggadah from Spain, 14th century, I believe, that shows the Egyptians horribly afflicted by plagues. And I know for myself as a child, these kinds of images in the Haggadah, because we usually use illustrated Haggadah. There's so many wonderful things to choose from, including, for example, this 1920 Art Deco Haggadah, the Eisenstein Haggadah, which has these simple cartoon-like depictions of the first series of lice, and over on this page you have the boils, the skin. These are like extremely evocative things that are buried deep into my childhood memory, along with, I'm sure, most Jews around the world for many centuries. So there's kind of like an early exposure to the idea of illness, at least through the mediation of the Haggadah, God forbid through the actual experience of it. But when you look at the text that we have, the vocabulary of contagion is much more supernatural in nature. When you look at the Bible, you've got supernatural plagues that are brought upon a people exclusively by God, strange kinds of supernatural etiologies, meaning the source, the reason why a particular plague happened. And there's all kinds of weird expressions of the plague, like, for example, a plague on a house, plague literally on a house, like on the walls of a house, or a plague on clothing. These kinds of things appear in the Bible, depending on which kind of translation you use. Sometimes the somewhat vague vocabulary is rendered as leprosy, which is most certainly incorrect, because how do you get leprosy on a garment or on a building? But nevertheless, in the context of the biblical discussion of plague and pestilence, you have the precedent of quarantine, where the Kohen, the priest, would require that a person who is showing signs of contagion remain within a building, and they're checked on in a certain amount of time, and so on, and then they're released after a certain amount of time. We also have the idea that a person who is afflicted in such a manner would have to be socially distant from others. Chutz lamachaneh, he would be required to leave the camp and reside outside because of a fear of contagion. There's also this idea of the concept of a vector of infection. A lot of discussion in the Talmud, for example, about how a person might, acquire an illness as a result of touching something, or sitting on something, or carrying something, or walking into a tent that has something in it. All kinds of things like this. So that the models that later become part of the scientific vocabulary really have their origins in the biblical experience. And I might hazard an argument to say that maybe this is, the very, very beginnings of the long-standing tradition of Jews practicing medicine that extends back well through the Middle Ages and into the ancient period. Maybe it's reading through those biblical passages every year about the Tzaras and so on. But let's look at one plague in particular that's a little bit less ancient, the diphtheria plague of 132, which is, in my mind, the first reference to, well, I shouldn't say really the first, because there are several biblical plagues that will skim over it. But let's just talk about this one because this is the one I'm kind of interested in for now. So, what exactly happened in 132? And you notice that I put a question mark here because there's a big question associated with it. Specifically, this is when Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students all died en masse. Incredible plague, phenomenal proportions. Just to imagine, 24,000 students in the 2nd century. It was such a tremendous impact, such a blow to the Torah scholarship of that era, that the rabbis subsequently initiated a period of semi-mourning that it overlaps with the period of the counting of the Omer, which occurs right at this time of year, between the holiday of Passover and the holiday of Shavuot upcoming. There is a period of time in which Jews will not schedule weddings, they will not get haircuts, not listen to live music, and there's some different community standards as to actually how you calculate that, how you observe it. You might notice I have a haircut today because my period ended just a little while ago with the 33rd day of the Omer. But at any rate, here we have an example of a massive plague that seems to be very unusually targeted at a particular age group, that is men of fighting age, potentially. Now, why is that so? The Talmud says the reason they died was because of something called askara, which is translated usually as diphtheria, highly contagious kind of thing. We nowadays have a vaccine against diphtheria, and it's given to children. However, we should note that this plague, which happened so rapidly and affected such a narrow band of the population, apparently, that there's some who say that perhaps it had something to do with a political cause. And, none of us watching the news say are aware of any kind of political connection to a reaction to plague in society. That's a bad joke. Maybe I'll cut that out of the internet version of this. But at any rate, another reference that we have, it is several centuries later, but another reference to this event in the text of Rabbi Shira Gaon, very important early historian of the Talmudic period, he says that they died not of diphtheria, but of persecution. Shmada is the Aramaic term he uses. And so many have argued that, wait a second, maybe what's going on in the Talmudic description of this epidemic, which is very brief and mysterious, is is that they're not referring to an actual biological contagion. They're referring euphemistically to the participation of Jews in the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Romans. A short-lived, very intense, for a brief period of time, extremely successful rebellion against the Romans, during which time coins like this one were minted. This is actually recently discovered. Just a few days ago, this coin was discovered. There are many Bar Kokhba era coins. This is not the first. It happens just to be a new one. And during this Bar Kokhba revolt, which was mercilessly put down by the Romans, perhaps Rabbi Akiva's students, who were all men of fighting age, maybe there were some women in there, but probably very, very few, they were killed not because of their attachment to Rabbi Akiva or because of diphtheria, but because of their attachment to Bar Kokhba. Rabbi Akiva himself was a big fan of Bar Kokhba and even felt that he might have been worthy to be the Messiah, to which a colleague said to him, Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before Bar Kokhba is the Messiah. So this diphtheria epidemic may not be diphtheria at all. There are those who say, in fact, that attaching the epidemic to the death at the hands of the Romans is also problematic because we have no other contemporary sources that support that argument. So I'll let that argument go on, but I have to just mention it for a second, that the Talmud offers a third answer, and I don't know if it's contradicting the other two or not, but it says the reason they died is because they did not show adequate respect to one another. So are those answers mutually exclusive? That they died of diphtheria, they died in the war with the Romans, they died because they showed disrespect to each other? Is it none of the above or all of the above? That's not really even a clear case of a plague. So let's go to when we unfortunately have very clear cases of plague. There were, several waves of plague that went through the Near Eastern world, and they show up primarily in the non-Jewish record. We don't have a lot of Jewish sources that referred to plague in any significant way until the 14th century. And then there was an explosion of discussion about bubonic plague, which is, of course, the big plague story of the millennia, perhaps even longer. There's some discussion as to the etiology of bubonic plague, but the generally accepted theory is that there was a particular kind of flea that was carried to the Sicily and Italy early on in the 14th century, around 1346, on boats from somewhere out in the Far East. And this flea jumped off the rats and infected humans, and bubonic plague resulted in this terrible, very high mortality, very high contagious death. It was so-called bubonic because people developed these large swellings in the groin and the armpit area called buboes. Their hands distended with huge swelling, very, very painful death, and mortality rate was incredibly high. We're talking about 30-40% mortality rate, very high spread, and it devastated Europe and radically shaped the continent for the Renaissance. But that's going a little further into history. What happened to the Jews? So there is this widespread myth that Jews somehow missed the Black Death, as it was called. And this is highly unlikely. First of all, we have no data to indicate that Jews suffered at a rate any different from the non-Jewish population. We simply don't have numbers that differentiate between Jews and non-Jews, so it's purely supposition to begin with. And in fact, if we're engaged in speculation, we really have to consider that Jews probably fared worse than non-Jews for several reasons. First of all, there is the so-called urban penalty. Jews are a highly urbanized people. They like to live in groups, close proximity to each other, for a host of reasons. First of all, they tend to not be agriculturalists. With the exception of the ancient period in Israel and the modern period in Israel, Jews generally are not farmers. They tend to work much more with white-collar occupations, particularly commerce, trade, also the professions of medicine and so on, wherever the guilds would allow them in. And so they live together in tight groups, generally in cities. And as we know, the close proximity of human beings allows for contagion to spread. So Jews would likely have been hit harder by plague than by people living in rural areas. Jews need to live within walking distance of a synagogue, or walking distance of a Chinese restaurant. It's impossible for them to live spread out one from the other. And so the urban bounty must have hit Jews very difficultly. We also know in later plagues, cholera, for example, that Jews living in cities fared worse. So it's easy to imagine this was the case as well for the Black Death. There's this interesting theory, I really like it, that, well, hang on a second. You know, Jews historically and culturally tended not to keep dogs as pets. That is also a somewhat suspect argument. I don't know of much in the way of documentation to support that, but there are definitely passages in the Talmud that regulate the keeping of vicious animals as pets. So perhaps that's where it comes from. There's certainly a cultural bias that you see in the 20th century and onward. So the argument goes, well, if Jews didn't have dogs, they must have had pets. They must have been cats. So if Jews kept cats, those cats would have chased the rats away. The rats, which carried the fleas, which carried the contagion, there you go. Because the Jews didn't like dogs, that's why they got the Black Death far less. That's the argument. I don't think there's a lot of weight to it, but there you go. Now, the last thing that people say is because of Jewish cleanliness. And it is true that there is a mandated amount of cleanliness in the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, including the ritual washing of hands, regular bathing, and so on. But we should understand that the standards that would have been used in the 14th century are far below what would be considered okay by Dr. Fauci and the CDC. We're not talking about washing with soap for 20 seconds saying happy birthday twice. Not even close. It's washing without soap. It's washing very cursorily. And even bathing would be, at best, a once-a-week affair. Women were known, of course, to go to the mikvah in particular, the ritual immersion, and I just happen to have something cool to show you. I was, last year, I had this good fortune of traveling with Kosher River Cruises to Carpentras in France, which actually has a mikvah that dates right back to the 14th century, the exact period that we're talking about. And I brought my video camera, so I have a 2-minute video to show you the mikvah in Carpentras, which is absolutely stunning. And you get a sense for what it must have been like to engage in cleanliness at that time in order to avoid contagion like the Black Death. Not so lucky. I will just let you know in advance that there are actually 2 mikvahs in this little video. First, we get to see the 18th century renovated mikvah. Then we get to see the 14th century original mikvah, which is really astounding. Here we go. Here's the video.
The basement of the Carpentras synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services, which they would listen to through a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
This mikveh is from the 18th century.
Okay, we've had more time.
Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered, and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikvah, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's red from an artesian well. The light dusting on top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
So there is a better chance that we are in that time, percentage-wise, than we are in the time without.
The Carpentras synagogue also featured 2 ovens, one for weekday use and one for Passover matzah. But the most amusing thing about the Carpentras synagogue are the discoveries associated with the new excavations, and these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
Okay, that was so much fun. I hope you enjoyed that. I like that. Okay, so now let's go to the social upheaval of the era and specifically the Jewish aspect of it. The huge devastation, and we're talking about 20, 30%, 40% of the population in some places being killed as a result of the Black Death. Phenomenal change going on in society. And people all over look to find ways to respond. Perhaps the most significant for our purposes was the sudden explosion of movements like the flagellants, or those who whip themselves to self-flagellate. And these were Christians who believed that the plague was a punishment for licentious behavior on behalf of the population, and they felt that they had to repent and purge themselves of their sin by physically walking around, often without shirts, and whipping themselves as they went, and inspiring other people to do the same. The flagellants in particular were very quick to look to blame others in society. This had a very significant and deleterious impact on the Jews. Just to give you a sense of the mood, these are a few woodcuts from Hans Holbein, who about 70 years later, which is again kind of like the distance we have from the Holocaust, captured the mood of the people by showing this phenomenal Book of the Dead that describes how a skeletal, death-like figure seizes all kinds of people. Here, seizing a soldier, even a businessman. The death is present, even a joyous celebration of a wedding. He's playing a drum, very ominous. And this most terrifying image, again, this is early 16th century, of death leading away a child by the hand as the anguished, very impoverished mother and sibling look on helpless at the child's dispersal. Terrifying kind of images that capture the sudden threat of illness and contagion. How did this affect the Jews? As you might imagine, the Jews were the blunt of tremendous violence. And it is in this period, the Black Death, when certain anti-Semitic tropes really begin to be expressed for the first time, and they would have dramatic implications for future expressions of anti-Semitism. This is a 14th century rendition of the Jews in a community being burned alive because it was felt that they were somehow to blame for the Black Death. There was a widespread canard, a widespread lie that actually had originally been circulating that lepers, people suffering from leprosy, had somehow poisoned the well waters of Europe, and that anyone who drank from that well water would get the plague. Later, in the late 1340s, the legend kind of morphed a little bit and adapted and became much more powerful. The idea that the Jews were in league with the lepers and with the devil to create this contagion. So you see on the left here, this is a woodcut roughly from the period that shows a Jew in a kind of like an oriental costume, kind of exotic hat and so on, and he's holding in his hand a little bag, a vial. That was not a vial, but a little sack that, according to the various legends that were circulating at the time, that it was made up of the flesh of dead lepers,
and spider venom and all kinds of nasty things, the hairs of witches and things, and it would be dropped into the well waters. You see that he's holding it over the water, and spinning out of the water is a diabolical figure that then urinates his poison back into the water, and that anyone who would drink of that water would then be poisoned. This was also added to an incredibly noxious belief that circulated in the 13th century and especially exploded after the Black Death, that Jews somehow needed, as a ritual requirement, to re-crucify an innocent person, specifically a young boy, because children are innocent, in a vicarious reenactment of the Passion of Jesus. And this is called the ritual murder charge. It was added to that was the notion that somehow Jews needed to drain him of his blood and use it for various nefarious purposes, a ridiculous idea called the blood libel, which ironically the higher church, the popes and so on, tended to attack and issue bull after bull saying it's not true, the Jews don't do this, but the lower clergy, very much in line with popular sentiment, nevertheless propounded this myth that had tremendously negative implications. So here in the period of the Black Death, we have a very close association between Jews and disease. That Jews are somehow carriers of disease, vectors of disease. We can go straight to the 20th century for similar examples of this myth, which clearly has very strong implications. This is a Nazi propaganda poster for a Polish audience that warns people to stay away from Jews because they are carriers of fleas that have typhus. Right? The fleas come from the Jews. We have to ghettoize the Jews, to quarantine them away from the community, and so on. And another element, so by the way, modern anti-Semitism is really composed of two basic elements. One is this kind of quasi-scientific aspect. Like here you see the idea, we have to do something different with Jews because Jews are intrinsically different from other human beings. They are Untermenschen, to use a German term, or they are somehow biologically, genetically different. And the second element also has its roots in this Black Death period, the notion that the Jews are somehow locked in an international world conspiracy, that there is somehow a plan for these Jews acting together to dominate the globe. Here's once again a Nazi propaganda image that displays this kind of ominous sort of Jews and in connection, and they're really controlling all of the allies, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, and it's really the Jews behind it all. This is the notion of a conspiracy theory. Those two elements, this kind of quasi-scientific element and the conspiracy theory element, that are very central to contemporary anti-Semitic thought. And just to bring it back to Contagion, this is one of those images that I found very chilling. It's technically not anti-Semitic per se. It appeared in England, and the part that makes me nervous about it is kind of the ominous silhouettes that's used to represent people. And this is, of course, tracing the expansion of COVID-19 from patient zero, who happened to be a modern Orthodox Jew living in Westchester. He's not really patient zero. He just happened to be the first major case that was discovered in New York. It had been spreading by community for quite a bit longer before he arrived, but nevertheless, he was the first known case, and they were able to track, you can see here it's clearly labeled Yeshiva University and Young Israel, New Rochelle. So this kind of imagery makes me very nervous about how it is perceived. Although it does not seem to be explicitly anti-Semitic, you never know how people are going to read these things. Anyways, so those are things that come really out of the Black Plague. When we move forward into the early modern period, there's a lot of things that are happening at this point. Many other diseases are sweeping back and forth across the globe with some regularity. Smallpox and cholera are perhaps the most significant ones that are often referred to in a lot of texts. In fact, one of the worst things you can say as a profanity in some Slavic language is cholera. I probably shouldn't say that. I should probably bleep it out on the internet, but it means literally the blood of a choleric dog, right? The blood of a dog that has cholera. That's, I consider, a very, very bad thing to say. So that's to be a sense of life in Eastern Europe, cholera expanding and so on. And smallpox was a scourge in the New World in particular. And what I want to point out on this slide, before we go on to look at some of the other historical elements, is that these diseases wreak tremendous havoc on Jewish history, along with all other histories of human beings. But when you look at any individual epidemic, you see so many great people who are lost. Many lost to history as well. They left no record of themselves or their activity, but sometimes phenomenal geniuses. I'm thinking of two in particular, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who wrote the incredible Tomer Devorah, who was one of the early systematizers of Kabbalah, wrote Pardes Rimonim. Phenomenal scholar. This particular work, Tomer Devorah, describes 13 different strategies of forgiveness. 13 different ways that you can develop a quality of forgiveness. Beautiful, glorious spiritual heroism in this work. And he was brought low by cholera in the city of Tzfat in the 16th century. An unexpected cholera killed him and his, actually just killed him and left his wife and his 8-year-old son as his literary executor. But he was an incredibly prolific scholar, and we lost him when he was in his early 50s. Another tragic death, also in Israel, this time in Akko, was the incredible Ramchal, the Mesilat Yesharim. And in fact, one of the reasons I'm giving this class today is because the anniversary of his death is on Wednesday. The anniversary of his death, the 26th of Iyar. He was a brilliant scholar who wrote so many phenomenal works in many different areas, not only in areas like in Musar, where he's very famous, the ethical works, but also in Kabbalah, also in logic, and even in public speaking, and even in drama. He is considered by many to be the first modern Hebrew novelist because he wrote fiction in Hebrew. Brilliant. And he died in the 18th century after a short life of intense persecution, where he was hounded by his enemies, all internal Jewish enemies who disagreed with his early study of Kabbalah, among other things. He was hounded across Europe, and finally, in his late 30s, he emigrated to Israel, hoping to have some freedom and to be able to teach Kabbalah properly, and he died at the age of 39, tragically, in a plague in Akko, which also took his wife and child. So we have, punctuated moments of great tragedy associated with all of these plagues throughout Jewish and human history. How did Jews react? Check out this beautiful title by my friend Ellie Fisher, Love in a Time of Cholera. Some of you might get the pun there. It's very beautiful. But perhaps the most besides the kind of rudimentary social distancing strategies that were evident even from the Bible and the Talmud and so on, one of the other elements also expressed in the Talmud is the production of amulets, which got a lot of rabbis at this time into significant trouble, such as, for example, Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshutz, shown here, who produced many of these kinds of documents that were intended to ward off all kinds of evil eventualities, including disease. The reason why Rabbi Eibeshutz got into so much difficulty over this huge amount of controversy is because this is shortly after the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, a false messiah of the 17th century who succeeded in drawing a very, very large movement of Jews from all across Europe to his cause, which ended in disaster when he ended up converting to Islam rather than initiating the Messianic period. So producing amulets after this time was a very dangerous affair because many people accused the producers as being, followers of the disgraced Shabbatai Tzvi. This trend also affected the early proto-Hasidic movement. People who produced these documents were called Balei Shem, meaning the masters of the name, because the name of God or the name of angels was invoked in these amulets against disease. So many of these early kind of folk spiritualists were called Balei Shem. One of the reasons why the founder of Hasidism as we know it today is so distinguished, he's called the Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, as opposed to some of those other ones who are so not so much. Let us move on here. This is also the era, when we get into the 18th century, the 19th century in particular, when vaccination really becomes a cause and a thing. There were experiments with vaccination much earlier in human history. The Chinese had experimented with it, and throughout the 18th century in particular, a lot of experiments with, like grinding up the dried pustules of smallpox victims' skin, and then rubbing it into the skin or into the pores of other people to kind of give you some kind of resistance to the disease. This starts developing, and you know what? They start getting some results. And ultimately, this becomes vaccination, which proves to be extremely successful. Jews, you combine the idea of Jews in medicine, development of vaccination, and in many cases, Jews become the great heroes of vaccination, like Jonas Salk, whose ethnic origins go back to the same world as Jonas and Iberschutz and Rabbi Akiva Eger, who we'll discuss shortly. Although he grew up in New York City, he nevertheless developed a polio vaccine, which was like an incredible scourge that affected so many children. And when he was able to lift off the threat of polio from children in a vaccine that is readily available today, he changed the world forever. Smallpox vaccination, huge changes as well. How it changed specifically in the Jewish world, the popular Jewish world, a well-known rabbi, Abraham ben Shlomo Nansich, published a book called Ale Trufa. I think you would translate this as the leaves of healing, which might be a pun on the leaves of paper in his book, meaning they talk about healing. He sadly lost 2 of his own children to smallpox, and in Ale Trufa, he wrote very movingly of the need for vaccination, that this new science was essential to developing modern health, and that had a huge impact on the Jewish mindset. We should also bear in mind that long before Rabbi Nansich wrote Ale Trufa, the long-standing sort of rationalist approach to medicine that appears in the Jewish tradition. Not to say that amulets were not invoked, and there's huge discussion of amulets, other things like whispering spells, things like that, but there's a general consensus that runs a very straight line throughout biblical and Talmudic sources and halakhic sources, Jewish law, that if the doctors recommend a course of action, then people should follow that course of action. Very, very rare exceptions, but if a legitimate doctor with credentials and credibility advocates a course of action, even if it contravenes, otherwise accepted Jewish practices, such as fasting on a fast day, the law is you should follow the medical opinion, kind of like a seichel or basic common knowledge kind of opinion. So Rabbi Nansich did not start a revolution. He merely underlined something which was very significant already in the Jewish tradition. You have many, many other rabbinic figures piling on afterwards, including Rabbi Yisrael Lifshitz, an extremely important 19th century rabbinic figure who had a lot of engagement with science. He wrote, for example, on the newly developing Darwinian theory and things like that. And he argued very firmly that, yes, vaccination works and Jews should be vaccinated along with everybody else. Now, another thing that develops in the 18th and 19th century is the initiation of social distancing on a much more concrete basis. There was a very significant cholera epidemic in 1831 that took a tremendous toll on the population of Eastern Europe. So the question went to Rabbi Akiva Eger as to how Jews should manage it. And he said, among other things, following public health opinion of the day, that prayer quorums should be limited in size, the minyan should be limited in size, people should stand far apart from each other, and in fact, he argued for enforcement of those norms. He said that the non-Jewish police force should be invited in, if necessary, to maintain those social distancing strategies. And one of his suggestions at the time was that there was a huge outcry and social displeasure with this because of course one of the most emotionally significant prayers in the entire liturgy is the Kaddish. When a person loses a loved one, God forbid, Lo Aleinu, one wants to say the memorial prayer for the dead, the Kaddish. And the custom was, before the 18th century, not as we practice today, But the custom was that only one person in every given prayer quorum would recite the Kaddish. And so there's a lot of jockeying and dispute and lobbying over who has the right to say it for the congregation. But what happened tragically in the cholera epidemic of 1831, so many people lost loved ones that the hue and cry for a response to allow more people to say Kaddish moved Rabbi Akiva Eger to say, well, you know what? Given the current circumstances, I think people should be allowed to say Kaddish in unison. Meaning, synagogues should adopt the practice that many people who are eligible to say Kaddish should say Kaddish together, which rapidly became the dominant custom, even now, nearly 200 years after that ruling was made. And one more really heroic and amazing story. I actually was not able to find this in a source that really hit home for me, but it's widely reported that in this cholera epidemic that fell in the fall, in the autumn, the great Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, when I mention his name, I really have to straighten my tie because it's a huge instance in my own thinking. He apparently, after Kol Nidre, after the prayers on Friday, on the night of Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year, the fast day, he got up and he pronounced the Kiddush prayer, which allows people to eat on Yom Kippur. Because the medical advice was nobody should fast on Yom Kippur this year because of the health implications. And Rabbi Yisrael Salanter wanted to make sure that nobody felt that if you were really religious, you would fast nevertheless. He says, no, if the medical rule is you should not fast, but I want to let you know that even I, the acclaimed Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, will not fast on this day. Yeah, amazing leadership. Okay, let's go on to our own day. So here we are in the COVID-19 situation. And we're still very much actually in medias res. We're still dealing with this. We don't know when this is going to end. We don't know how we're going to get back to our jobs normally. Hopefully we should all be healthy and well, and people should be employed in a reasonable manner to be able to meet all of their obligations. So one of the things that's unusual, and again, it's because of the internet speeding things up so rapidly, halacha tends to be reactive, meaning some things happen, the rabbis talk about it, they go back, they look at the sources, things like that, and then they make a ruling on that event, often after the fact. And then that can be used later to decide for specific individual cases. But the idea of making broad generalizations for lots of people, it's not typically the way halakha works. It tends to be something that rabbis use kind of like to draw large canvases, but for specific questions, they only use a scalpel to deal with the specific surgical need of an individual. That's changed so much because so many people are looking for direction. How do we deal with this COVID-19? And one of the voices that has become very prominent is that of Rabbi Herschel Schachter, shown here, who has published a virtual library of guidance on how to behave, particularly because much of the crisis happened here in the New York City area with high concentration of Jews, high concentration of observant Jews, and the upcoming Passover holiday in the middle of April. And so a lot of his rulings came out because of the need of how do we, for example, this is a time when people typically buy new vessels for use in cooking and eating, and they have to be immersed in a mikveh, but it might be dangerous to go to a mikveh. The mikveh might be closed, and how are we supposed to deal with that? So he's published a lot of rulings, many of which were surprisingly lenient. I happen to know of more than one archive of COVID-19 materials that are being collected to try and document all this stuff that's happening right now. My colleague David Sellis is doing perhaps the most significant one here in the United States. But that doesn't mean that everybody is like falling into lockstep. We have this phenomenon of people who are flouting rabbinic authority, flouting medical authority, and doing their own thing, sometimes out of a very, at least explicitly, strong religious impulse. Here's a letter that just appeared yesterday from the Young Israel Deerfield Beach, actually 2 days ago. I saw it yesterday. And this, you got to check out this text here. This is written by the leadership of the Young Israel, a very large Young Israel in Florida. I'll just read the first paragraph. It is with complete disgust and revulsion that we are forced to share with you that in spite of our own Mora Da'asra's clear halachic guidance, meaning what the rabbi said, and those of the Orthodox Union, Young Israel, Agudath Israel, the RCA, and other rabbinic organizations, plus recent medical guidance by Rabbi Dr. Aaron Glatt, there were a number of people who blatantly violated our shul's policies and indeed participated in a rogue minion this past Shabbos at Upminster Jail. One of the funny things going on Twitter, by the way, is some people spell rogue wrong. They spell it rouge. They've been saying, can I join that meeting? But sorry to say that. We're almost over. It's closed. Synagogue's closed. Like my synagogue's closed. So people nevertheless define the rule that people should not be gathering on the internet. Now listen to the last part. This level of raw chutzpah and dangerous in bold and italics, sofek pikuach nefashos. Translate, possible danger of death, meaning like this is a situation where people could die if you do this. It's responded to with significant consequences. And it goes on to list. They'll be stripped of their current positions, no aliyah to the Torah, all kinds of things like that. Wow, really strong language, but the stress is a place in Jewish communities. So I want to conclude because we're at the end of the hour, and I want to remind you that, Jews are resilient. We have somehow lasted 3,000 years, 2,000 of them in an exile, in a diasporic condition, often as a minority in hostile environments, and we have found ways of adapting to incredible types of social, economic change. And we will find a way to adapt to this as well. I reiterate that I'm very excited about what Rabbi Trump is doing in the Young Israel and Cedars by expanding the Shavuos program into time, because we cannot participate in space in the same way. And if you want to receive the PDF of the materials we're putting together with lots of text and lots of questions for you to engage in with your family at the table, we'd be very happy to share them with you. The website is yilc.org. And with that, I'm going to formally conclude this presentation, and I'm going to open up for questions in the chat session. But thank you very much for your attention. Thank you much for your endurance, and I hope you found it useful.
She was like, it's terrifying men run the world. That's something that somebody might just say offshoot, But this is what Amy Schumer's always saying. Yeah. It's like,
when she was coming out, she was like this. Remember, she had to start talking about sucking dick.
That's the other thing. It's like, are you for real?
All of a sudden, she's like,
are you for real?
All of a sudden, she's in her ivory tower.
It's like she's one of those these female comics. It's like some of them, they were a guy's girl, and then they.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, just to frame things, we want to just take a moment because Neil's not going to thank himself. We want to thank Dr. Adamson for really taking this time. That's what Adamson has. And this is a generous time. Dr. Abramson is the dean of two colleges. He has a full-time job, and he writes, and he gives lectures, and people come from all over to get to him in Brooklyn. Well, now we have the opportunity of having people come from all over to hear it in the 5 towns, which is very, very gracious. And he takes his time, his expertise, his humor, and his perspective, and adds it to us. This is a four-part series. Please tell your friends, please join us, and please enjoy. Thank you very much, Dr. Anderson.
Okay, thank you, Rabbi Trump. But let us get straight to the material, because we have really quite a large amount of Jewish history to cover in a short period of time. Rabbi Trump did offer a short word of introduction. Right. Thank you. I'm a huge fan of Rabbi Trump personally, and of this Kehillah, where, of course, I've been davening for the last few years, and it's a tremendous boost for me to be able to give back to the community a little bit with some of the knowledge that I've acquired over several years of study. I want to thank in particular the people who have worked hard to put this together. We've had some tremendous support by our head of the Committee for Jewish History, that's Sylvia Rothenberg, And we have that fascinating and very sophisticated poster by Ricky Adler that's in our front lobby, and I'm really grateful for everyone who put this together. Okay, let's go right to the material here. Why this series? Well, Rabbi Trump and I spent some time talking about what would meet the needs of this kahila. We thought it would be nice to give a vast overview in a very short period of time so that people would fill in the gaps in their own body of knowledge of Jewish history. So that's what we're going to do in 4 blindingly fast lectures. We're going to cover absolutely every moment in Jewish history, and hopefully you will remember all of it. We're trying to make it a little bit more sophisticated, so if you follow online, you'll see that there are some optional readings, not quite at the undergraduate level, but nevertheless, if you want to augment your study a little bit, you can get access to about 100 or so pages of materials that will hopefully fill in some of the lacunae in your knowledge. Okay, let us begin with one of the most difficult aspects of this topic. Because we are doing a survey, we have to begin with a little bit of historiographic theory. And this is an area that most historians prefer to avoid because it asks some really basic questions which on the surface seem to be patently obvious, but when you actually dig down into them, they become incredibly difficult. So let's start with, what is Jewish history? Now, if this was an undergraduate seminar, I would probably invite comments from the audience and we do a whiteboard exercise and think about, like, well, what is it? But because everyone seems to know what it is. But in reality, Jewish history is something that does not exist. What do I mean by that? It already happened. The past, by definition, does not exist. I spend my life studying something which does not exist. And can you believe it? They actually pay me to do it. So, but nevertheless, we all have a working knowledge of this non-existent thing, this thing which stopped a second ago, and then a second ago after that, and a second ago after that. What exactly are we talking about? So, one of the ways I like to think of Jewish history, and I think will be a guiding light for us, is to think about the poetry of Hannah Shenesh. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with her. She's a very courageous Hungarian Jewish woman who managed to leave her native Hungary and make it to Israel in the interwar period. And then, at a very young age, in her 20s, she volunteered to parachute back into Nazi Germany to try and rescue some of her doomed co-religionists in Hungary. She was unfortunately captured by the Nazis. She was tortured, but she refused to divulge any of her secrets and what she knew about the other people on this mission, and she was ultimately executed. One of her Hebrew poems is an incredibly haunting testament to her life and her vision, and also gives us a lot of impetus for our own study of Jewish history, mine in particular. I'll read in Hebrew and we'll translate as well. Yesh kochavim, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this poem, There Are Stars. She'oram magia arsa rak ba'asher hem atzmam avdu ve'enam. Let me put the English translation up here. There are stars whose light reaches the earth when they themselves are gone and no more. Yesh anashim, there are people, sheziv zechram me'er kasher hem atzmam enam yoter b'tochenu, whose radiance illuminates when they themselves are gone and no longer among us. Meaning, just like we can in the night sky observe stars that have died eons ago, and yet their light is only now reaching us, and we can study their lives long after their lives have passed, so too there are people who infuse our own lives with meaning and significance, even though they are no longer among us. Orot Ela, these lights, and she's referring to both the stars and to people. Brilliant in the dark of night, they kindle for humanity the lights along the path. And so therefore I'd like to suggest a very utilitarian approach to Jewish history, in that it's difficult to say that we have to study, like George Santayana said, the lessons of history, or else we are doomed to repeat them. That is very true, as I like to tell my undergraduates. If you do not study for history 220, you will be doomed to repeat it next semester. But for our purposes, we definitely can gather meaning and insight and purpose by studying Jewish history. That's where I'd like to take us over the course of the next 4 lectures. Now, the periodization that we're going to study is somewhat artificial. We're going to look at 4 distinct periods, First, we're going to look at ancient history today. It will be the most challenging of all of the lectures because we will be looking at some philosophically very difficult material. I hope to present it in an intellectually authentic manner and yet not offend our religious sensibilities at the same time. Then we will go on to the medieval period. The terminology medieval is really Christian in origin. It means between the eras. It means between the classical era of Rome and Greece, which was considered a golden age, and then the era of the Renaissance, literally the rebirth of that same civilization in later Europe. Those terms don't exactly fit with Jewish time, but nevertheless we'll use those rough markers. We'll look at the period from the close of the Mishnah and the large depopulation of the land of Israel in the wake of the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century, and we'll take it all the way up to the cataclysmic Spanish expulsion, which was a huge, devastating impact on world Jewry, comparable only to the way the Holocaust has had an impact on contemporary Jewry. Then we'll look at modern Jewish history, which basically extends from the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion of late 15th century up until roughly the turn of the 20th century, and then we'll look at the last century right up until our present day. So I've spaced them out here in 4 equal lectures in terms of minutes, but if you try to look at them in terms of actual gaps of time, you can see that they're really quite uneven. We're going to spend a lot of time today in 60 minutes, and then we're going to be looking at less and less time over the same amount of actual lecturing time. But that's, at any rate, the format of the course. Historiographically, we're going to go over these various periods. One other thought in terms of theory before we get to the material itself. We should understand that history is a kind of an art in which the understanding of the discipline depends very much on the lens through which one observes it. One of the things that undergraduates often think is, why do we have to keep writing new history textbooks? The true answer is because the textbook companies can then make money off selling them to you. That was a joke. I know some of you got it, but the reality is because every historian frames the same facts in a very different way. Again, I don't have the luxury of time to speak about this in detail, but let's look at 3 major encyclopedic historians, and I'll give you a sense of how historiography changes depending on who is the historian. We start with one of the greatest of the encyclopedic historians, Heinrich Gretz. Many of you may have, perhaps even as like a bar mitzvah present, the 6-volume English translation by Henrietta Zold of the History of the Jews. And I'd like to call his historiography heroic Jewish history, because the model that he used to describe Jewish history is one in which, the Jews are such wonderful, decent, ehrlich, intelligent, good-looking people, and yet society keeps putting them down. And we're always subject to anti-Semitism. But we nevertheless rise up against this horrible persecution, and once again we're put down again. But we nevertheless irrepressibly rise up once again. And this is a very kind of like, you can see why it's a great bar mitzvah gift, right? Because it's a feel-good kind of history. It doesn't talk about the Nebuchs that we know in real life. It certainly doesn't talk about too many of the Jewish criminals that unfortunately you read about in the New York Times. It's a kind of feel-good Judaism, which we should understand was extremely appropriate for his time and place in late 19th century Germany. And he was taken heavily to task by another historian, Heinrich von Kreitschke, who argued that this is exactly why we have to get the Jews out of Germany. And his slogan, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, was coined largely as a response to Heinrich Gretz's somewhat sanitized version of Jewish history. But nevertheless, a very strong working model. For generations, Jews have worked with this kind of model of Jewish history. Shimon Dubno, who was martyred by the Nazis in 1941, his last words to his students as he lay bleeding on a street in Latvia was "Schreib und verschreib," write and record.
he offered a chilling last imperative to historians to say we must record the data of Jewish history. And even in that particular phrase, you hear the difference, because Shimon Dubnov is much more of a social historian who likes to take a more realistic approach to the spectrum of Jewish realities, to the fact that there are Nebuch Jewish criminals, that there are all kinds of things which we might not necessarily be proud of, but nevertheless that is part of the grand story of Jewish history. His approach to Jewish history was extremely influential, in particular in the evolution of the so-called Federation movement here in America, because he was the architect of this idea of a Jewish community without necessarily being bound by religious affiliation. And finally, closer to our own times, the incredible Salo Baron, who criticized both Dubno and Gretz, in particular Gretz, because he said that it wasn't really a heroic type of Judaism he was describing, Jewish history. He was describing a lachrymose Jewish history. In other words, full of tears. That the version of Judaism that Salo Baron criticized was this version in which everything was, completely run through the washer, and that everything came out such that the Jews were always unjustly persecuted and heroically triumphant. So his was a much more sophisticated, university-based kind of curriculum, and almost totally unreadable to lay people. His 18-volume history of the Jews, social and economic history of the Jews, it's a phenomenal book, social and religious history of the Jews, phenomenal. It takes up about, this much real estate on my shelf at the office, but you really have to be an expert in Jewish history to decipher it. So he's the least kind of accessible of historians. So we're going to try and work through these kinds of models as we understand our own approach to Jewish history, which I hope I'll be able to make clearer for you towards the end. We're almost done now with the theory part before we get to the actual history. I have to dip a little bit into philosophy here as well, and I promise this will not take more than a couple of minutes. History is very much related, believe it or not, to a philosophical subdiscipline called epistemology. Epistemology comes from the Greek word episteme, which means to know. It's the science of knowing. And as you can see from Lester Grabb's classic work, Ancient Israel, the subtitle of his book is, What Do We Know and How Do We Know It? In reality, one could say that what we know is actually intimately related to how we know it. So, for example, if you were to look at ancient Jewish history in particular, which is our topic for today, and you were to say, I am only going to look at it through the lens of the Bible, then you would find a lot of difficulty with the archaeological record, and vice versa. If you tried to be totally archaeological about Israeli history, ancient Israel history, you would find the Bible in some places unintelligible. And this brings us to the concept of biblical archaeology, which defines two different basic positions on either end of a spectrum. There are a group of people who call themselves maximalists. This is really the term that was used most at the beginning of the 20th century as biblical archaeology really got into its heyday. Maximalist means we're going to use the Tanakh as a map for understanding ancient Israeli history and its archaeology. And that's great because we've got this fantastic document which is unparalleled in its size and scope and description of really times that happened a long time ago. And all we have to do is kind of like go through the land of Israel, identify places, dig up the soil there, and we'll find evidence of what happened. Unfortunately, when archaeologists really started digging, they found all kinds of inconsistencies, which I'm going to explore in a couple of seconds. The other later school of archaeologists says, wait a second, we're going at this all wrong. We have to just put aside the Bible and pretend it doesn't exist. We're going to ignore all of the historical data in the Bible and just work with what's in the ground. And with what's in the ground, we will reconstruct an ancient Israeli history, which may, and it turns out, is rather distinct and different from the biblical account. That presents some theological challenges, to be sure, and we're going to look at a couple of them, but only in a little bit of detail. In a way, it's a little bit like creating a puzzle, right? You see here,
welcome.
You've got someone working on a puzzle, and you say, well, this is a really hard puzzle. There's so many thousands of pieces, and they're all mixed up. But Baruch Hashem, I have the cover here, right? I have the box that tells me all I got to do is follow the box. It's Starry Night.
How are you?
Really easy. So that's
What up,
like having the Bible. The Tanakh is great. We know what's supposed to happen where.
What's good? What are you up to? Slinging dick like it's going out of style, son? Yo, dog, what's new? You just woke up? Been up all night, just working on a server, working on robots, slanging dick like it's going out of style. It depends. Probably like 8. How about you? What's on your agenda for today? That's tight.
Wait, what's the effect of a panic, man? Like when you think of panic, what it makes you feel? Like what? But the motherfucker took a lot, bro. What the fuck? This was the OG New York face house. He started New York, bro. I'm not even trolling, bro. Stream. What the hell? Amy has like someone on his stream too. Why does everyone just have like someone on their stream? AQ plus, oiled up. LGBTAQ plus and oiled up. You guys, you want to say fucking and just hit DVR? Get the tattoo removed then, because I reformed that. It needs a reformed that. So, you know what? Like, and I think I have VIP energy. Do I still? Oh my god, I do have VIP energy. morning he was videoing something. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to fucking see that. I wanted to see what was he videoing. What the fuck, man? Yo, join back. And now Michael Jackson's here. I took a photo from Michael Jackson. How'd you get the name Michael Jackson? Is that... What the fuck's going on here? It's not the end, man. You know what I was going on? I don't like you. Michael Jackson's crazy. Michael Jackson's crazy. How'd you even get it? Like, that's fucking nuts, dude. Yo, have you seen what I know? It's freaking Avril Lavigne. And she's got a sexy picture. What the fuck? Sorry, what? How do you spell Avril? But like the OG, like he's got the actual like names. No, did they get banned? Where is it? Maybe they got banned. Michael Jackson, what if that's your ally? Okay, so you're going to DVR. Let's go to DVR. Spam this channel a little bit about you. George, I'm sorry you know. Make me look a little good. Love you guys. Stay safe. Join the Discord. I've been chilling the Discord for a long way. I'm trying to stay up for boxes. I'm so used to writing who's Canadian. I'm just screwing with that. Love you guys. Stay safe. Say hi to DVR. I'm hitting it. You know when they say nigga? Oh, he's a nigga. Bro, this guy's hexing. He's hexing. Yo! We got 2 raids at the same time? I'll have to send it to you from Darwin this way. Rabina's Black Herd. You ever drink Rabina? Mark's got it out. Shit. Black Herd flavor. Like
First person on kick. What the fuck? How did you get that name, dude? Guys, we made it. Michael Jackson has joined the kick stream. Did you on the Discord? Did you see the postcard? Is Mark driving in the middle of the road to help avoid like livestock and roads? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a bulldog. You saw Tiger Woods in chat the other day? Yep. Another bird car. That car is fucking round. It's like empties it. Yeah, I don't know. I was able to when I type on it's been like here's a I'll post this in here. This is you guys are just joining in. You want to see what the rig looks like and how it's starting set up. Like on Twitch, I can do the real shit on 3 and put a caps. I can't figure out how to do the caps on K. I have to look again. I viewed the postcard. It's in the general, so like just the Mod City. I think it's just called Mod City. Senior Google, thanks for joining the green room. Friend, thanks for joining the kickstream. Thanks for joining the green room. Thank you so much.
There, now we just go look for it. Other archaeologists, they know if we ignore it, then all of a sudden we're going to find that there are a whole bunch of pieces that just don't seem to make sense. We found this in the ground. It doesn't look like it should be here. It's not shaped right at all. And that's fundamentally the crux of the problem of biblical archaeology. Do you know history because you know Tanakh, or do you know history because you know archaeology? And whichever way you work with the data, you're going to have to deal with the other side. We made it through one circle in 20 minutes, but Rabbi Trump spoke for about 2 minutes, so I'll take that out of the end. All right, let us first begin with what's called la longue durée. This is a term that was created by the French Annales School of Historiography that says that, hey, if we really want to look at history properly, you have to look at larger factors than the immediate people involved. You have to look at things like topology, weather patterns, the economics that are shaped by the land itself. So let's have a look at the longue durée issues going on in Israel. This is a map of what's called the Fertile Crescent. And as you can see, it's shaped, of course, kind of like an upside or sideways C. That, of course, is the Fertile Crescent. And it describes the area of fertility in the ancient Near East, which is the basis of civilization. Using basic Marxist theory, you have to have concentration of capital in order to create culture. And so culture tended to develop along the river Nile over here, close to the Mediterranean coast, and then down the 2 rivers, Euphrates and Tigris, which together descend into the Persian Gulf. With the controlling of these rivers and the fertility in the neighboring region, you could actually develop a culture. Everywhere else, you've got desert. So this is really where ancient civilization develops as a result of this fertility. Looking at the economic roots are directly related to that fertility. There are 2 roads that we're especially concerned with. This is Israel, of course, over here. The Via Maris, or the Derech Hayam, which is a trade route that goes along the coast that essentially connects the Nile to the Euphrates and Tigris, and also the King's Highway, also known as Derech HaMelech, which skirts the outside of the mountain range in the Judean desert. These two roads make Judea and Israel incredibly important because you've got to go through there to get to anything meaningful. It's a lot like the Rockaway Turnpike. If you could see these roads on Friday afternoon coming down from Damascus, it's crazy. You have to leave like so far in advance. Okay, here's a map looking at the topology and looking at the various heights, and you can see the green here is lowland, and it's green, of course. It gives us the sense of fecundity, which is, of course, what happens there. And the red parts are the mountain ranges, which means that the land of Israel, that's going to focus our attention for this lecture, is really a very small area of productivity here, with a desert that's quite a vertical desert right in the middle. It is not like Kansas. It's not Chernozem, the black earth of Ukraine, and like that. It's a very tiny little spot. The only major advantage it has economically is that it's on these two trade routes, the Derech Hayam and the Derech HaMelech. Here, looking at it sideways, you can see I've translated this. This is the Dead Sea over here, the Mediterranean. It's a tiny little barrier here, and because of the prevailing winds, the moisture that blows in with the winds from the Mediterranean gets trapped by the mountains and remains here in the coastal plain. The mountains are comparatively dry, and of course, once you go past the Jordan or the Dead Sea, it's very dry in the country of Jordan. This map also shows in the Hebrew, but you can see the security risks of Israel are phenomenal. It's only 15 kilometers from the edge of what is called the Green Line, what would be today called Shomron, or the upper part of the West Bank, to the sea. And even from the Jordan River in the country of Jordan, it's 55 kilometers. You know, it's basically a good walk from one end of the waist of the country to the other. But we will get to that when we get to modern times. Now, one of the slogans that was used in the Zionist period of the 1880s was this idea that Israel was a people without a land for a land without a people. It's not entirely true. Israel was, of course, settled before the first Jews lived there. It's described that way in the Bible. There's no contradiction there. And there's some amazing archaeological finds of pre-Israelite civilizations. These Canaanites, for example, this is in the region of Jericho, seem to have quite a sophisticated culture that apparently involved a very deep ritual life. It's not certain whether these are intended as decorative masks, or perhaps the holes that are drilled in the sides are indicating that they should have been worn as masks, perhaps in theatrical productions of one type or another. The figure on the right is evocative of a skull that apparently would have played some role in their ritual functions. But as you can see, they had quite a bit of activity, and there's a lot we know about the Canaanite peoples as a result of these archaeological digs. We also know, for example, that amazingly, they practice trephination, which is a bizarre medical technique that we find in several ancient civilizations, including the Incas, for example, to deal with mental illness and various other illnesses, particularly of the skull, by drilling a hole in the skull to allow the evil spirits to escape and things like that. Some theorists believe that they may have dealt with schizophrenia and other types of illnesses by drilling holes in the skull. I believe this is where my grandmother, Allah Shalom, used to get the expression, you need it like you need a hole in the head. But it's amazing people actually survive trephination. You can tell by the way that the wounds heal that apparently people did live through this experience. So basically, according to the biblical account that we have, the origins of the Jewish people are in the Mesopotamian region. That's the southern part of where the Tigris and the Euphrates flow into the Persian Gulf. Abraham is commanded to leave the land of Ur. He does not take a direct route because, of course, that would mean going right across the desert. He takes a roundabout route right along the Fertile Crescent and lands in Israel. There, as you know, we'll be reading about it in just a few months, they end up in Egypt, And then there's an amazing thing where God takes a nation from the midst of another nation, and this is the Exodus, which is a tremendous marker of Jewish identity and a defining moment of the Jewish people where they return to Israel. And it is at that point that they settle in the land of Israel. All three of these points are not well confirmed by the archaeological record. And in fact, some historians would say they're contradicted by the archaeological record. Because, for example, if there is no evidence found of the Exodus, which is a rather large, amazing event, some historians would say, well, that means it didn't happen. Other historians would say you have to just keep looking. Maybe you'll find something if you keep looking, and other things like, how do you prove a negative? But this is the kind of area where it's so central to our identity. I know it on a very profound personal level that my ancestors left Egypt. I know it every Pesach in particular. I'm remembering it. And it is something that is part of my bones, part of my personal DNA. The fact that we doesn't really challenge it. It's kind of like if I went to the doctor and I asked him, let's say I'm having trouble, I'm lovesick, I love my wife so much. Could you please have a look at my love for my wife and tell me what to do about it, doctor? What is he going to do? Put it in a CAT scan? He's not going to find that kind of data. So this will take us further into hashkafic territory. I will leave that to the hashkafic experts like Rabbi Trump, but for the time being, it gets a little bit easier now. Wow, I'm going so fast. This is some fascinating new information, however. One of the associations with the Jewish settlement of Israel is the so-called four-roomed house, which has been found all over Israel, and particularly because in many of the settlements of these four-roomed houses, there are an absence of pig bones. And so there's a lot of historians who would point to this fact and say you can see that the Jews are obviously living in these four-roomed houses because their dietary refuse shows it. This is not convincing to all historians, but recently, and this is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, I just heard this from some colleagues at Hebrew University, new archaeological findings have suggested that perhaps there are in fact some signs of, there are in fact some signs of Jewish settlement here because they've been discovering a lot of these containers. And although it's inconclusive, it's not impossible that, right. Okay, so that takes us through kind of like the really hazy, dark part of Jewish history that we don't have a lot of data outside of Tanakh. That's where Emunah is a very important element in our knowledge of the light that shines from far as described by Hannah Shenesh. Now, the archaeological record does say some amazing things, though. For example, this is the Merneptah stele, which is a find that dates back to the 13th century before the Common Era. It is a kind of a boast obelisk, very common in the period in which various rulers, in this case it was the pharaoh Merneptah, boasts about his many, many military achievements. And the whole thing is a long list of the various peoples that he has conquered and laid waste to and so on. And on this Merneptah stele, we have the very first reference in non-Jewish archaeological material to Israel. And it reads, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. I mean, it's just like, the very first thing has to be anti-Semitic. Can you believe it? I mean, but that is the first statement we have outside of Jewish sources that talk about Israel. Now, what exactly does this phrase mean? Most historians take it kind of at face value, that there is an entity called Israel. We don't know much about what it means. Is it an area? Is it a people? What exactly is it? Wasted seems to imply a rather physical destruction, that it's over with them. And seed, even if we take seed literally to say they have no more grain, it seems to mean it figuratively that they will have no more progeny. That's it for the Jewish people. 13th century, before the Common Era, we're done with the Jewish people. We have destroyed them once and for all. I'd just like to point out something, just a little observation. So Merneptah says Israel's wasted, its seed is no more. This is what Israel's seed looks like. Right? It looks like this. And by the way, with the stele, we also found Merneptah. This is what he looks like. All right? So, I'm just saying, right? This is Israel's seed, and this is Merneptah. So we know how to file this particular piece of historical information, but nevertheless, it does say a lot about the rest of the trend of Jewish history. Now, going through the Tanakh, you get a tremendous amount of history with phenomenal details about various leaders and rulers, and sometimes secondary, tertiary characters. Phenomenal lessons contained therein on a moral level, a spiritual level, and so on. And if we had more time, I would love to delve into those in greater detail. But some of our goal today is to try and focus on the history. So one of the trends of Tanakh in the first three books after the Chumash, it describes the eventual formation of a united monarchy that is one kingdom under Saul, and then under David, under Solomon. We do not have much archaeological evidence of specific things happening in there, but there are a few fascinating tidbits. So, for example, this is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in the north of Israel. It is about 100 years after the death of King David. So it isn't actually contemporaneous with his life. But in the stele itself, you find this phrase, which is written in the Paleo-Hebrew, the original, or a different version, a different script of Hebrew that was used at the time. And, of course, Hebrew is written from right to left. So it says, in these letters here, B-Y-T-D-W-D, which is understood by most scholars to mean Beit David, the house of David. So here is some archaeological evidence that specifically speaks about a house of David, which will be reinforced by other pieces in a moment. But there are still questions. Like, for example, in this stele, they use a little period like this to separate words. And there is no separation between Beit David, even though grammatically that is required. That's not a disqualification. Latin, for example, is written without such word separations. Polish is written almost entirely without vowels, for example. That was a joke. I thought you would like that, but at any rate, this is the kind of evidence that we have outside of the record of the literature of Tanakh. And this other document here, this other stele, the Mesha stele, from about the same period of time, 850 before the Common Era. The reason why it looks so strange is because there's a whole fascinating story behind it. It was found in Jordan, and in the 19th century, some German explorers found it and made efforts to secure it. But the local villagers felt that there was something wrong with these German explorers taking away their archaeological finds. For centuries it had lain exposed in the desert, and everyone was paying it no mind. But once the Germans wanted it, people started getting a lot of interest in it. What they did was they prepared to make a squeeze, which is a paper mache application to the stone, which is then later peeled off so you can get a reverse image of it, kind of like a wax model of it. However, the assistant who was making the squeeze was attacked by the local villagers who were upset that the stele was being taken away. He managed to rip it off, but it was partially damaged. And then the villagers, either because, according to one version of this story, they felt that the reason the Germans wanted it was because there was gold inside it, or according to another version, they felt that there were like spirits inside it, like a genie kind of thing. They smashed the stele to bits, and most of it was lost. The squeeze that the assistant was making, and just barely managed to take away with his life, was also damaged. But between the two pieces, they were able to reconstruct quite a bit of it. And you can see there are two references here to this same phrase, House of David, Beit, and then there's something illegible, WD. And there's something else that looks like David, and then a hey at the end. Scholars believe these are other references to Beit David. There's another school of thought that says that this BT star WD is actually the origins of a popular lubricant, WD-40. That is something I'm trying to publish in the literature. It's just not working yet. Okay. But anyways, you can see that there are little tiny bits and pieces. Like trying to put together the puzzle, you can get very little from the archaeological record, but it is fascinating. And perhaps if we have more leisure in another series, we'll have time to go over these in greater detail than they deserve. The dual monarchy, of course, if you're familiar with Tanakh, it eventually falls apart. Israel and Judah are split. The northern section is attacked by the Assyrians, and a good portion of the population is carried away to the region of Babylon. Again, following La Longue Durée, following the Fertile Crescent, the various settled areas. These things are described primarily in Kings and Chronicles, and we have much more detail in the archaeological record to support this, primarily because the various peoples who are conquering Israel also leave Merneptah-like documents that attest to their achievements, like this one here, which describes the obeisance of Jehu, one of the Jewish kings. Here's a whole bunch of Assyrians up here, Shalmaneser, of course, and here is Jehu here, clearly in an act of obeisance that we can understand perfectly well even in the 21st century. So there's no question that a lot of the elements of Tanakh, especially as we get into the dual kingdom, are well established by the archaeological record, and fascinating and definitely worth studying in greater detail. The northern kingdom is conquered in the 8th century before the Common Era. A good portion of the population is carted away to the north.
Welcome.
And then in the 6th century, a much more devastating attack on the southern kingdom, and they are taken away to Babylonia as well. Contrary to popular belief, the land of Israel was not denuded of its Jewish population. Significant amounts of Jews remained behind, although the ruling classes tended to be deported first, and the leadership had gone largely to these regions. So this is basically the story of the 6th century. Later, as described in the book of Chronicles, the end of the book of Chronicles, and the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, there's a new regime in Babylonia, and under the great King Cyrus, the Jews are allowed to return to Israel and to rebuild the temple that was destroyed with the first invasion of the Babylonians. This Cyrus cylinder does not specifically mention Jews, but it does have a fairly explicit description of allowing a kind of religious freedom for people to return to their temples, rebuild them, and so on, that many feel is actually a reference to this actual return to Israel in the later 6th century. Surprisingly, only a minority of Babylonian Jews, even though they've only been there for less than a century, only 20% of them, by biblical estimates, leave Babylonia. The other 80% like it in Iran and Iraq, and they choose to remain there. Okay, so the next thing that's really important in understanding Jewish history is the encounter with Hellenism, which you find some allusions to in Tanakh, but it primarily is post-Tanakh material. And this is a result of Alexander the Great, Alexander of Macedon, who launches this amazing military crusade that conquers the entire known world. He starts out here in northern Greece, and he makes his way throughout the entire eastern Mediterranean and pushes all the way through the Fertile Crescent into Central Asia, all the way out to what would be today Afghanistan and northern India. And what's really special about Alexander's conquest is that he brings Greek culture with him across these many, many different territories with different languages, different legal systems, different currencies, and so on. And he unifies under a Greek sensibility all of these laws. Now, he dies a very young death, possibly of alcohol poisoning when he was in his 30s, but his legacy was incredibly important for leaving behind a structure of communication and commerce that included all of these people throughout the eastern region. And in particular, the Jews were taken with it. The Jews have an amazing love affair with everything Greek. The term Hellenism comes from the term Hellas, which means Greek or Greece, and there's so much about it that is so different from Jewish culture and so useful and powerful that the Jews take to it with phenomenal enthusiasm. What is Greece? Again, not wanting to go past our time, Greece, the Periclean age in particular, 4th century, 5th century before the Common Era, they're developing science, Archimedes, they're developing math, they're developing art with Sophocles and Aeschylus. They're developing dry cleaning with Euripides, right? Euripides, you pay for these. Sorry, I was thinking that in the back of my head. Anyways, they have Aristotle, they have Plato, Socrates, philosophy, art, literature. It is so overwhelming, and the Jews say they're like blown away. So Greek wisdom was so fascinating to the Jews that we adopted it wholeheartedly. And this was our first major test as a people, in my humble opinion, that since the Egyptian period, specifically because we are so taken with it that we adopt it wholesale. And the Hellenizers in Israel argue that everything Jewish is old-fashioned, that is no longer the mode, it's no longer able to take us into modernity, and they argue for a complete adaptation of Judaism to Greek values. This is where we get the Maccabean revolt of the 2nd century before the Common Era, which must be understood properly, not as the Greeks attacking the Jews, because in fact the Greeks love the Jews. It is a civil war between Hellenizing Greeks and traditionalist Jews. Sorry, Hellenizing Jews and traditionalist Jews. I'm getting a little tired because I'm talking so fast. Oh my God. The Civil War, I know that when you send your kids to day school, they talk about Antiochus, the wicked king, who did to the Jews a terrible thing. That is certainly true. Talk about it in a second. And they talk about the Syrian Greeks coming down and attacking the Jews. But in reality, that was epiphenomenal. That happened after the revolt was really well underway, and it was Jews fighting Jews during the entire time. It was a fight between the urban, wealthy elites who wanted to adopt Greek values and the traditionalist, rural, we would call them today Haredim, although that's not a really appropriate historical term, but they are like the old school Bible-thumping Jews who finally said enough. The kind of things that are described in the literature of the day is, in fact, something I had to look up, this word epispasm, which is a primitive surgical attempt to reconstruct circumcision. In other words, to reverse circumcision. Why? Because the Greeks loved, for example, the worship of the human form. And the best way to observe the human form is in hand-to-hand combat, of course, in the nude. And so all these Olympic Games and so on were performed entirely in the nude. And can you imagine what it would be like for these Jewish Hellenizing youth coming into the stadium? They're surrounded by all these men watching the games, and they look at this Jew and they say to him, "Oh, look at these Jews. They take such a beautiful specimen of humanity and they putschki him up like that." So there are Jews who were actually Mayfair Bris Avram Avinu. It's a reference in Pirkei Avos as well, which is during this time when Jews were undergoing this primitive, painful surgery. So the revolt was an attempt, successful, to overthrow the Hellenizing influences and to put a line in the sand, ad kan, until this point. Everything past this is too much. Antiochus Epiphanes, shown here, is kind of drawn in late in the game. The reason, by the way, they're called Syrians or Syrian Greeks is because after Alexander died, they had to divide up his territories, and Antiochus came from the north, from the Syrian part of the post-Alexandrian government. Here's, by the way, a coin from his period. You can see it says in the top in Greek, Basileos Seleucoi, which means the king of the Seleucids, and there's a war elephant on here. The war elephant is extremely important because when the Syrian armies were eventually brought in to try and settle this civil war, they brought in these amazing vehicles of war, which must have been absolutely overwhelming, and nevertheless, through the courageous and cunning efforts of these guerrilla warfare tactics used by the Maccabeans, they were able to drive them out. Here is a medieval rendition of the death of Eleazar in the Maccabean revolt. Here it is. In the Maccabean revolt, he, of course, heroically charges one of these elephants, and he gets under it and stabs it from below and manages to kill it, but he is crushed in the process. The reason why I particularly like this 14th century European version is because obviously the artist had never seen an elephant or even a picture of an elephant, and they were describing it to him. He's like, kind of like a gray horse. So I'll make it like that. So that's essentially the Hanukkah revolt was extremely influential because it basically said, okay, we love everything Greek. Everybody knows the Greeks are really good at building things and at writing things and at describing things and thinking about things. But we have to set a line in the sand where beyond this, Greece cannot pass. And that same challenge of determining how much of the outside world is allowed to influence our Judaism is a challenge that we still face today, to this day. It is certainly beyond ironic that Hanukkah always falls in the month of December, which for those of us who live in Christian countries, it's the same kind of fight going on even today. Okay, more to say about that in another class. Let's just skip over this here. But, well, yeah, okay. So that takes us basically up until the 2nd century before the Common Era, and then we get to the Roman-Jewish Wars. So the Hashmonaim, the Greek kings, the Maccabean kings are able to reestablish a Jewish dynasty that lasts for a couple hundred years, but pretty soon after the death of the original Maccabees, it begins to enter a period of decline, and they cannot hold back the onrushing tides of Greek and later Rome enters in the year 63 before the Common Era. The Maccabean state is just a shadow of itself, and they capitulate to the Romans, and they essentially maintain their monarchy, but they are client kings. They're puppet kings. They pay their tribute to the Romans, who use their traditional techniques of divide et impera, divide and rule, to give privileges to the Jewish aristocracy to run the land, but basically they want to collect taxes and maintain the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. So it was during this period of time that there is even further decline in the Jewish status, particularly because of Jewish infighting. If we look at Jewish society around the year 0, in the 1st century, we see a tremendous amount of internal debate, vigorous debate, sometimes violent debate between various sects. Just looking at 4 of those sects for now, and by the way, we have excellent historical data on this because we have many overlapping sources by the time we get to the 1st century. First and foremost is tremendous historian Josephus, who recorded a phenomenal amount of data for us to work with. The problem with Josephus is that we don't know exactly who he was writing for. He was a rebel. Well, there's a lot to say about his life history, but the basic fact is he was originally a rebel against the Romans, fighting against them in the First Roman-Jewish War, and then he was captured and he surrendered to Vespasian, the emperor, and to Titus, his son, who destroyed the temple, and he became a war correspondent for the Romans. He became their official historian of the Roman-Jewish War. He apparently wrote a version of his history in Aramaic, which was intended for Jews, which might have said something very different, but we lost that version. It's no longer extant. The Greek version that he wrote for Roman audiences tends to be very fawning and tends to be very approving of the Roman overlords. Like, for example, he describes how Titus himself expressed regret that the temple was destroyed, and it was really the Jews themselves in their fighting with one another who actually set the first fires in the temple itself. So Josephus is sometimes a problematic historian. We don't know really where he's coming from when he says what he says. But he describes for us things that are known from multiple sources. There are basically Jews called the Sadducees, in Hebrew the Tzedukim, who on a theological level have rejected what would later become the Oral Torah, known as the Oral Torah. I'll speak more about that, God willing, next week. They are essentially of the opinion that the Roman Empire is here to stay, and the best thing for Jews to do is to go along to get along, to seek their own personal advantage in association with the Romans, and they tend to be in charge of the temple. They are in charge of the urban elite groups in large part, and they're hated by the other groups. The second group, the Pharisees, that's a Christian term. We would call them in Hebrew the Perushim. These are essentially what we would call the good guys. These are the rabbis. These are the people of whom the later Jewish movements all stem. Hillel, Shammai, Yossi ben Yoezer, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Meir, all of the greats of this time are Pharisees. And their political point of view is they highly regret that the temple is controlled by the Tzedukim. the Tzdukim are highly corrupt and essentially toadies to the Romans, but they do not feel that they have the wherewithal to beat the Roman Empire. It's not really within their purview, and so therefore, as their name implies, Purusha means to separate. They step back from politics, and they focus on developing charismatic disciple circles of followers, kind of like, if you will, going to the 18th, 19th century, kind of like Hasidic rabbis who form their own courts of people who are devotees. And this is essentially the Pharisees that the rest of the rabbinic world derives from. Then there are the Zealots, the Kanoim, of whom the most notorious were the so-called Sicarii, named for their curved daggers. And they practiced, they believed that they should in fact fight against the Romans. The Romans had to be getting rid of. We have to, take this monkey off our back, get rid of the entire Roman Empire. And it was a quixotic attempt, but in their efforts, they even assassinated fellow Jews who were political opponents. And finally, the Essenes, these are people who practice radical exclusion from society. They said, none of this is working. It must be the Mashiach, Messiah, is around the corner. So they went and they lived in places like the Qumran caves outside the Dead Sea, practicing very, ascetic kind of religious activities, waiting for any moment that the Messiah would be there. And in this context, we should also mention Jewish Christianity, which is basically a blip on the historical record, certainly from Jewish sources. It only begins to really, people start taking notice of it towards the end of the first century, into the second and especially the third century. But the original Christians were all Jewish, were all followers of a Jewish leader, and a great large number of them felt that, in fact, Christianity was really Judaism plus, that for Shtetzach, everyone would keep kosher, everyone would keep Shabbos. What are you talking about? It's the 613 mitzvos, plus, that it's an added bonus. It was only later on, when we get to the turn of the second century in particular, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile religion, meaning more non-ethnic Jews are attracted to this new faith that is based in the mother religion of Judaism, and it eventually becomes overwhelmingly powerful. The Roman Empire becomes Christian, and we'll talk more about that, God willing, next week, if you have the patience to put up with me then. But in the first century, it's not a very significant movement at all. Ultimately, of course, Judea is captured, as you can see in one of the many coins that the Romans minted to commemorate their victory. It's ironic because Judea was not, of course, captured. It was taken already in the year 63. The Romans had been there for well over a century by the time they destroyed the temple in the year 70. But it was such a bitter, awful fight. The Romans really had to invest a tremendous amount of resources into it, and there were internal Roman political reasons to celebrate a victory in order to firm up the authority of Vespasian as a new emperor that they actually minted many of these. This is Vespasian here on the left. He's the emperor. His son destroys the temple. And here is the famous iconography, the Roman soldier with the palm tree, which was the defining iconic motif of the land, and the forlorn Jewish woman here who's kind of saying Tachnun here with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of the destroyed Jerusalem. Okay. There is another revolt. Again, the Jews fight, actually, they have 3 successive revolts, depending on whether you want to count the middle one as a war. The most significant one is the Bar Kokhba revolt, which I will talk about, God willing, more next week. But once again, these stubborn Jews just will not let it go, and they're constantly fighting against the vastly superior forces of the Roman Empire, taking advantage of local topography.
In the past, officials have spoken. Okay. She didn't even say underage girls. She said little kids. Yeah. And that's a big part of it. I said this a long time ago, is that they're just trying to set it up so it's like, dude, they're high school chicks, they're hot. In reality, it's like really, and there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because, they clean everything up. Like,
by digging lots of caves and tunnels. This is actually my son Boaz, who last summer was in the southern part of Judea, and they actually, were exploring the same cave routes that the Bar Kokhba fighters used at the time. An amazing thing. You don't see Romans doing that today, but you do see Jews doing that today. And that's kind of like Merneptah's point a little while ago. So to bring us to a conclusion, one of the most important things that happens at the end of this period of Roman-Jewish wars, so we're talking between 70 and about 135, is that the rabbinic leadership, the Pharisees, in particular under the patriarch, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, say there is a dramatic political, social, economic, religious moment before us. We are at the cusp of a new era in Jewish history. We must take action. And so, against tremendous opposition by his peers, he says, we are going to take this massive body of oral teachings, which we have not mentioned today, but God willing next week, and we are going to codify them in writing. And we're going to transform the way Judaism is communicated from a teacher-disciple relationship to one in which a text is involved. And how do you preserve the special intimacy of a teacher and a student if you're looking at a dry, two-dimensional text? A phenomenal challenge, an intellectual and artistic challenge that was placed before Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, but ultimately he did it. And the Mishnah and its massive commentary known as the Talmud is really the foundation of Jewish study today. And it is what made Judaism ultimately portable and allowed Jews to get through the tremendous difficult challenges they're going to face in the diaspora of the 2nd century onward. I'm going to skip over what's in it for now in the sense of time, but we'll get back to it next week. Closing off, if we look at where the Jews are by about the year 200, you see that there are large Jewish communities here in Israel and also in Babylonia, where the Jews had been exiled already from the 6th century before the Common Era. It is here where the great Babylonian Talmudic academies would rise up. So these are the two main centers of Jewish civilization at the time. You also have smaller centers in Egypt and in Italy. In Egypt, there's actually a very ancient Jewish civilization there that dates back before the destruction of the temple. And in Italy, because of the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves who were taken from Judea to join the already existing Jewish community there, that's probably the second largest Jewish community outside of the two major centers. And then you've got smaller centers all along the coast of North Africa here, and in Spain, where we have archaeological data going all the way back to the 1st century, in the southern coast of France, where, God willing, I'm going to lead a tour up the Rhone River in just a couple of months. Well, I hope to bring you back some really cool pictures of Jewish civilization there. And, of course, here in Greece and in Asia Minor, you've got much smaller communities here, perhaps numbering in tens or maybe hundreds of families at the most. But that gives us a picture of Jewish mobility and demographic change by the time we get to the second. If you look at this huge Senate, I can give myself a pat on the back for that. We see that if I can, in my humble opinion, bring it down to one basic value, and for my kids who hopefully will watch this video one day, it's resilience. The Jewish people are awesomely resilient. We are an amazing people. We have a phenomenal thing to contribute to the world, and our continued survival, in my humble opinion, can be nothing less than divine in origin. I want to thank you very much for your attention.
The creepiest idea about pedophilia is that there's people that know about it and cover it up because they don't want to get in trouble for having known about it. Like, this is a Sandusky thing, right? Yeah. That's...
First of all, thank you all for coming. I never know what's going to happen. The first one could have been a fluke, but it looks like a lot of people found this relatively interesting, so I'm very grateful that you decided to come back and hear a little more. We will be speaking about a little less history chronologically in the same amount of time, so hopefully I'll be able to pace myself a little easier. I should thank, first of all, our sponsors, Dr. and Mrs. Ruben and Mandy Brecker, big supporters of scholarship in general. They've been very gracious in donating to the synagogue on behalf of this series, and we thank them very much. So let's pick up where we left off. Last week, we ended our discussion of the Jews in the ancient period. And these terms that I'm using, ancient, medieval, modern, and contemporary, they are really terms used in Western historiography, that is primarily 18th and 19th century Christian European historiography. That's the way that time is divided up. I mentioned last week how there's like an ancient period, which is this classical Greek and Roman civilization. Then the Vandals come in the 5th century and they sack it, the Visigoths, and it's all gone. And then it's the Dark Ages, as we kind of like lull a valley in civilization as a whole, and then it rises again in the Renaissance, the High Middle Ages, and so on. This is not necessarily the type of periodization we would use for Jewish history, because when the rest of the world was having the Dark Ages, we had Saadia Gaon, we had tremendous intellect, we had phenomenal achievements. So it doesn't necessarily correspond to Jewish historiography, but we're working with these terms anyways. If we are to use those terms in our purposes, we should probably draw a seam, not with the destruction of the temple, although that was an incredibly traumatic experience. It's remarkable that the Jewish people survived it, but rather with the developments of the following century. Contrary to popular misconception, the Jews were not simply emptied out of Israel with the destruction of the temple. There were definitely tens of thousands of exiles who made their way, who were taken as enslaved ships to Rome. In the following century, there was another 2 revolts against the Romans. One in particular, the Bar Kokhba revolt, ended in disaster for the Jews, particularly in the environs of Jerusalem and points south. And so, as we shall see, Jewish population movement towards the north was extremely important for this period of time. And that's when you begin to see major movement of Jews outside of Israel, the fracturing of the community on a demographic basis. The economy is ruined. Will the Jews be able to stay together as a people? And what we'll discuss today are 2 primary innovations, 2 extreme examples of Jewish resourcefulness that really made it possible for Jewish survival to extend through the Middle Ages. The challenges of the Middle Ages will be rather different when we get to the modern period, but we're going to basically follow the story of those 2 innovations. This map shows you roughly where the major centers of Jewish population were at the time. Major centers still in Israel, particularly in the northern part of Galilee, and also in Babylon. Then significant centers in Egypt and in Rome, and then smaller centers all around the Mediterranean basin, and even in the Black Sea littoral over here, there are significant populations of Jews. With the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Hadrian, an emperor who may have been initially more positively inclined towards the Jews, decides to crack down with tremendous brutality. And it is in the Hadrianic period, most likely after the Bar Kokhba revolt, that we have this period of martyrdom in Jewish history that remains in our liturgy to this day. The Eila Ezkara that we read on the high holidays, the Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state are described during this period more or less under Hadrian, and it looks like the Jewish people are really going to fall apart under the pressure and weight of the entire Roman Empire. And that's a time when a great leader of the Jewish people, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, comes up with this document called the Mishnah. I wish we had time to speak over and over again about the Mishnah. I will tell you, though, for those of you who are maybe not members of the shul, for the past 2 years, under leadership of Rabbi Teitelbaum and Rabbi Trump, and at the initiative of Rabbi Rothman, they've been learning Mishnah every single day after davening. The Yil Kiyomi program has just started again, a new cycle. And over the course of about 5 years, they will finish the entire Mishnah. It is a huge document. And basically, on a surface level, I'm going to take this statement back, but for now, let's just say it's a law document. It's a document that deals primarily with law. And it's divided into 6 sections, which are listed here. Seeds, which deal primarily with agricultural law, and all the laws that are in the Bible describing the sabbatical year, mixed fruits, the leaving corner for the poor, and things like that. Then there's a section on holidays, the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and so on. Then there's the largest section, which is on women. This is a very androcentric document. It's primarily written down by men, for men, and that's why the section explaining women requires the most amount of ink. Then right after women, it's a yeshiva joke. After you finish studying women, then you've got lots of damages to deal with. I'm sorry about that. Then number 5 and number 6 are dealing primarily with laws of the temple, and then pure things, which are primarily things dealing with personal purity. The laws of the mikvah, laws of the yadayim, things like that. Now, what's fascinating about the Mishnah, and I said it was a law document, it really isn't, because most law codes tell you what to do. The Mishnah preserves a phenomenal amount of ambiguity. It leaves a tremendous white space that makes it such a tremendously valuable document. At the time, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was assailed by his colleagues saying, how can you possibly write down this oral tradition that we have been handing down, rabbi to student for centuries? By putting it down in text, you are reifying it, you're setting it in concrete, it is inflexible, it will not be able to meet the challenge of the times, it will be a document that people will set aside like all the other documents of antiquity. I mean, how many people really read Virgil today? Maybe in college, yes, thank you. But you haven't read that in a while, I bet. But, you know, it's that, they argue that that's what would happen. But Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, with phenomenal genius, made it a document of tremendous ambiguity. And it became the core of what we call today the Talmud. Now, again, I wish I had so much more time to speak. We would talk about what exactly the Talmud is. In a sentence, it is a massive, multi-author, multi-century commentary on the Mishnah, trying to explore what exactly the Mishnah is trying to talk about. And it has this beautiful space in the middle of it where the only way you can actually read it, it's not like reading any other kind of text, like a Greek text that has a beginning, a middle, and end, and chapter headings and things like that. It's a wide open conversation with literally 2,000 individuals speaking in it, mainly rabbis, which is why it is so long, but also lots of other regular people, non-Jews, and all kinds of things. So the studying the Talmud has really become the core of the Jewish identity, especially Jewish intellectual activity, because it allows for the debate and the back and forth that has become synonymous really with Jewish character. The iconic image of yeshiva bochum sitting in yeshiva and arguing about the meaning of the text goes to the very center of the Jewish spirit. Here's an example of a photograph of a base medrash, where it's always studied, of course, at least in pairs with a chavrusa. The Gemara, the Talmud itself says, give me a study partner or give me death. It's so important. You cannot study the Talmud on your own. In fact, it's amazing. The Talmud says, if you study the Talmud alone, not only will you not learn anything, you will become stupider than you were before. That's actually what it says. I'm not making that up. And just to give you one little example, so this little story, when I went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, Yeshiva Sor Sameach, this was right after the Soviet Union fell apart, and they had a lot of Russian boys there. And there was a problem because the boys were it was free food. You remember the yeshiva, had food served in the cafeteria, and a lot of the Russian boys, they lived through so much stress and so much change, and the whole country fell apart. So they tended to go back for second helpings, which they would then take up to their room. Just in case the yeshiva closed down between lunch and dinner, they wanted to make sure they had food. It was very expensive, it caused bugs, it was hard on the cleaning staff and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign right outside the front door of the dining hall that said, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. Cruel but fair. By the time I finished lunch and came out, some yeshiva boy had subtly altered the sign to read, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only? No! Student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. Right? This is what it means to study the Talmud. Every single word, every single detail has so many possible meanings, as the Talmud says. Just like when you strike a rock and 70 sparks fly out, 70 is a number meaning all the numbers, so too in every text there is a tremendous number of meanings. I have a friend who went to DePaul University, and he says that there used to be a lot of the seminary yeshiva boys who would come to the Law 101 class, and it was a big, banked auditorium, 250 students, and at the end of the lecture, the professor or the class would say, okay, if there are any boys from the local rabbinical seminary, please come downstairs. I'd like to speak with you after class. And then 6 or 7 of them come down, and he would say to them, listen, you leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Okay. Now, there were actually 2 Talmuds written at this time. Talmud, again, is basically a commentary on the Mishnah, a long, extended discussion of the Mishnah, very personality-oriented. The one that is lesser studied is so-called Jerusalem, although that's a bit of a misnomer because it was not written in Jerusalem. It was most likely written in Caesarea and in the Galilee region. This is an aerial view of Caesarea, a town that was essentially built by Herod for the Romans. And so this Talmud it kind of became ignored as it was eclipsed by the much larger Babylonian Talmud, but the seam between those scholars who contributed to the Mishnah under Rabbi Yehuda Nasi and those that continue its discussion represent kind of a watershed in Jewish intellectual history. The former are called the Tanaim, and the latter are called the Amoraim. They're basically translated as the teachers and then the sayers. And right tomorrow. Now, the Babylonian Talmud is a much larger Talmud that was composed not in Israel, but in the Mesopotamian region that we have visited earlier. And it is the most widely studied to this day. Here's where the Babylonian Talmud was primarily written, in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a bit of a zoom in on that. I'm sorry, it's in Hebrew, but basically it refers to the 5 major committees, 5 noted centers of Jewish learning in Babylon: Sura, Pumbedita, Nehardea, Makosa, and Matemachatia. And if you think that it's all strange that there should be, these centers of Jewish learning on the rivers like that, have a look at our modern day rivers, right? Here's the iron rivers that I follow every day, the Long Island Railroad. And if you zoom in, you'll see there's, oh my gosh, the 5 towns, right? Like the 5 places, Sura and Pumbedita. And here they are: Hewlett, Woodmere, Cedarhurst, Lawrence, Inwood, and some say even Far Rockaway. Okay, Rabbi, that's a joke. Keep going now. So, the difference in the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmuds: Jerusalem is a little bit smaller. It also is a little bit different in scope because the Jerusalem Talmud tends to concentrate on things that are relevant to the land of Israel, like, for example, the agricultural laws, which are not, for the most part, obligatory outside of the land of Israel. What is fascinating in our times is that now that Jews are living in the land of Israel again, they have to dig out these old manuscripts that had not been studied literally in centuries and rewrite commentaries on them that had never been authored. Like new Rashis, new Tosfos, and it's absolutely brilliant just to read these new commentaries. They're speaking about actual realia that they have to deal with in Israel today. Another fascinating thing is the Daf Yomi program, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's a very popular program. It started in 1923 and has revolutionized Talmud study. This is an idea that basically says, why don't we study one folio, that's a daf, 2 sides of 1 page, every single day, and over the course of 7.5 years, we will finish the entire Talmud. It's primarily the Babylonian Talmud that is studied. This is a little push here for a project I'm involved with, very excited. It's called All Daf, which is taking all of the knowledge we have about the Talmud and about Daf Yomi and putting it onto an app. An absolutely amazing app, which is called All Daf, meaning the entire Daf, everything you want in there. It's led by this man here, Rabbi Moshe Shwed. We're going to be releasing it in January, God willing, with the new cycle of Daf Yomi. And it also features, not only I'm doing Jewish history on every single daf, rather, I think, ambitious and audacious goal of 2,711 mini classes. We also have a very own Rabbi Trump, who's going to be speaking about all of the scriptures that are actually in the Talmud. So that's kind of a fun local thing that we're doing, a huge thing I'm very pleased with. Okay, now that's the major intellectual innovation that allowed the Jews to survive the vicissitudes of the medieval period. We had an intellectual tradition, we had a body of ideas, and it was not a static body of ideas. It was something that invited engagement, that invited discussion, invited communal study as well. So these are things that are extremely important for the intellectual life. But on a more pragmatic level, the other major innovation that allowed the Jews to survive was the creation of the Tehillah. So the word Tehillah is derived from the verb letahal, or tahal, to congregate, to gather. You may have heard the phrase Tehillah Kadosha, holy community, holy congregation. It actually was a definitive structure of the Jewish community in diaspora that allowed the Jews to survive and even flourish in often hostile conditions. There are some minor differences in geography. Sephardic Kehillot tend to use slightly different terms. There might have been slightly different structure, but for the most part, I'm going to show you a generic Kehillah, and you'll probably note that it looks quite familiar to you. So if you look at a typical structure of a Kehillah, at the very top you have two people. You have someone called a Parnas, who, and the word is actually related to the word president in English, and that's basically the head of the Jewish community, the Kehillah, and alongside the Parnas is the rabbi. Now, it's an unusual kind of arrangement because the rabbi draws a salary from the community, and so in a very pragmatic way, the rabbi is dependent on the goodwill and has to have his contract renewed by the community. But at the same time, the rabbi is the noted expert and legal authority because of his knowledge of the Torah and his mastery of the Talmud. So it's a kind of a dynamic where there is two rulers of a community, and they have to watch their step with each other. If the Parnas, were to get rid of a rabbi that's popular, the Parnas would be hard-pressed to maintain his position, and the rabbi at the same time could not demand too much scrupulosity from his community, or he'll have a revolution on his own as well. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic between rabbi and Parnas. Below them are the so-called Tuvei Ha'ir. That's more of an Ashkenazic term, which is basically the board of directors. Every Jewish community had a board of directors called the good people of the city, and they would essentially appoint from their own ranks the Parnas, the president, usually on a rotating basis, and it was quasi-democratic. Women generally did not have the vote. Women generally would not sit on the Tuvei Ha'ir, and also non-propertied individuals did not sit on the Tuvei Ha'ir. This was kind of like an honor, but it was a responsibility of wealth as well. People who had means were expected to serve the community by guiding it in this leadership function. Alongside them, just like the Parnas had the rabbi beside him, the Beit Din was beside the Tuvei Ha'ir. The Beit Din is, of course, the court, the Jewish court of law, because the rabbi cannot rule on his own, particularly when he gets to certain matters involving financial considerations. They would have a court that would be assembled of 3, sometimes 5 rabbis that would make decisions. And once again, the Tuvei Ha'ir, they may have wanted, let's say, like one thing that you see over and over again in the regulations of Jewish communities is a pushback on sumptuary legislation. Sumptuary legislation refers to literally how big a party you can throw. And over again, right up until, by the way, our own days, with no signs of stopping, the rabbis are constantly trying to put limits on parties, and they will literally say, only 2 kinds of gefilte fish, and you can't have more than 100 people at this kind of event. And they actually try to put limits, but on the other hand, especially in times of prosperity, Jews will want to throw bigger and bigger parties. We are a gregarious people. We love parties. And so the herring just keeps flowing in, and the rabbis keep trying to hold it back. But that's a dynamism between the rabbis in the example of sumptuary laws, obviously in much other more serious examples as well, and the head of the community. Below them are the so-called gabayim. The word gabai, today we have a gabai, we have that term used in the synagogue. That's the person who basically chooses who runs what parts of the service, who calls up whom to read from the Torah, who leads the services, all kinds of things like that. And it's, it doesn't seem to be an extremely high status position in a lot of ways. They certainly get not too much credit and a lot of tsuris, which is a lot of aggravation for doing it. But in the times of the Kehillah, the Gabayim were literally the enforcers, the muscle behind the decisions of the Beit Din and the Tuvei Ha'ir. As we shall see, for example, the Tuvei Ha'ir would assess your taxes to the community. And if you didn't pay, then you would have these Jewish muscular men come to your home and take it from you. They were literally collectors. They were tax collectors. They would also enforce unpopular legislation like forcing you to give a divorce bill to your estranged wife. And if you didn't do that, then you would be literally beat up. Corporal punishment was one of the tools that they could use. So the Gabayim were quite feared by the community that they lived in. We'll get back to that in a second. Below them, you had the so-called chevrot, which basically means committees. These are associations that literally the word chaver means friend or colleague. And this is really where the guts of the community works. You would have a whole slew of chevrot to deal with every possible social need and desire. Chevrot to assist travelers, chevrot to assist poor brides, chevrot to visit the sick, chevrot to learn this tractate or that tractate. Virtually every possible communal need was manned. I shouldn't say manned, because actually, whereas the top three levels were universally male, the bottom levels were predominantly female. The chevrot tended to be dominated by female leadership. And these are the women who actually got things done in the community. And below them, you have the Kehillah membership at large. Now, this probably looks a lot like the synagogue organization that you probably belong to. It certainly looks like Yoke, right? We have the same kind of structure. That's not an accident. This is basically the way that the synagogue, has evolved to this present day. What's a major difference, however, though, and we can't stress this enough, is that in our times, if you don't like the rabbi, you don't like the leadership, you don't like anything, you can go to another synagogue, no problem. Or you can go to no synagogue. You can just simply opt out. In the Middle Ages, there was no secular identity. You were, by birth, in that community, and there was no middle ground. There's no way to simply say, you know what, I just don't want to affiliate. There's no such thing. The only way you could get out of being a part of the Kehillah was by converting to another religion, either Christianity or Islam. There was no secular identity in the Middle Ages. So it was quite a coercive institution, but it had a tremendous impact. So the authorities I mentioned earlier was, for example, they had to pay for this somehow, right? So taxation was a part of the Kehillah function. They would literally assess every member of the Kehillah's expected dues, and it was a progressive scale where the wealthier would certainly pay more, and the poor, the way in which the poll tax was collected in the community. If there was a head tax imposed by the non-Jewish government, then the Kehillah leaders had to figure out, okay, we have 1,000 people here, and only 300 can pay the poll tax. How much are we going to charge those 300, and so on? How much is the 1% going to pay? How much is the 10% going to pay, and so on? So they had that authority, and there was no way to effectively oppose it. You could appeal it, and some of the most dramatic appeals, by the way, are by women who feel that they have been wronged. One of the time-honored traditions, which I do not recommend we adopt here at Yoke, I think it would backfire, is if a woman felt that she was really wronged by the authorities, then she would walk into the men's section in the middle of Shabbos davening and stand on the bima and effectively shut down the entire Shabbos. The herring is waiting in the Kiddush room and no one can get to it because she won't leave the bima, and she would demand right then and there that she gets a hearing on whatever issue was. So that's like kind of a very extreme form of protest. There were such things, but for the most part, you simply had to submit to the Kehillah authorities. They could also enact lots of proactive legislation, so-called takanot, that would regulate the affairs of the community as a whole, and this proved to be an extremely effective tool at maintaining group standards. Now, we already talked about enforcement, so let's go on. And so to try and summarize the value of the Kehillah, you notice I have lots of pictures of Fiddler on the roof up here. I feel very warm and happy about Fiddler on the roof. The Kehillah, although, it may grate against our American sensibilities, in my case, North American sensibilities, because I'm from Canada, but it may grate against our sensibilities to say, who says the rabbi or the board of directors get to say how I should behave? We may not necessarily like that, but on the other hand, it maintained group standards, and it was a bulwark against assimilation. it was a kind of a way of drawing a border around the Jewish community, saying, hey, listen, we expect you to behave in these ways. And you have no choice rather than to submit to the Kehillah. When we get to the modern period, we will see how that breaks down in some very tragic ways, but that's for next week. It also relied heavily and imbued in Jewish culture at the level of DNA communal charity. It was expected that the wealthier would provide for the less wealthy. That was part of being in a community, and if you were so blessed with wealth, that was your job, was to help those who were less well afforded. Right, so talk about the centers. The apogee, the highest level of this, was a fascinating thing that happened a little bit later than our period for our discussion today, but it's relevant for our discussion. When all of the Kehilot, from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea, found themselves within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which in the 15th century was the largest country in Europe as a result of a dynastic union. And all the Kehilot said, you know what? Why don't we standardize ourselves? Why don't we meet twice a year and make sure that we're imposing the same legislation on all our Kehilot? And this represented a phenomenal level of communal organization across, it's like when you think about the fact that there was no formal orphanage, there was no formal hospital, there was no formal social safety net in the non-Jewish world, and here the Jews are organizing themselves to such a tremendous degree within a state, it represents a phenomenal level of civilization's accomplishment that was the height of the Kehillah structure. We will discuss next week how it broke down. I'll just give you a quick hint. There's two ways in which it broke down. The first is in Russia under Nicholas I, who imposed some extremely draconian measures, including the conscription, the forced conscription of Jewish children into the army, and demanding that the communal leaders, the Kehillah leaders, choose which Jewish children were forced to go into the army for, by the way, a 25-year term. And that was an extremely caustic decision that really tore apart the Kehillah. We'll discuss it, God willing, next week at greater length. So Nicholas I really crushed it out of existence in Russia, leaving only a little bit of it behind to perform taxation for the Tsar's state. And in the West, under Napoleon, with the freedoms that were given to the Jews, he demanded that this person, Rabbi David Sintheim, convene a great Sanhedrin, which would determine exactly how the Kehillah is to exist within a modern citizen state in which Jews have freedom of religion and freedom of rights like every other citizen. And this was also quite damaging to the authority and the extent of the power of the Kehillah. We'll have to discuss it obviously more next week, but nevertheless, during the Middle Ages, it was an extremely powerful and useful device for the Jews to maintain their existence. Now, the next two sections refer to a bifurcation in the Jewish experience throughout the Middle Ages. For the most part, overwhelmingly, Jews found themselves under one of two civilizations, either under Islam or under Christianity. And the experience of Jews under those two civilizations varied tremendously. We're going to speak today in very broad terms and paint with broad strokes because we only have about 15 minutes to devote to it. But first, let us look at the period under Crescent, which refers to under the Islamic Crescent. Islam is born in the 7th century. It starts out, you can see in the darker brown area over here, in Mecca and Medina, and it spreads with amazing rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, also eastward through Persia into Afghanistan, where we would have today Pakistan and so on, and out to the west, all the way across the coast of North Africa, and in the year 711, for which we have named the chain of fast food places, that was a joke, I know, can't help it. They cross into Spain, and for several hundred years, Spain is actually Muslim. They are stopped from getting much past Constantinople, and Northern Europe remains Christian, but they dominated the entire southern part of the Mediterranean, which was, of course, the home to hundreds of thousands of Jews at the time. Now, under Islam, this is kind of like an ironic thing for us because unfortunately, we live in a time of phenomenal conflict with Muslim nations. This is centered absolutely in Israel with the Arab-Israeli conflict that has been going on for well over a century, and it tends to color much of our understanding of Jewish relations with Muslims. In the Middle Ages, however, on the balance, most scholars agree that it was far easier to live as a Jew under Islam than it was to live as a Jew under Christianity. There were punctuations of violence that we can certainly point to. Muhammad himself involved in the massacre of one Jewish tribe. But for the most part, speaking in generalization and comparing to the Christian environment, Islam treated Jews better for much of their mutual history. Part of the reason for this is because really Islam and Judaism have a far more common cultural vocabulary than does Judaism and Christianity. Judaism, like Islam, is primarily a religion of practice. We say orthodox, which means like one doctrine, but really it's one practice, orthopractic, which means, Judaism, and here I'm going to get in trouble, but the rabbi's already gone, he's left the room, that Judaism, for the most part, does not seem to care that much what you think. There are a few things that are really important, right? Like there is one God, life after death, things like that are important. But you can run out of those ideas pretty quickly. On the other hand, if you want to ask Judaism how to behave, then you have years of study, keeping kosher and keeping the holidays and keeping the Sabbath and how to do business. It just goes on and on and on. So Islam is similar to this. Islam has a very practice-oriented sense of law as being identical with religion. They have something they call Sharia, which is broadly similar to something we call halakha. They actually translate the same meaning, the path or the way. And you can look at 100 different things. You can see that Muslims and Jews, although they may not practice identically, they still understand what they're talking about. If a Muslim says, I can't eat this, I need to eat halal, we understand that. And they also understand what it means to keep kosher. There's so many areas in which there are cultural convergences. It's not accidental. They're both Middle Eastern faiths, and Islam is modeled very directly on Judaism in many ways. Christianity, on the other hand, is much more creed-based, much more what do you believe? Do you accept this person as your personal savior and so on? And simply a statement of thought or a statement of belief is sufficient to garner significant rewards in heaven and so on. It's a very, very different kind of religion, very, very different kind of culture. So it stands to reason that, by and large, Muslims and Jews could fit together easier. There was a legislative act by the Muslims early on in the 9th century that made this clear and put this under clear auspices, the so-called Pact of Umar. Umar was one of the caliphs or the leaders of the Muslim world, and this document was probably created long after agreements were made between local Jewish communities and local Muslim leaders, but basically it purported to be a set of answers that Umar provided to Jewish leaders who were saying to him, okay, now Islam has taken over the territory in which we live, what are our rights and privileges? And Umar says, okay, fine. You may live in Muslim lands without fear of molestation. You may practice your faith because it is, under Islamic terms, a faith that was first granted by God. Moses was a prophet, Abraham was a prophet, and so on. But you may not, for example, proselytize. You may not build your synagogues larger than mosques. You may not wear certain colors that are associated with high-level authorities. You may not bear weapons because carrying a weapon, a sword, is like a sign of dignity and respect and position and so on. But under these rules, then you're okay. And you are so-called dhimmi, or protected people. And this is the way that Jews lived for hundreds of years under Islam. We're talking about a situation in which there was obviously discrimination. This was a second-class status, but it was a safe status. And as a minority, historically, Jews are very comfortable living in mildly discriminatory environments as long as they are stable and predictable. The German word for it is a Rechtsstaat. which I love the way that sounds. ROTHSCHILD. It sounds like you're about to spit or something, but it means a society based on laws. And that's why Jews flourished, for example, for pre-apartheid South Africa. Montreal was also a difficult place as well, because they knew that, okay, there were certain things that Jews simply couldn't get away with, but if someone threw a rock through your window, you could take that person to court and you would receive reparations. It was a society based on law. When societies break down and they have anarchy, that's when Jews become very nervous and they tend to leave. But a little bit of discrimination, some would argue, my colleague Heinz Griffith-Löwe would argue, for example, that it's actually good for Jewish civilization because it tends to force Jews together. It tends to reinforce the boundaries to assimilation in the outside society. The greatest example of this, what was called la convivencia, the living together time, was this brief period of time in Spain where Jews and Spaniards, Spanish Muslims, got along so well, it became the so-called Golden Age. It was looked on for hundreds of years as the greatest example of coexistence between Jews and non-Jews. It is somewhat exaggerated in literature, but nevertheless, we cannot diminish the tremendous achievements of Jews in Spain during these 200 years. Just to give you a couple of examples, this is the Alhambra, by the way, which was the palace of a Jewish king at one point, not a king, Jewish vizier, prince at one time. Chasta ibn Shaprut, an amazing doctor who was actually a very famous diet doctor. He used to coach people on how to lose weight. And he rose to tremendous fame, like my father would say, plus ça change, plus for the même chose. He rose to become a phenomenal diplomat in a Muslim court in Spain. Let's also not forget, by the way, that Spain is far away. It's a peripheral culture compared to the centers, which are happening primarily in Baghdad. Both for Muslims and for Jews, they were far away from the centers, so they get away with a lot of things they wouldn't necessarily do where the major population centers were. He communicated even with the purported king of the Khazar Empire, which is a rather bizarre story about a group of Turks who converted to Judaism in the year 740. It's a bizarre story. We don't have time for it now, but if you're curious, I have lectures on it. Another figure, amazing, Shmuel HaNagid, who actually wrote a commentary on the Talmud, which we can find in the library right now. It's printed in every Talmud. A brilliant scholar who was also the Jewish general of a Muslim army for 16 years. Now, if you think about it for a second, one of the geniuses of Spanish Jewry is so amazing. When you look at our cultures, in fact, most Jewish cultures, you find that Jewish excellence is usually either expressed in terms of something within the Jewish community, like a great Torah scholar or something, a great Chazan, something like that, or it's expressed in the secular community, like an Einstein or something like that. You never have someone doing both those things. So could you imagine some guy who was a Rosh Yeshiva in Lakewood, who was also the general of the American army at the same time? It's just so mind-boggling, and yet this is what was happening in Granada under Shmuel HaNagid. I'm not going to address that one. But this is the kind of person he was. And he wrote poetry as well. It's amazing. He used to write poetry from the battlefield. He maintained right up to the very end of his life, he was at the front of lines. He would write poetry and then tie it to the legs of carrier pigeons to fly home to his son, who would collect it into a diwan that eventually has reached us to a day. Amazing poetry. And then Yehuda Halevi, for another example, a phenomenal poet-philosopher. We should understand that Spanish Jewish society was so amazing at the time. They actually had riots in the streets between Jews. I mean, Jews actually fighting each other physically over poetry. Because there was this guy named Tunash ibn Labrat who came from Baghdad, and he said, hey, listen, I've got a great idea. Why don't we adapt Arabic meter to Hebrew poetry? And all of a sudden, particularly by manipulating how you count the value of a shva vowel, riots in the streets between Jews who are traditionalists, says, no, we want the old poetry. We will not accept this newfangled poetry influenced by Arabic poetry. And you had the youngsters who say, oh, this Arabic poetry is great. It's like rock and roll. We have to have it. Can you imagine? We don't have those kinds of fights today. We fight about silly things. They fight about poetry. So let me give you a couple of examples of Yehuda Halevi's amazing poetry. Here's one, give you a sense of the range of the poetry. And by the way, there are poems that both Shmuel Magid and Yehuda Halevi wrote that are too X-rated to be discussed in shul. I'm going to give you some easier ones. This is Afra, and I'll read it in Hebrew in an attempt to do a Sephardic accent. Notice the way the meter at the end of each line drops off before it continues in the second line. It's very beautiful Hebrew. Afra techabet et begadeha b'nei binti, v'tishchatet l'shemesh zahara. Lo sha'ala me haya'anot b'shtei einai, v'lo shemesh loti ta'ara. You remember that song that came out a little while ago? Not your song. I would take a grenade for ya. I would jump in front of a train for ya. Right? No? It's the same, actually, meter of Yehuda Halevi. But what's the English here? Ofra, which is a woman's name, does her laundry in my tears, right? Because she has rejected me as a lover. She will not have anything to do with me. So I'm crying so much that she says, oh, look at all this. I've got this great water. I can use this to wash her laundry. And then because she is so radiant, she dries it in the sunshine she gives on. She doesn't have to take it to the trough. She doesn't have to, her laundry can get washed right because I'm crying so much in front of her. Or wait to hang it till the weather clears. And the range of poetry is incredible. Here's another one that Yehuda Halevi initially was a poet for hire. Again, totally foreign society to us. People would pay poets to come to their weddings, to come to their funerals, and make up poetry on the spot. That was what they did. We don't do that. We pay people to bring herring. I think I need to have some herring. But this is something incredible. So this one here, it's actually just the first stanza of a multiple stanza poem that deals with, it's spoken from different voices on the death of a daughter. And it begins. This is the father speaking. Later the mother will speak, and then ultimately the dead daughter herself will speak of her experience. Biti hashafat mishkanech, ki yishol nasul nosei aronech, ve'in chelek mimech rak zichronech, v'achonen et afrot tzionech, et asur lishol shlomech ve'enech, ki amavet yafrid ve'enech uve'enech. I'm emotional just thinking about it. Each one of those stanzas ends in that second person nech sound. And it flows off the tongue and expresses a sadness that cannot be uttered in regular prose. Just gives you a sense of the height of civilization in the Spanish Golden Age. But the greatest of them all, of course, is the so-called great eagle, Maimonides himself. And we cannot justify a discussion of Maimonides with anything less than hours. But he made two signal contributions, which are overwhelming in their import and reached well beyond the parameters of Jewish society. He revolutionized the study of Torah by saying, you know what, it's so complicated, the Talmud, the Mishnah, the Torah, I can't even keep them all straight. He didn't say that, I said that. But he said, I'm just going to restate the whole thing in a common language, in simple Hebrew, that basically 7th graders can read. The entire Torah, start to finish. All the laws organized, you can look it up for yourself. You don't need to run to the rabbi every minute for every question. This is part of the reason he got in trouble, because the rabbi said, hey, you're putting us out of work here. But he essentially revolutionized the whole thing by saying, I'm just going to make it easy for you. And at the same time, although he was a populist and he wrote this for the masses, he also wrote a soaring philosophical classic called the Mabul Nebuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which led the confused reader who was doubting Judaism because of the impact of Islamic philosophy through a sophisticated, philosophically astute understanding of what it is all about. So with those two directions, he revolutionized Judaism really for millennia. Of course, he was hated for it in many circles, and his own books were burned at Jewish insistence in the year 1232, which set off a whole cycle of negativity for European Jews afterwards. But we'll have to discuss that next week. So that's basically the experience under Islam. I painted a bit of a rosy picture because we only have a little bit of time. there were definitely moments of violence. There were definitely, fissures in this otherwise beautiful kind of coexistence, but it paled by comparison to what's happening under the cross. So, like the Pact of Umar, Christianity has something called the doctrine of witness. But because Christianity is so much closer to Judaism than Islam, every single dispute is magnified. If you like to think of it like this, Judaism is the mother religion, and then you have Christianity, the daughter religion, and then you have Islam, the granddaughter religion. So fights between mother and daughter are very common, and they sometimes can be very bitter and nasty and lasting. Fights between grandmother and granddaughter, not so much, right? Because by the time you're a grandmother, and they're so cute and little, and you have perspective on life, you can tolerate a lot more. So that's kind of like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The fight between Judaism and Christianity tends to be quite nasty. But in the 4th century, St. Augustine came up with something called the doctrine of witness. It said, just like Umar was asked, what are we supposed to do? What are the rights and privileges of Jews? Augustine said, you know what, we have to figure out what's our relationship to the Jewish people now. Christianity is now the state religion, the Roman Empire. Jews are now the minority. We have the power. What should we do with them? He said, first of all, slay them not. We should not kill them all, which, Baruch Hashem, we have to thank St. Augustine for that. He said there is a place in Christian society for Jews. What is that place? We have to serve as witnesses when the second coming occurs. Meaning that we Jews have to be alive such that when the Messiah comes the second time, we'll be able to sort of slap our heads and say, man, we should have gone with the V8. I mean, we should have gone with the first one. Now we can really confirm that, yes, this is in fact the Messiah. That's the witnessing, the testifying that Jews are. So what that meant was Jews should be allowed to practice their faith quietly, like under Islam with the Pact of Umar, but they should not be destroyed. Forced baptism was technically illegal, but nevertheless widely ignored. Certainly murdering them was contrary to church practice. Now, that meant there were some ambiguities in that, though, because what happens if there's another aspect of witness I should mention, that even before the second coming, Jews are supposed to witness in their abject and depressed state that this is what happens to people who reject the Messiah. Right? As long as we are walking around moping and sad and degraded, then you can point to Jews and say, look, see, that's what happened to those people because of what they did back in the 1st century. But what happens if the Jews are driving around in Mercedes-Benz and they're wearing fine clothes and they're wealthy and having plenty of time off and things like that, vacations, then it's not working. And so therefore, one of the ambiguities that was present in the Doctrine of Witnesses, there was a forced humiliation of Jews in all kinds of different contexts. Sometimes it was a literal thing like the head of the Jewish community would have to present himself on Easter to the mayor of the town for a ritual slap in the face. Sometimes it was forced sermons. But perhaps the most common element was in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, Jews were required to wear a humiliating distinguishing badge. Sometimes it was shown, as you see here, as the 2 tablets of the law. Sometimes it was a ruel, which represented the coins that Judas received from betraying his master. And sometimes it was this kind of coned hat called the Judenhut, which later evolved into the witch's cap and to the dunce cap, which some of you may remember what it was like. My father used to tell me about how he would be forced to wear the dunce cap and sit in the corner. It goes back to this Jewish hat that Jews were forced to wear in some European communities as a humiliation. It was usually yellow, sometimes red, and there are variations. And there are ways that Jews could buy their way out of it as well. Some communities are more lenient. You could bribe your way out. But just an example of the humiliation. A lot of it had to do with economics, because there's a strange loophole in Christian law. It's called the law of Gratian, which says that Christians may not lend money to other Christians and charge interest. So this basically stops all economic activity past barter, because who wants to, give away their capital on a risky venture if you're not going to get any kind of return? However, Jews, because they are not Christians, are allowed to lend money to Christians, and so the Jews, ironically, for a couple hundred years, had the monopoly on providing credit. Credit was, as you see in this picture here, very popular. This is a Jew seated with the Judenhut. He's got a whole bunch of coins here. This is an abacus, which is a primitive calculator. And here's a non-Jew who's coming with his hands out asking for money. You can see his pockets were empty. He doesn't even have clothes. Shoot, I try that joke every time. Nobody ever gets it, right? He's wearing hose. I will cut it out of the internet. That's it. Okay. And so there was there's this widespread thing that came out in the 19th century where people felt that, Jews were forced into money lending because they couldn't own land. In reality, in most parts of Europe, for most of our history, we could own land, but we didn't want to own land. Owning land meant you were trapped where you were living, and if you got evicted from the country, you would have no recourse. That was it for your land. On the other hand, we were urban, we were literate and numerate. We had the skills. You could convert your knowledge into cash and currency, which could be carried, which could be transported. And so it was actually a very appealing option for Jews as well. Lots of pragmatic applications. But on a related occupation, which we'll have to talk about more next time because I'm running out of time, would be tax farming. We'll just put a place mark on it. The risks, however, are significant. If, as Jews often loaned money to the nobility, and then that debt burden got too large, then the nobility could simply say, you know what, it's not worth it for us to keep the Jews in place and keep maintaining this debt. It's easier simply to expel them, as they did, for example, in England in 1290. They simply said the debt is too large, let's get rid of the creditors. And that was the end of it. So it has those risks. And also significant risks, if Jews are small-time money lenders, like they were, for example, in Ukraine, you could have a massive peasant uprising in which the local population is just so sick of the debt burden that they say it's easier for us to massacre the Jews. Even though credit is something that everybody wants when they need it, when they have to pay for it, it's a different story. We shall return to this as well. I would like to spend a couple of minutes talking about anti-Semitism, which develops very significantly in Christian Europe. This is not something we see anything like this in the Muslim world. When I was studying in Oxford at one point, I was working with a scholar there, and we actually tried to count the number of anti-Semitic publications written, authored in Muslim lands during the Middle Ages, and it was hard for us to get past 20. But Christian works, oh my gosh, hundreds, is a tremendously different environment. This is a classic image that was used to illustrate the difference between Judaism and Christianity, it's so-called ecclesia et synagoga. And this was especially useful if you were speaking to illiterate audiences. So this was a female figure representing the church. You can see that she's got a crown on, she's standing upright, she has this staff which represents her power and authority. She's holding the chalice that is the Holy Grail, and she's generally a respectable figure. Her sister, so to speak, this is, by the way, outside a cathedral in Strasbourg, she represents synagoga. Her crown is removed from her head. She's blindfolded to the truth. The staff in her arms is broken, indicating that her power is gone. She's holding the two tablets of the law, but loosely, like they're falling out of her hands. She's not even holding on to Judaism properly. And her whole physical posture is one of decline. And the message, if you're a peasant coming into Strasbourg and you want to learn something about your religion, then the priest or the deacon can point up to it and they can point all of these things out, and you can get a pretty sophisticated, although negative view of Judaism. This image of the church and synagogue, there are literally thousands of examples in medieval Christian Europe. I'll just show you two more. Here's another one that shows that it can actually get quite violent. Here is the church who is actually launching a lance into the synagogue. She's wearing the Judenhut here. And that's a rather
Yo, what's going on? 2MFT and Bova, how you living?
Who's this?
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. I'm just watching our friend and just checking out the dog pack. How's your day going?
Good. Good, thank you.
Excellent. Are you a streamer yourself?
I'm in the biggest stream right now playing.
Oh, tight. Okay, that's you. Oh, wow. Okay, so he just died. And are you on his team?
Oh, we've been dead for a while.
Oh, okay.
You must be really far behind. You might want to maybe refresh it.
I may need to. I'm doing multiple things on my phone. Apologies. And then we have Bova. Bova, how are you? How's your day going?
I'm good, bro. Have you been drinking? I feel like
No,
impaired slightly.
no,
Impaired.
no. I haven't had a drink in years.
I'm also impaired.
Oh, okay. What are you drinking?
I'm drinking rum and coke.
Oh, that's.
Three Gavelin.
Oh, wow. Phenomenal. Are you? So, are you guys kick streamers yourself?
No.
Oh no. Okay. So,
I'm not. Bubba, do you stream?
do I stream? Oh, Bova.
No, Bubba. Do you stream, Bubba? No, we should. Because I said so.
Definitely.
Mystery man.
All right.
I'm a mystery man.
You could have a faceless
I'm
stream.
a mystery man too.
You're a mystery man as well, Tumoff? Okay, very well. So how long have you guys been in the dog pound?
75 years.
Wow, that's quite some time. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm going to go back.
okay, very well. Hey, tell Big Dogs I said hello, and it was a pleasure to meet you.
Okay, no problem. You too.
Take care. Bye. Bova, what kind of rum do you have? Oh, very nice. Excellent. So, you are generally just a lurker on Kick, is that correct?
I don't use Kick, bro. I'm on Twitch.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So you're watching him on Twitch. That's correct?
Please just
Michael Jackson! It's actually real. What's happening, Michael Jackson? He's the real Michael Jackson. Let's go. Yes, I know you were doing earlier. Really? Michael, where'd you come from? Where'd you go? To the Cape Town Dome? American, I believe. Really? Where did you come from? That's a Michael, go to turn the music up. What was he? I didn't know what was actually kicking in. Ladies first.
Shout out to Big Dogs. He's nice. Shout out to the lady and the dude. They were tight as fuck. Dog. Yo.
Yo, I can hear you. Problem with that other. Whoa, do you have got Guinness World Record?
How is everyone?
Transmission. That alone would have stopped almost everybody from taking.
Got a nasty one. Here's one of my favorites from 14th century Germany. I don't know why I say my favorite, but that's weird. This is a stained glass window. This is in a church, right? In a church. This is the ecclesia, and she's got the upright staff, the Holy Grail. She's riding on a tetramorph, and a hand descends from heaven and crowns her, indicating divine approval. Synagoga, on the other hand, is riding on a donkey, a sterile animal, holding onto the carnal head of a ram and a broken staff, blindfolded, and like if you chase, you miss the point. A bloody sword descends from heaven and punctures the top of her skull, knocking off her crown. It's hard to imagine a more negative statement of another religion than something like this. And that's the kind of anti-Semitism that is building up in Christian Europe. It gets to its worst with the so-called blood libel, which begins in the 13th century, the notion that Jews somehow need to consume Christian blood for whatever reason, arguments that Jewish men menstruated, they need to replace their iron, the idea that Jews had a unique stench called the Feuter Judaeus, and the only way to get rid of it was to bathe in Christian blood, and of course the association with the Passover matzah and wine and things like that. This is a rendition of Simon of Trent in 1479, a child who was unfortunately murdered in mysterious circumstances, probably by a maniacal pedophile. And once his body was discovered, the Jews were blamed for it. He was actually sainted. He is a saint in the church today. Obviously, I need to say it for the internet, this is totally ridiculous. Jews do not do this. We don't even put sugar in our matzah. Forget about blood. I would like to spend more time talking about this, but I know I am rushing out of time, and we have to get to the Spanish Inquisition. But a similar thing was the desecration of the host, which is a charge that Jews would take, if they couldn't get a Christian child, they would take the wafer that is a part of the Christian rite of communion, Catholic rite of communion, and then they would torture the host itself. I'm talking about the crackers itself, and this is referring to a host desecration charge in Passau, in which many Jews lost their lives as a result of a mass hysteria. Okay. Now, we have to get to the Spanish Inquisition. I hope you will forgive me if I go maybe 4 minutes over time. I spent too much time talking about Rabbi Trump. So you have in the Middle Ages a tremendous number of expulsions. We're going to look at the greatest of them, the Spanish expulsion of 1492, but really there are tens, maybe hundreds of smaller expulsions from local cities, principalities, dukedoms, fiefdoms, and kingdoms. There's a joke, it's no longer true, but they used to say, why is it that there are no good Jewish piano players? And the answer was, because it's hard to run when you're carrying a piano. Clarinet is much easier, but that's no longer true. But you can see that there's a general push from Western Europe towards Eastern Europe. And especially in the 16th century, you've got lots of Jews beginning to populate the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, About 75% of Ashkenazic Jews in America descend from those Jews who made their way from Ashkenazic lands. Ashkenaz is, by the way, Germany, most likely the Rhineland, into Eastern Europe. The Spanish Inquisition was one of these bizarre, purge-like, terrifying nightmares of society that took over a century to resolve itself in the Iberian Peninsula and had ramifications for the next century as well. What basically happened? This is, by the way, an instrument of torture associated with the Spanish Inquisition, which was initiated in 1478 and was not closed until the 19th century. The person who was being inquired of would put his hands in this press, and he would stare at the cross to contemplate his sins while he was tortured, and would be encouraged to confess while under such tremendous duress. Basically what happened is, in the late 14th century, there was a wave of forced baptisms in Spain. And as you recall, I mentioned earlier under St. Augustine, this is prohibited behavior, but nevertheless, in Catholic doctrine, once a person is baptized, they become they become Christian. There's no way back. There's no way out of Catholicism if you have been baptized. So all of a sudden, you had all these Jews in major Spanish cities who were no longer considered Jewish, which meant, on the one hand, they were kind of like stateless peoples because they were, the Jewish community wasn't entirely sure what to do with them either. But, and here's the trick, they ended up having tremendous social mobility, because if they were actually Catholics, then there was no more anti-Semitic legislation that could hold them back. They could go to university, they could have whatever job they want, they could even rise up, as many did, high in the church. And all of a sudden, you had this very talented, urban, literate, numerate, experienced community able to find all kinds of economic activities that they never had before. They were called crypto-Jews, which means hidden Jews. They were called by their detractors Marranos, which means basically swine or pigs. But they were all of a sudden Christians in legal aspects, but they still remain Jews internally. And the Inquisition was all of a sudden brought in, because what do we do with all these people? They're still hanging out with the Jewish community. They're still going to eat kosher meat. They're still, going and marrying other Marranos and so on. How do we stop these people who are literally overrunning the major cultural, social, and economic institutions of Spain? So the Inquisition was brought in to try and enforce that all these people and their children and their grandchildren who were baptized would remain Christians and would not backslide into Judaism. So to be clear, the Inquisition was not, strictly speaking, directed against Jews. Jews living in Spain, this, by the way, is Christian Spain, but I should make obvious, the Muslims were driven out in 1482. The last Muslim kingdom was removed. Jews per se were left alone by the Inquisition because they were heretics, but they had their heretical community and they had the right to live within that community. This was directed at those Jews and their descendants who were baptized and who had the rights of Christians, but were still practicing Jewish activity. And in order to capture them, they would arrest one of them, subject them to torture. They would, under torture, under duress, they would say, oh, these are 7 other people I know doing the same thing, and they would arrest those 7 people, and then those 7 people would give up 7 more people, and it ended up spinning way out of control. Just to give you one sense of what that looked like, the torture. This is a device, and the Spanish Inquisition was notorious for these kinds of things. This is a device called the Pope's Pear, and they would take a suspected Judaizer, a crypto-Jew. They would insert this device in the orifice of their choice, and then they would ask him to give up the names, or her, of their fellow Judaizers. And if they didn't give a satisfactory answer, then they would simply turn that little ring, and it would increase later. Just imagine seeing these devices of torture. There's so many pictures I simply cannot show you. So what ended up happening was, I'm going to have to skip through this for time. There's so much to say about it, but it was a huge failure. they simply could not keep up with the number of Judaizers. And the logic of it began to break down such that Torquemada, the chief inquisitor, simply said, you know what, I think I've got the answer. The reason why we can't control this is because the false Christians, so to speak, are still in association with the Jewish community. What we have to do is we have to get rid of all the Jews. If we get rid of all the Jews, then they will naturally assimilate to Christianity. And this is ultimately what drove the king and queen to adopt the right of expulsion in the year 1492. There were also economic reasons for this. I'm simply run out of time to tell you the distinction between scholars who believe it was primarily religious in nature, other scholars believe it was primarily economic in nature. But what you had in 1492 was an absolutely tragic, massive exile of this huge population. If you can just imagine what it must have been like for these Jews, it would be something like driving all the Jews out of the 5 boroughs of Manhattan and the New York as a whole. Impossible to imagine, and yet that's what it was, creating a ripple in Jewish society that lasted for hundreds of years. And we will continue that, God willing, next week. Let me just conclude by saying, last week, when we looked at the ancient period, and I managed to stay amazingly within 60 minutes, my takeaway message was that the Jewish people were phenomenally resilient, that they're able to absorb phenomenal abuse and still continue their gregarious, life-affirming ways. What I'd like to say about today is when we look at the medieval period, we have to say the Jewish people are incredibly resourceful. There are people that are able to look at devastation and to nevertheless suss out those elements that can be used to recreate life even from the ashes. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope to see you next week.
Just keep getting reset. I think that's true. Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's a lot of really compelling evidence that shows that. Have you seen Jesse Michael's new video? No. He's got a video on those tridactyl mummies in Peru, where he went down there and had them CAT scanned and had them.
I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome everybody. Remind everybody as well that we still have 1 week open for sponsorship next week for those special occasions like to become part of this. Obviously, the history lectures are free, but those who contribute will make it more possible for Dr. Anderson and the Shaw. And also a special invitation to those who are around this Sunday. We've all been to City Field for many adventures. This Sunday will be an opportunity to join us for another adventure with Torah NY. We're going to be joining with the OB program. Dr. Anderson will be there in presenting on his new program to be launching at Olga. I will also be there speaking at the same time at Sunday morning. Really, it's an opportunity to take a moment to celebrate Torah. Once again, thank you everybody for joining us this evening. And thank you, Dr. Anderson, for really giving it his all to uplift our week and inspire our lives.
Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate that very much. Very kind. Okay, thank you so much for coming to this third of 4 lectures, crash course in Jewish history. I've received a lot of interesting feedback for the first 2 lectures. Most of it was pretty positive. I think my favorite criticism was, couldn't you just spend a little bit more time talking about this or talking about this different subject? But the whole point of a crash course is to try and compress a massive amount of information into this short, condensed period of time. But it does remind me of a joke where 2 guys are standing outside a deli in Lower East Side, and one of them says to the other, "This restaurant serves the worst food." And the other guy says, "Yeah, and really small portions too." So we're still going to keep with that rather audacious and ambitious goal of completing all of Jewish history from time immemorial to the present day within 4 short lectures. Tonight we're going to be concentrating on the modern period. And you'll recall some of these periodizations, these seams that we're going to draw in history are somewhat arbitrary, but I'd like to specifically call the modern period the era from the Spanish expulsion. As we shall see, that huge demographic upheaval had a phenomenal impact on the entire Jewish population of the world at the time, and we'll take it up to the end of the 19th century with the pogroms of 1881, which also sparked a massive Great Migration and also had phenomenal impact on the contemporary period, which will be the last lecture, God willing, next week, when we'll look essentially at the 20th century and the very complex and difficult processes that happened at that time. So let us not take too much time. Let's go straight to the material. Here's the map that we ended with last week. It shows you the tremendous dispersal from the Iberian Peninsula at the end of the 15th century. Tremendous upheaval. We're talking about the largest, most settled, most concentrated, most prestigious Jewish community in the world suddenly being uprooted and spread throughout the entire Mediterranean basin and also to points north in Europe and even to the New World. This was an upheaval that is very difficult for us to imagine, but I hope to show you a couple of parallels shortly. And there are some tremendously heart-wrenching stories that are associated with this expulsion. I do not have time to go into them in great detail, but so just try to imagine what it must have been like if you think of the entire population of the 5 boroughs of New York, all the Jews living there suddenly being forced to leave within a few short weeks and find homes elsewhere. You know, I know a lot would go to Lakewood, let's say, but Lakewood also will fill up. And after Lakewood, where do you go? Incredibly difficult and heart-wrenching stories. Let's look at some of the major changes that happened as a result. There's a huge amount of social, intellectual, and cultural change that happens as a result of this dispersal. One of the things that I find most fascinating, and we'll be able to draw a couple of lines of continuity through the next few centuries, is that there is a dramatic shift in terms of gender power during the post-expulsion period. Since so many of the entrenched authorities, which were overwhelmingly and continue to be predominantly male, since many of them had been uprooted from their sources in the Iberian Peninsula, there was suddenly a lot more possibility for women to take positions of authority. And we see two of the most dramatic examples of it with the next generation of survivors of the upheaval. Specifically, on the left, you see a representation of Doña Gracia Mendez Nassi, who was a so-called Portuguese Jew. What this term Portuguese refers to, incidentally, I'm sure you've heard of the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, which is a very common designation. There was a Jewish population in Portugal before 1492, not an especially large one. But what happened is, if we just go back to this map for a second, you see that the most natural route for expellees from Spain to take would be the overland route over the Pyrenees into France, and many Jews did go there, or simply to the west into Portugal here, which of course has a similar culture, different language, but this has been a homeland for oppressed Jews who fled Spanish conversion, such as, for example, the famous Abarbanel's grandfather, who was forcibly converted and fled to Portugal, and there he resumed his Jewish identity. So Portugal is a natural route of escape. This is one of those famous times where Jews were literally undocumented migrants and were held up at the border. There are a lot of parallels to our contemporary situation. And when they arrived in Portugal, there were certain allowances made for them, but ultimately they were forcibly converted 5 years later in 1497. The imposition was then brought into the Portuguese country as well, and many Jews, like in Spain, just went underground as so-called Marranos, hiding their Jewish identity for generations in order to escape the wrath of the Inquisition. And only later, as in the case of Doña Gracia, they finally were able to leave Portugal, and the oppression is hard even to imagine. I mean, the Inquisition actually kept tabs on people. When you went, for example, to England, we have trials from Inquisition transcripts of the Inquisition's trials of people, Jews who went to England and there experimented with Judaism, and when they returned to Portugal, they were arrested and they were asked as to what exactly you did in England. So they were really quite paranoid about hunting them down. But Doña Gracia was one of these women who, when she got out of the clutches of the Inquisition, she said, "I'm actually Jewish, not Christian at all." And these Jews who were forcibly converted, or their grandchildren or great-grandchildren, were called Portuguese Jews. By contrast, you have Benvenida Abravanel, who was a niece of the famous Don Isaac Abravanel, who fled in 1492 and was never converted forcibly to Christianity, and so therefore she was called a Spanish Jew. Now, the two of them were actually two of the most powerful women in the world, and at one point they came to clash over an international boycott placed against the church because of their treatment of Jews. It's an incredible story that we don't have time to talk about in great detail, but what is one small detail we'll point out, neither of these pictures are accurate. The one on the left is actually Doña Gracia Mendez's niece. A medallion was struck for her. And on the right is a non-Jewish woman, Leonora of Toledo, I believe, who was actually Benvenida Abravanel's student. We don't have pictures of the two of them in reality, but not that unusual for devoted students to choose to portray themselves as their teacher. Like, for example, many of my students like to use this picture to represent me, but they often use. It reminds them of me or something like that. Okay. Moving on, so one of the things that changed as a result of the Spanish Inquisition was that suddenly there's a power vacuum. The traditional power elites are disjointed, are dislocated, and many other people can begin to take up the position. Similarly, there is a lot of erosion to traditional religious authority, because after all, although there were many heroic figures like Abravanel, who I mentioned more than once now, there were many religious leaders who simply capitulated. Abraham Senior, who was in his 80s and was the senior financial advisor to Queen Isabella, decided that he would rather stay in Spain and convert, and he did with his entire family, decided to remain in Spain and simply give up. And these were rabbis, so there was a tremendous lack of appreciation for rabbinic leadership at this time as well that eroded traditional authorities. And as a result, there were new secular ideas that were circulating with much greater frequency and authority. Perhaps the most tragic of the figures associated with this is Uriel Acosta, who is pictured here in this fanciful image with he's the dark, the skull-capped man with kind of a serious gaze, and on his knee is Baruch Spinoza, also a product of the Inquisition, but quite a bit later. They never had Acosta. Acosta's story is very tragic. I'll just tell it to you very quickly as an example of the secularism of the time. He was raised as a woman, also had a phenomenal role in perpetuating Judaism under these incredibly difficult circumstances. We have a lot of documentation of women, particularly who were taken before the Inquisition, who describe the many vehicles by which they maintained their identity and their memory of Judaism, including, for example, self-scarification, where if they had a male child and they were unable, obviously, to circumcise that child, they would cut a small amount of flesh out of their upper arm to remind them that if they were ever able to, they should one day circumcise their son. Phenomenal types of self-sacrifice. Acosta's mother revealed to him as an adolescent that he was in fact Jewish. They couldn't say this to children because then they would go to the playground and say, "Oh, my mother just told me we actually like gefilte fish and egg rolls," and that could be it for them with the Inquisition. So Acosta learned he was Jewish when he was a teenager. Was thrilled, couldn't wait. He was so excited. They managed to gain passage to Amsterdam, which was, unlike today, a very liberal city with very relaxed laws. That's a joke. I was hoping somebody would get it. No, I guess it didn't work, but okay. And there, when he got to Amsterdam, he said, "Okay, I'm Jewish. I'm totally out of the religious closet, so to speak." But he embraced Judaism with tremendous enthusiasm. But he was quite disappointed because when he went to shul, he would say to people, "Excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And wait a second, this is Shabbos. How can you be talking about business?" And he was very upset with the fact that the image he had of Jews did not conform with the reality of actual Jewish people that he met. He ended up, because he was a bit of a rabble-rouser and a highly intelligent individual, he actually published books. He was excommunicated 3 times from the community, and he came back every time begging for forgiveness. He could not live on his own until finally, in the 3rd excommunication, that the Jewish synagogue, again fearing the possible repercussions of having these kinds of atheistic or challenging elements in the community, they said, listen, we've done this before, so before you can be readmitted into the community, you're going to go through a symbolic humiliation, where, among other things, you will be symbolically whipped in the synagogue, actually lashed, and it was, with light cords, merely was more for the symbol than actually the pain. And then he would have to lie down in front of the synagogue steps, and every member of the community would walk over his prone body into the synagogue. Deeply humiliated, he went through the process, he went home, he wrote an 11-page suicide note and shot himself. And we have that suicide note called Exempla Humanae Vitae. It's a chilling, terrifying document that is a testament as well to the upheaval of the Inquisition and what it means for trying to re-enter the Jewish community after being so far away from it. But this kind of secular thinking that Acosta brought to the table definitely influenced thinkers like Spinoza later and had centuries of impact. This is, we shall recall, about 75 years after the expulsion, and we are, if you want to just put it in your minds a little bit, we're about 75 years after the Holocaust. So the kind of feelings that we have about recovering after such a devastating demographic assault on the community, they would be things that Portuguese Jews would have felt as well at that time. But let us move forward. One more detail that's kind of interesting for us here that relates to the expulsion is that there was a small group of Portuguese Jews who fled to the New World, and they settled in a little island called Recife in the Brazilian holdings that were under Portugal. And then at one point, briefly, in the 1650s, the island of Recife was handed over to the Dutch, who were much more liberal, and so all of these nominally Christian Portuguese came out of the closet and said, hooray, now finally we can celebrate our Jewish identity. And then the Portuguese got the island back again. And all of a sudden, they had revealed their true Jewish identities, and they were no longer welcome in Recife. So they got into a boat and made their way to another Dutch territory, to New Amsterdam, and they landed in Manhattan Island, and that's how we have the first Jews here in New York. And you can see there's a straight line drawn straight to us, and in fact, we go right in, and there's us right now. Isn't that amazing? Okay. So the Spanish Inquisition has tremendous impact on the role of genders in Judaism. It has a tremendous impact on the intellectual and secularization of Judaism, and it has great impact, of course, on the demographic movement of Jews. Now, I would like to point out one fascinating population movement to a small city called Sfat, or Safed in English, which of course I'm sure many of you visited. It's in northern Israel. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, which was part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. This is one of those ironies we mentioned last week, that for most of Jewish history since the 7th century, by and large, Jews tended to be received with greater hospitality in Islamic countries than in Christian countries. There are obviously exceptions to that rule. There are moments of violence and forced conversions in the Muslim world as well, but on the whole, it's very clear that the Muslim experience was generally better for Jews. One of those examples is the Ottoman Empire, where the Sultan, when he heard about Spain evicting all its Jews, he literally laughed. And he published proclamations saying, I want all those Jews, please come to Constantinople. He knew that Jews were literate, numerate, that they, as a minority, tend to be very law-abiding, that they contributed to societies, and he welcomed Jews whenever possible. One of those places where he welcomed Jews was in the northern Israel territory, where Tzfat was being settled at the time, and he gave them tax advantages, particularly in the textile trade, so there was a new population of Jews, primarily Spanish and Portuguese citizens moving in. Here's a map that shows you where Tzfat is, and there was like a moment, a phenomenal spiritual explosion occurred in Tzfat at this time, where you had this incredible, gathering of minds, most of whom were first and second generation refugees from Spain, but they included people like the author of the Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, the great commentator, the Alshich, the Alkabetz, who composed Lecha Dodi. It was, if you can imagine, it's like living in the 5 towns and having a Nobel Prize winner on every other block. It was a phenomenal, brief concentration for about 60 years of incredible minds. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Arizal, who was actually not one of the expellees from the Iberian Peninsula. He was from Egypt, but he was attracted there because of the presence of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who I'll talk about in a second. The Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, created a new mystical vision of Judaism that capitalized on the experience of Spanish Jews by injecting into traditional Kabbalah a note of drama that was unparalleled. The Arizal taught essentially that the world has been broken, that the world is in desperate need of tikkun, right? You've heard the phrase tikkun olam. The world needs human intervention, and that God has placed within the very fabric of creation a requirement for human action. This lent to the Kabbalah of the Arizal a tremendous impetus that anyone who came in contact with felt empowered, energized, and even the tiniest little action because of the cosmic significance that it carried. And the jolt of energy that the Arizal gave to Judaism in the post-expulsion period was incomparable. It was one of the most salient elements in the growth of Hasidism some 200 years later, very, very heavily reliant on the Arizal. Let me also note his teacher. He came because of the presence of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Here's a plug for one of my books, The Kabbalah of Forgiveness. This is, I wish I could talk about this because it occupied so much of my mind for maybe a decade. The Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known by the acronym Ramak, was a brilliant teacher. He was Portuguese. His name is actually Cordovero, but people pronounce it Cordovero by mistake. And he wrote, among other things, this glorious, greatest works of spirituality ever written in any religious tradition. He basically talks about the Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim, the 13 varieties of forgiveness that God extends to the world, which is a long, well-known theological concept. And he says that if God has created the world in such a manner in which the very first element of his thought is these with the Arizal, his student, we must emulate that. And he describes 13 different ways to bring forgiveness into your life. Actual practical ways, including there are lines like, this is especially helpful with your wife, things like that. And it's a brilliant book that is both has a soaring, glorious spiritual content, and it's brought down to the very pragmatic how to actually forgive people that irritate you. It is one of the rare works of Kabbalah that has been long considered a book that is accessible to anyone, as people who are not learned in Kabbalah, people under the age of 40, women, and is traditionally studied right now at this month of Elul as we prepare to go into the holidays of Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. Okay, there's a plug for the book, but it gives you a sense of Tzfat. Tzfat was one of those places where these Jews landed after the expulsion, and they created something absolutely amazing. It all died out in the end of the 16th century. There was a series of earthquakes and plagues, and the community never quite got anywhere near that high pitch, although today it is especially known as a haven for Kabbalists, modern-day Kabbalists, and for artists, and so on. Okay, so let us move to one more aspect of the 16th century, and then we're going to do basically 1 century every 10 minutes. The 16th century was a period of tremendous technological revolution as well, and I wish I had more time to speak about the scientific revolution and its impact on Jews, but I'll look at one aspect of it. I would like to remind you that the great eras of change in Jewish history are almost always associated with technological innovation as well. For example, in the ancient period, of course, we have the Torah. That's a huge change that differentiates the Jews from the various peoples of the ancient Near East. And then in the medieval period, under tremendous strain because of the conflict with Rome, the Jews moved from an oral culture to a text culture, to a written culture, with Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's fateful decision to actually write down the Mishnah. We spoke about that in the first lecture. In the period we're talking about now, that manuscript culture transitions to a print culture with the advent of printing. Jews were early adopters of Gutenberg's press. They thought it was absolutely fantastic because all of a sudden the Jews, who were very literate people, the people of the book after all, they said it makes total sense that we should be mass producing these works which suddenly extend the world of ideas to a much broader audience by lowering the threshold of participation. The cost changes radically. And as Clay Shirky, a very brilliant New York University researcher of the meaning of the internet, writes, more is different. Once more information is available, society changes to match that. We will see that more, God willing, next week when we talk about the impact of the internet on the Jewish world, in particular the study of the Talmud. One interesting detail about this period, when the Talmud begins to be printed, that's one of the most amazing changes of this period, because the Talmud is such a huge and expensive document, very hard to get the full set of 20-odd volumes. Most really important yeshivas only had 2 or 3 masechtas, and they would share them. It was because these are handwritten manuscripts. When they become printed, all of a sudden, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, every Yonatan, David, and Hillel has his own. I should say that. I forget. I enjoyed that. But one of the most interesting and influential people in creating this was none other than a non-Jew named Daniel Bomberg. And I'll show you one of his most famous contributions. This is a page from one of the earliest Talmuds ever printed by the famous Soncino family in Italy. And does anyone in the audience notice what's missing? No, Rashi's there on the inside. It's the page numbers. Thank you. Some of you read the JTA. They didn't think of putting page numbers because you don't need page numbers on codices. And they said, oh my gosh, what do we do with this? So Daniel Bomberg, who was, again, a Christian printer who just saw, hey, Jews love books. This is new printing. I can get these books printed and I'll make a lot of money. He printed the first Talmud that had page numbers. And it was like a revolution. Literally, he put the daf in Daf Yomi, right? It would not be there without it. And of course, the question is, why does the Talmud begin with the page 2? There are a lot of beautiful things that rabbi types like to say, but really it started with page 2 because page 1 was traditionally the title page, because they were just inventing pagination at the time. They're making their way around it. They said, okay, here's the first page is the title, and then you turn the page, the first page of text is actually the second page. Okay. So that's one of the major trends. Now let's move kind of 1 century per circle with the remaining time we have. When we get into the 17th century, it's a period of tremendous upheaval. If we move towards the east, you'll recall last week we discussed there were 2 phenomena that began to push Jews towards what was then Poland and Lithuania, the largest country, the largest, state unit in Europe at the time. One was increasing anti-Semitism in the West. This is the period when the blood libel was becoming very prominent, the charge of desecration of the host and so on. And at the same time, the Jews were being invited into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth because they had a very primitive economy. It was primarily a barter economy. And they invited Jews in to provide the most basic economic services like minting coins. Many of the earliest coins from Poland actually have Hebrew writing on them. And also to provide basic credit in the form of money lending. You recall the Jews had something of a monopoly for several centuries in that task. And so the Jews would literally go as an entire community to specific towns in Poland and Lithuania. They were typically granted Magdeburg Recht, which was kind of communal rights. if a nobleman who owned an entire town would own the huge land holdings, which are called latifundia, but also he would own the wine presses, the olive presses, the bridges, the ponds, the
I knew somebody was gonna fucking.
And so he would say to
You're
the
so
entire
sick.
Jewish
Thanks,
community,
dog.
listen, if you want to come over here and you want to settle in my town, I will give you the exclusive right to regulate, i.e. tax, all of my territories.
Join.
And
Oh,
exchange,
join Brain Easy on K.
Privileges that you want. Like, for example,
that's
would
nice.
you like to have a wall around your community? Ironically, Jews, with the major exceptions in Western Europe, Jews typically were the ones who built the walls around the communities to protect them from marauders. If you find that hard to believe,
that's fucking funny
will
as
suggest
shit.
to go visit places like Boca Raton, where they have these so-called gated communities. Right. It's exactly the same kind of thing. You want the gate and the security guard, right? And so Jews would go and settle as communities into these various towns. The Kehillah organization that we discussed last week. But this day in Ukraine, led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the picture Ilya Repin's famous reply of the Zaporizhian Cossacks to the Sultan. In Ukrainian culture, the Cossacks were kind of, especially in the 17th century, they were sort of like outlaw heroes. They were runaways from regular society. They tended to live in faraway places like the rapids, the unnavigable rapids of the Dnipro River south of Kiev. And there they would engage in kind of like hero banditry. They would attack especially the Turks on the other side of the Black Sea. They would redeem Ukrainian captives, slaves that were taken by the Muslim Turks. And they would also kind of like, raid local settlements that were dominated by Polish noblemen. I forgot to mention that the arrangement that the Jews took in coming to a lot of these places involved their very uncomfortable position between the dominant local population made up of largely Ukrainian peasants and the owners of the land who were faraway noblemen living in Warsaw and places like